She waited here for a few minutes, but it seemed as long as a century. Just when she was anxious and frightened, finally, a figure buried deep in her heart and longing for her was walking lazily into the maple forest. Although he hated Su Ming, he felt a lot better when he thought that Zhang Mengxuan's attitude towards him had at least changed, and was no longer as cold as before. Lin Changfeng smiled and said, "When the time comes, you will naturally know." Soon. This moment. Then sneered. On the hillside of Kaifeng Mountain, outside Su Ming's residence. Zhang Mengxuan's cold and pleasant voice came from the air, "I still don't believe you. I will tell senior brother Su what you said. Senior brother Su Ming and the others must know more than you. If there is any disaster, senior brother and the others will naturally he will lead us to face it instead of relying on you alone." Lin Changfeng. Zhang Mengxuan, you are so naive. In the ancient times, even strong men like Ji Yu were counting on me to save you from the calamity of the heavenly demon. For you people, I am afraid even one of the claws of the sky demon can crush you. If not, I sealed the heavenly demons, but Su Ming didn't know how many times he died in the mouths of those heavenly demons. Su Ming. Lin Changfeng was stunned. He gritted his teeth inwardly. When their eyes met, Su Ming's familiar facial features, the face that was engraved in her heart, and every move that affected her heartbeat made by Qingshan unable to take her eyes away. In her cold and beautiful eyes, there was once again endless emotion. Tears welled up in my eyes. And at the same time, Lin Changfeng seems to regard himself as the savior of the Northern Wilderness Territory. After he saves the Northern Wilderness Territory from those ancient demons, women like Zhang Mengxuan may not be able to throw themselves into his arms in time. Chapter 174 The Farthest Distance, the Past That Cannot Be Returned. Looking at the beautiful master with red eyes from crying and even her delicate body trembling slightly, especially her beautiful eyes filled with tears, 2 lines of clear tears falling down her beautiful cheeks, Su Ming felt deeply in his heart. Wei Wei was surprised. If I remember correctly, this was probably the first time Bai Qingshan cried in front of him. I don't know if Su Ming is overthinking, but he always feels that something is wrong with Bai Qingshan. In this world, he knows his beautiful master better than anyone else. She has a cold temperament and pursues the so-called right path all her life, so she is extremely strict with her disciples. Unfortunately, in some things, she would rather trust outsiders than him. Apprentice. To be honest, it was rare to see the beautiful master crying so hard that Su Ming folded his hands on his chest and was not in a hurry to go back to his residence. He stared at her teasingly. Ming-er. Bai Qingshan choked and shouted his name. She knew that she had never been a qualified master. She knew that she had deeply hurt Su Ming. She was not even worthy of being Su Ming's master. But now she just wanted to do it for her. Ming-er redeemed herself and just wanted to be by his side forever. So, while crying, she walked towards Su Ming. Finally, she came to Su Ming. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the face that made her feel extremely distressed. The cold female body fragrance lingered between Su Ming's nose. Looking at the beautiful master with red eyes crying in front of him, and feeling the pressure of her plump figure, Su Ming was suddenly speechless. He turned his head slightly, preventing Bai Qingshan from touching his face. Bai Qingshan was stunned. Seeing Su Ming's somewhat cold and distant eyes, she finally understood at this moment that no matter how many lives she had experienced, no matter how many reincarnations she had experienced, from the first time she didn't trust Su Ming, the most important thing between them, master and disciple, has long been lost. Is she going to lose her Ming-er too? Tears flowed down silently, and the heartbreaking pain hit Bai Qingshan again. Her nose was sore, her hands clenched tightly, her delicate body was trembling slightly in front of Su Ming, but her eyes full of tears where it still stayed on Su Ming's face, unwilling to move away even an inch. In this world, people always have to experience some losses before they understand how precious they are when they have it. But what is lost, with unforgettable pain and scars all over the body, is not so easy to recover. Once, Su Ming's warm and sunny smile filled her entire life, cured her loneliness and pain, and became a bright light that lit the way forward in her dark world. But in the end, she personally pushed her Ming-er into the abyss. I'm sorry Ming-er, I'm sorry. She choked up her apology again in her heart. She didn't even dare to say this in front of Su Ming. She was afraid that her apology would be coldly rejected by Su Ming, which would make her collapse in despair. See here. Su Ming lowered his head slightly, and his dark eyes took in Bai Qingshan's tearful appearance. He pouted speechlessly. Master, what are you causing trouble? Do you want to play role-playing with me? First, Mu Qingyan went crazy. Then Zhou Yaoyao also went crazy. Now his beautiful master will also go crazy, right? It's really difficult. The two little lunatics plus the big lunatic, his master, must not affect his future plans. Bai Qingshan could feel her heartache. She met Su Ming's gaze and shook her head. She tried her best to suppress the tears in her eyes and stop them from flowing out. Finally, she stretched out her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked deeply at Su Ming, said softly. Ming Master just misses you a little bit. Su Ming. First of all, they had been apart for less than 10 minutes. Secondly, in his impression, Bai Qingshan would never say such disgusting words. Finally, something was wrong with Bai Qingshan's eyes, and he seemed really crazy. Su Ming took a step back pretending to be wary. It's late at night, and I'm still going to go back to sleep. Master, don't scare me. If you want to die for love, you can't find your own apprentice. She looked like she was crying, as if she was going to die for her love with someone. Su Ming's face twitched slightly when he saw her. Especially when he felt the majestic spiritual power in Bai Qingshan's body that was like breaking some kind of seal. Su Ming even felt that his beautiful master would not engage in self-destruction if he disagreed with her, right? Nowadays, all the crazy people are so crazy. Each one is more crazy than the last. If you want to go crazy, go to the protagonist of Destiny. Why come to me, the villain? So what? Su Ming replied to her indifferently. No matter what happens in the future, Master will be with you. Only then did she realize that when she wanted to try her best to save her, even if Su Ming was really standing in front of her, the distance between them was so far that she despaired. Certainly, Su Ming is not afraid, he just finds it troublesome, because Bai Qingshan and Lin Changfeng are the key to opening the seal of Tianfeng and finding the ancient imperial soldiers, and he is the villain of this world, suppressed by the law of heaven, and almost all the opportunities with the protagonist of Destiny are the same. Insulation. Therefore, he did not forcefully intervene in Bai Qingshan's affairs. No matter what, his master would not believe him in the end. Instead, he would trust Lin Changfeng, the stupid male protagonist. In the first 5 lives, he had deeply trusted him. In every life trust Bai Qingshan. What will be the final result? Bai Qingshan's face was sad, and her heart ached like a knife. She gritted her teeth. I know you are teaching Hongyu's female disciple to practice, but she has a weak character and was abused by Hongyu since she was a child. In the future, she will inevitably go astray. If you don't, you should be influenced by her. Su Ming didn't know how many times he had heard this. Now that he heard it from Bai Qingshan again, he just felt it was ridiculous. Su Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He just looked at Bai Qingshan standing in front of him with tears in his eyes. He stretched out his hand to touch his chin and said with an indifferent smile, could it be that Master's conscience has revealed that he won't let me marry that person? Junior sister. Tisk, tisk. Su Ming tisked and smiled. Bai Qingshan's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Facing Su Ming's cold gaze, her heart trembled in panic, and even a trace of blood oozed from her tightly biting lower lip. Bai Qingshan was slightly startled. In other words, think of this. After reacting, she hurriedly raised her palm, and a warm white spiritual energy rushed into Su Ming's body, undoing all the previous seals for him. Bai Qingshan hesitated and said, Ming I will never force you to do anything you don't like in the future. You also promise me to move back to Master's place, okay? No matter what happens in the future, you will be there. Master is with you. Forget it. Su Ming's face returned to indifference, and he looked at the looming cabin in the maple forest behind him. Master, you were the one who drove me down in the first place. This disciple feels that living here is much more comfortable than living there. Even if he destroys the space barrier in the entire Tianfeng, the ancient imperial weapon will not appear, because it is an opportunity bound to Lin Changfeng by the law of heaven, and unlike several other ancient imperial weapons that can be used by him to seize it by force, he would only have a chance after waiting for this ancient imperial weapon to appear. Chapter 175 His Back. Bai Qingshan looked at Su Ming with dull eyes. She didn't know how much she hated herself in that reincarnation. Why didn't she believe Su Ming? Why should she bear Ming'er's indifference? Why should she bear all this? Ming'er. Suddenly, Bai Qingshan's eyes changed and became extremely serious. She said softly to Su Ming, "Master, please take you out of here, please. We two masters and disciples will leave Shenyan sect in the northern wilderness territory. Master will take you there. A place where no one can find us. We ignore those people outside and start our lives again." She tried to describe to Su Ming a scene of a warm life between the two masters and apprentices, where no one could disturb her, and tried to change the impression she had on Su Ming at the moment. But halfway through her words, she did not see her in Su Ming's eyes. What he wanted to see, Su Ming's eyes didn't even change at all. He still looked careless, but seemed to be particularly distant from her. But this attitude made Bai Qingshan unbearably heartbroken, and his heart became cold in the next second. "Do you hate me?" Bai Qingshan asked him in a trembling voice. Su Ming didn't answer. He has long since been reluctant to part with this beautiful master, to now he doesn't care. If it weren't for the ancient imperial soldiers, maybe he wouldn't even care about Bai Qingshan when she was attacked by the cold poison. Regardless of how much you trust him now, Su Ming had already heard enough of such words in his fifth reincarnation, and you could even say he was tired of it. How much you trust him now will be ridiculous later. There are still cracks in the broken mirror and the reunion, not to mention the relationship between people. Bai Qingshan used to be like a teacher and a mother in his eyes, and he was also the most respected existence. He was also the person he wanted to save most in reincarnation. Unfortunately, the person he wanted to save the most was also the one who chilled him the most. "Even if I have to leave the Shenyan sect, I won't be with you, Master. The little junior sisters are so fragrant and tender. If I take them away, it will be much more relaxed and comfortable than leaving with you, Master." Su Ming replied with a smile. Bai Qingshan looked at him blankly, feeling an inexplicable pain in her heart. She didn't believe that Su Ming would treat her like this. In countless reincarnations, Su Ming's affection for her was much greater than that of those junior sisters. The relationship between their master and disciple can't be broken off at any time. Ming'er must care about her in her heart. "Master, have you finished speaking?" Su Ming said calmly. She would only secretly take out the portrait she drew for Su Ming when no one was around, and stare at the portrait alone in a daze. Every time she looked at the young man in the portrait, some strange emotions would surge out of her heart, which made her feel sad. She felt ashamed. Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes trembled. She didn't believe that Su Ming would really become such a person. During the reincarnation, she saw with her own eyes that Su Ming treated all the junior fellow apprentices just like a senior brother to a junior fellow apprentice. Care, without any feelings between men and women. Su Ming must have said this deliberately to make her angry. Her gentle and emotional words did not sound like they were spoken by a master and disciple, but seemed to express the unknown deep attachment buried deep in her heart. She knew that such attachment was despised by the world, but now she will never regret what she did today. Bai Qingshan squeezed her hand gently, and she stared at Su Ming's gentle and handsome face like a gentleman in a book, as if she wanted to engrave this face deeply in her heart and never forget it for the rest of her life. Su Ming glanced at her. "We have never met each other before." Su Ming curled his lips. "Master, you are mistaken. Junior sister Zhaofeng was trained by me. At the very least, she only trusts me as my senior brother now. Such a well-behaved and obedient little junior sister can still be warm. The bed warmer is much better than yours, Master." Next moment, she doesn't care about anyone's opinion or what the world thinks of her. Even if she is Su Ming's master, so what? She just wants to accompany her Ming'er for the rest of her life. Su Ming glanced at her coldly, then slowly walked around her and walked towards the maple forest. The two passed by each other, but Bai Qingshan's delicate body trembled slightly. She turned her head, and only Su Ming's eyes remained. The figure walking further and further away. "We, master and disciple, are of the same mind. No matter what difficulties we face, we will face them together. Master will always stand by your side from now on. Even if the sky falls, we will never leave you. But from today on, think of this. Su Ming also heard something wrong in Bai Qingshan's words, but he didn't think about it and just thought that his master had become crazy like Mu Qingyan and Zhou Yaoyao. Bai Qingshan looked up at him, her eyes full of tenderness and attachment. She took the initiative to lower her tone and said, Ming believe me in master, okay. I will go to your Aunt Qin to make it clear to her, and I won't force you to be you. Things I don't like to do. In the past, Bai Qingshan gritted his teeth. Do you hate me so much now that you would rather go back and see Hongyu, that unknown female disciple, than stay with me for one more second? Whoever you want to be with, I won't stop you. I know that you care about Mu Qingyan and other junior sisters like a brother. From now on, I will also accompany you. No one can separate us as master and disciple. Chapter 176 Forced Confinement, Transcending the Relationship Between Master and Disciple. In Bai Qingshan's sight, except for Su Ming's figure, everything else seemed to have changed from color to black and white at this moment. Su Ming's rejection not only made her heartache, but also made her blame herself and feel guilty. Yes, now, she was not qualified to ask for anything from Su Ming. She was not even qualified to be Su Ming's master. But she didn't want Su Ming to misunderstand him for the rest of his life. In reincarnation, everything she did was for that ancient imperial weapon. However, in Su Ming's view, it was like her master was doing it for Lin Changfeng, the so-called son of destiny, and abandoned him. She never thought about abandoning him, she was just blinded by God. She hated it and hated why she couldn't give Ming enough trust. But when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say a word. Although she wanted to beg Su Ming for forgiveness, she didn't want Su Ming to recall the pain and despair he suffered in reincarnation, which would make her collapse too. Maybe in this life, only that which is qualified to be by Ming side. Bai Qingshan felt mixed emotions. She thought about marrying Su Ming and the witch, but for some reason, when this idea came to her mind, her heart felt extremely uncomfortable. The feeling of losing Su Ming made her heartbroken and desperate. If that day really comes, she thought, she might go crazy. Watching Su Ming leave, Bai Qingshan's mind was filled with Su Ming's shadow. She smiled bitterly, and the next second, there seemed to be some broken voice in her ears. She seemed to see something in her apprentice's body. A gray pillar of light reached the sky, trying to break through the shackles of heaven and earth, but was suppressed little by the bright moon in the sky, and finally turned into light spots all over the sky, scattering all over the earth. It seemed, this is Su Ming's final ending. It seems that it is the result of the struggle between her Ming and this world. Suddenly, the scenes of Su Ming's tragic death in reincarnation emerged so clearly from Bai Qingshan's mind. That suffocating feeling came to my heart again. Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, the terrifying anger in her eyes appeared at the same time as the phantom of the ice phoenix, and the cold air in her body surged out desperately. At this moment, she no longer deliberately suppressed the cold air, but allowed the cold air to erode her body. Reasoning, let the ice phoenix in her body devour all the spiritual energy of the world around her. Because only in this way could she have the courage to face Su Ming and her Ming. The other side, Su Ming paused, turned around slowly, and glanced at Bai Qingshan with his dark eyes. Master, how long are you going to make trouble? Who knew the words had just fallen? Bai Qingshan's snow-white figure appeared in front of him, with a chill that made his heart tremble, but he hugged him directly and rushed into his arms. His white jade hands were tightly wrapped around him, and his head was shaking. He rubbed her in his arms again and again, and then slowly raised his hazy eyes, her beautiful eyes unblinking, just staring at him infatuatedly. Su Ming, is this really crazy? Nephrite is warm and fragrant in his arms, especially since his master is an out-and-out beauty. I believe that not many men in this world can resist her temptation. Su Ming can still restrain himself. After all, in his heart, Bai Qingshan always it was his master, the one who raised him since he was a child. Facing Bai Qingshan's obsessed and hazy eyes, Su Ming slowly looked away. Bai Qingshan refused. She looked at Su Ming's familiar facial features close at hand, and felt the warmth transmitted when her body was close to her disciple's. Her beautiful cheeks were instantly stained with a seductive blush, and her heart beat faster. It's a sharp acceleration. Finally, she felt the warmth of Su Ming's body again, and held her Ming in her arms again, and this time, she would never let go. Sudden. Bai Qingshan raised her hands and held Su Ming's neck with force. She moved slightly closer, and her warm and sweet breath hit Su Ming's face. There was no hesitation in her eyes, but only the deep love for her apprentice, of love and distress. This moment, it seemed that the relationship between her and Su Ming was no longer a simple master-disciple relationship. In other words, the relationship between her and Su Ming had gradually surpassed something. Su Ming coughed lightly. Bai Qingshan ignored him, and even when he wanted to break free, he used the ice spiritual power in his body to tightly imprison their bodies together. Ming Master won't stop you from doing anything you want, but I won't let you leave my side. No matter where you go in the future, I will accompany you. She spoke slowly, her voice was extremely gentle, as if all her tenderness was given to her apprentice at this moment. Su Ming exhaled gently, his eyes glanced to the side. Just when Bai Qingshan was about to close her beautiful eyes and want to do something to Su Ming, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a woman's figure from the corner of his eye, which made her whole body tremble. In the dark maple forest, the two masters and apprentices hugged each other tightly. On the side path, Zhang Mengxuan was particularly embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red unconsciously. Bai Qingshan naturally knew that he was senior brother Su Ming's master, but at the moment, senior brother Su Ming and his master, actually. Zhang Mengxuan's heart trembled slightly, but then she realized something was wrong, because the spiritual power of senior brother Su Ming seemed to be suppressed by the cold air around Bai Qingshan, and looking at the expression on senior brother's face, he was obviously unwilling. Is this still Bai Qingshan? It's really shameful. Boom. His attitude towards Zhang Mengxuan at this moment was completely different from the way he treated Bai Qingshan just now, which made the latter feel a sudden pain in his heart. Senior brother Su Ming was forced by his master. You are welcome. Zhang Mengxuan shook her head slightly, but looked at Bai Qingshan with some fear. Su Ming took the opportunity to put some distance between himself and Bai Qingshan, and also ducked out of the maple forest. He couldn't understand that the master who always talked about justice would actually hurt people at will. Su Ming stretched out his hand to help Zhang Mengxuan up. Looking at the fiancé who originally belonged to the male protagonist, he said warmly, "Are you okay?" Zhang Mengxuan shook her head in confusion, and then sniffed the cool and pleasant scent of Su Ming's body. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush, and then she looked up at senior brother Su's handsome and charming face. She blushed and said quickly, thank you, senior brother." Sure enough, she saw senior brother Su's master staring at her coldly, and the coldness in his eyes made her delicate body tremble. She felt inexplicably angry for senior brother Su Ming. Senior brother Su was a talented young man who had a great future in the future. How could he be ruined by his master like this? The terrifying ice spiritual power instantly whipped up a gust of wind, directly sucking Zhang Mengxuan into the wind, and then flew out, falling heavily outside the maple forest. Su Ming leaned closer to her and explained jokingly, "You also know that my master has a bad temper. Especially now, there will always be a few days when he is in a bad mood. Don't mind." So, this discovery made Zhang Mengxuan's eyes change when she looked at Bai Qingshan. A master actually forced his disciple to want to do that shameful thing. Neither of them knew what Zhang Mengxuan was thinking. Su Ming didn't care anyway. He looked at Zhang Mengxuan and gently opened Bai Qingshan's hand. Just as he was about to speak out, Bai Qingshan gritted his teeth slightly and glanced at Zhang Mengxuan with cold eyes. Zhang Mengxuan was stunned. Chapter 177. Some things cannot be shared with others. No matter what, Zhang Mengxuan is only a girl of 18 or 19 years old. In front of Bai Qingshan, she always looks much immature. In terms of cultivation and strength, she is naturally not as good as Bai Qingshan. She just couldn't figure out why senior brother Su's master felt so wrong. She just said a few words to senior brother Su, and was stared at coldly like this, as if she had robbed Bai Qingshan of something precious. But senior brother Su is obviously her disciple. Thinking of the scene where Bai Qingshan imprisoned senior brother Su, Zhang Mengxuan was a little frightened. She quickly stood up, cupped her fists and saluted Bai Qingshan. Junior Zhang Mengxuan has met peak master Bai. The words fell. Bai Qingshan's delicate and beautiful face still looks cold, but between her eyebrows, there is a faint ice phoenix light pattern looming, which actually makes her feel cold and mysterious at this moment. In terms of appearance and temperament, a cool, mature and charming beauty like Bai Qingxian is indeed not comparable to the current Zhang Mengxuan. After all, the difference in figure is there. Su Ming quietly compared them. He boldly looked towards the beautiful master's breasts, which were squeezed to reveal a plump curve. Apart from other things, his master's plump and beautiful figure was indeed rare. Sensing Su Ming's gaze, Bai Qingxian felt a rare panic. Then he quickly suppressed the panic, but his cold cheeks still couldn't help but blush. This look seems even more tempting. After she regained consciousness, she glanced at Zhang Mengxuan coldly. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Mengxuan couldn't say anything anymore. She originally wanted to tell senior brother Su Ming first. After all, if Lin Changfeng lied to her, senior brother Su, a good person like him, would definitely keep it a secret for her. It won't make her laugh. But if you talk to Bai Qingxian now, the nature will be different. Seeing Zhang Mengxuan's hesitant look, Bai Qingxian snorted in her heart. In the reincarnation, she had long known the relationship between this woman and Lin Changfeng. She was originally Lin Changfeng's fiancée. Although she had come to break off the engagement, she still refused in the end. He was not coaxed by Lin Changfeng into siding with Lin Changfeng. She would never allow Ming to have contact with such a woman. Seeing Bai Qingxian's eyes became even colder, Su Ming gently patted Zhang Mengxuan's shoulder. When the girl looked over with a puzzled face, he chuckled and said, "Junior sister Zhang is here to see me, right?" "Uh-huh." Zhang Mengxuan nodded quickly without thinking. Bai Qingxian's beautiful eyes jumped. Su Ming shrugged towards the beautiful master. "Master, junior sister Zhang is a guest of the sect. Can you treat her better?" "I don't know. I thought you didn't welcome her." "Ming-er, Bai Qingxian just wanted to explain." Su Ming interrupted, his eyes teasing, "No matter what she is like, I feel that I am very compatible with her. Master, if you have nothing to do, please go back first, and don't disturb junior sister Zhang and I's late-night talk." Hearing Su Ming's frivolous and joking words, Bai Qingxian felt very uncomfortable and even felt uncomfortable breathing. She should be the one closest to Ming-er. Seeing Bai Qingxian refused to leave, Su Ming curled his lips, and with the cute expression on the girl beside him, he put his arms around her shoulders, turned around with her, and walked toward another path filled with silver light. Under the moonlight, his gentle and concerned voice came. "Junior sister Zhang, were you not injured just now?" Zhang Mengxuan's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her face even felt a little hot. She tried her best to avoid Su Ming's gaze, but she would always look up at him unconsciously. When her eyes made contact, she hurriedly lowered her head, her face filled with tears. "It's a blush." The smell of senior brother Su always made her want to indulge in it. With Su Ming's scent lingering between her nostrils, Zhang Mengxuan couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Senior brother Su Ming is so gentle. Is it for her? When she thought of this, the heart of the girl who had never been in love trembled violently, her cheeks were still red, and her eyes were full of shyness. Their backs gradually disappeared in the moonlight. Bai Qingxian was stunned on the spot. She didn't know whether it was jealousy or Su Ming's attitude towards Zhang Mengxuan, which made her feel lonely and bitter. She stared blankly at the two of them leaving. The heartbreaking feeling suddenly made her very uncomfortable. The top of the 7 peaks. Outside the white jade attic. The breeze blew by Qingxian's pure white dress and black hair. She stood on the top of the cliff, her cold eyes staring quietly into the distance, as if there was no focus in her eyes. Her exquisite and graceful mature body was reflected in the white and elegant snow. Set off by the skirt, it looks even more attractive. Only, there was no expression on her cold and unparalleled face at this moment. After standing there for a long time, she finally stretched out her jade hand and placed it on her towering right breast. "Feel the heartbeat, feeling the discomfort and pain in my heart." Suddenly everything became clear. She wanted her Ming to live a carefree life, even if she spent everything she had, she didn't care. But, how could she be willing to share some things with others? Shuaner. Behind her, Qinru walked over slowly and said with a worried look, "Since Xiaoming is unwilling, we shouldn't force him. Don't let Yar and I affect the relationship between your master and apprentice." Bai Qingxian shook his head gently. "You don't understand." Qinru smiled bitterly. Xiaoming is a good boy. If you hurt his heart because of this incident, I'm afraid he won't trust you as a master in the future. I have also thought about it and will leave Beijing with Yar tomorrow. Wilderness. When he heard Qin say she was leaving, Bai Qingshan just turned around and looked at her deeply. Qin exhaled and said, "Didn't you say that there is a medical emperor in the Dongshuan snow region who can save Yar? I will take Yar to the Dongshuan snow region. No matter whether I can find the medical emperor or not, I will go try it." Bai Qingshan shook his head. "Even if we find her, she won't take action. Not to mention Qin, even the ancestors of their ancient Bai clan might not be able to ask the medical emperor to take action." Qin smiled softly. "You have to give it a try. It was me who made Yar become like this. Even if nothing can be changed in the end, at least I will atone for her sins and have a clear conscience." Qin words. But Bai Qingshan fell silent. Even Qin knew she had to atone for her disciples' sins. But what about her? When will Herming be willing to forgive her? The other side, on the mountain path filled with moonlight, Zhang Mengxuan told Su Ming everything Lin Changfeng told her verbatim. Finally, she hesitated and said, "Brother Su, I don't know whether what Lin Changfeng said is true or false, but if there is really any disaster, why didn't even the hidden strong men in Wangcheng notice it? It's not that she can't believe it. And this thing is so incredible." Su Ming touched his chin and took a deep look at Zhang Mengxuan, which made the girl next to him blush. He finally said jokingly, "That person named Lin is indeed very problematic, but junior sister Zhang came to me just to say something. Is this the case?" Zhang Mengxuan nodded confusedly. After reacting, she blushed and shook her head. Chapter 178 Senior Brother, do you have a girl you like? In fact, Zhang Mengxuan was not sure whether Lin Changfeng was lying to her, but when she told Su Ming about it, looking at the indifferent expression on his senior brother's face, she would rather believe Su Ming than go. "I believe Lin Changfeng. How can there be any disaster? If there really was a world-destroying natural disaster, those powerful men in the northern wasteland would have no idea what the chaos would be like." Thinking of this, Zhang Mengxuan met Su Ming's gaze. She blushed and felt a little embarrassed. After all, not only had she disturbed senior brother Su so late at night, but she also accidentally saw that senior brother Su's master wanted to do that to him. Anyone who bumped into this kind of thing would be shocked. She couldn't believe it just now. It was obvious that senior brother Su's master looked as cold as snow, but she didn't expect that under the cold and stunning appearance, he actually. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. The more she thought about it, the redder her face would become. Su Ming could probably guess Zhang Mengxuan's thoughts. He pretended to sigh and change the subject. "Junior sister Zhang, actually, many things cannot be taken at face value. My master. Senior brother, you don't need to say anything, I understand everything." Zhang Mengxuan quickly cut off his words, with an expression on her face that she understood, and defended Su Ming. "I heard my father say before that many people can't see through their appearance alone. It depends on her inner thoughts, especially the older a woman is, the more likely she is to hide her inner fetishes. If senior brother is not happy here, why not follow me back to the Zhang family, so that your master will never be able to find you for the rest of his life?" Su Ming was surprised. "Is your father telling you this?" Zhang Mengxuan was shy. "My father secretly told me when my mother was practicing in seclusion." Su Ming. Awesome. This is a person with a story. He looked at Zhang Mengxuan's beautiful and heroic face. At this moment, there was still a red blush on her cheeks. She looked beautiful. The fragrance of a girl was indeed different from that of a mature woman. Especially this girl has a fresh and clean ponytail. When she walks, the ponytail sways gently, tempting people to want to put their hands on it and control her. "Junior sister Zhang." Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Zhang Mengxuan looked up at him. When she came into contact with Su Ming's deep black eyes, she seemed to see the bright stars in them, and even saw her own figure in the bright stars. This made her heart tremble. The next second he was completely stunned. Su Ming looked at her with a smile. It took a long time for Zhang Mengxuan to come back to her senses. She blushed and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Ming again. She was shy. Su Ming looked embarrassed. Zhang Mengxuan could feel her heartbeat speeding up, and her heart felt more like a deer beating wildly. However, she gritted her teeth and suppressed the throbbing emotions. For her now, cultivation is the most important thing. She is a member of this generation of the Zhang family. Hope cannot be stopped by the love between men and women. After struggling with her thoughts for a long time, Zhang Mengxuan finally dared to raise her head again and meet Su Ming's gaze. "Senior brother Su, do you have a girl you like?" Her character is destined to not be as coy as those other girls. She will speak out whatever is on her mind and never likes to hide it. Su Ming was a little surprised when Zhang Mengxuan asked him this question. He wanted to play with this girl, but he didn't expect that she would take the lead in attacking him. In Zhang Mengxuan's extremely serious expression, Su Ming reached out and gently stroked her hair. He picked up a strand of silky hair with his fingers, stared into her eyes, and smiled softly. "Yes." "Uh-huh." Zhang Mengxuan's pretty face instantly turned red. She faced Su Ming's gaze and was a little afraid to look at this senior brother. Finally, she hurriedly turned around and said in a panic, I can't do it, senior brother Su, I can't do it now." "Yes, after the All Souls Festival in Wangcheng." Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly ran away in shyness, and her pretty figure disappeared at the end of the path after a while. Staring at Zhang Mengxuan's leaving figure, the smile on Su Ming's face gradually faded. He reached out and took a fallen leaf next to him. He held the fallen leaf between his two fingers and flicked it lightly. The fallen leaf carrying green light cut through the sky, and a blurry female figure was outlined above his head. When Su Ming slowly raised his eyes and his eyes came into contact with the female figure, most of the hidden anger in his eyes dissipated in an instant, and there was only a faint trace of tenderness left in his eyes. If there is a girl who is willing to risk her life to protect you when your life is at its lowest, or even the darkest, there is no doubt that her love cannot be shaken by anyone. Even though she was a witch despised by everyone in the world, she was the only light in Su Ming's heart that could persist in his 5 reincarnations. Ding! The heroine Zhang Mengxuan's favorability towards the host is +10. The system automatically starts the side mission of conquering the female protagonist. The host snatches the male protagonist's fiancé. If his behavior conforms to the villain setting, he will be rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Su Ming frowned, then scoffed. He also couldn't understand that Zhang Mengxuan would actually have a crush on him as a villain. In the setting of this fantasy world, shouldn't she only have a crush on the protagonist of Destiny? After breaking off the engagement, she was defeated by Lin Changfeng, and in some plots in the middle, he was rescued from the demon sect by Lin Changfeng, and finally fell in love with Lin Changfeng. But, the plot is the plot, and Su Ming will naturally not believe these women. In Su Ming's eyes, they are just tools to earn villain points. Chapter 179: The Existence That Caused Dark Turmoil in the Ancient Dark Ages. Time passed and the dark night passed quickly. Shenyang sect also ushered in a new dawn. In the stone pavilion, Su Ming held the spirit pattern pen in his right hand and moved the pen on the scroll on the stone table. As the pen tip fell, I could see that in the scroll, it seemed that a picture of stars, mountains and rivers was gradually taking shape. Under the dark stars, countless majestic mountains crisscrossed like hidden dragons, and in the sparkling river abyss, as if something terrifying wanted to break through the restraints, causing an astonishing wave, and slowly walked out of the scroll. Just as Su Ming sketched out the last stroke and slowly raised his pen, a small white jade-like hand suddenly stretched out and blocked his eyes. Su Ming gently patted the jade hand away. "Don't make trouble." Su Qingning puffed her lips. "Which is more important, me or your paintings?" Su Ming was silent. Then he looked back. The girl behind him stood up pretty, her beautiful hand grasping the spirit pattern pen placed on the stone table, her beautiful white cheeks focused on him, her pretty face staring at him with great seriousness. Su Ming smiled and reached out to stroke Su Qingning's hair. "Didn't you say that your father is urging you to go back?" Su Qingning poked Su Ming's arm with the tip of her pen. "I'm leaving soon." "Do you really want me to leave here?" Su Ming calmly shook his head. Su Qingning breathed a sigh of relief. She put down the spirit pattern pen and put her arms around Su Ming's arms. Her beautiful eyes curiously looked at the scroll on the stone table. "Is this a spirit formation? It feels so strange." From the scroll, she could even feel an extraordinarily majestic fluctuation of spiritual power. It was as if something was inside trying to break through the seal and escape. One of Su Ming's arms was held by Su Qingning. He used his other hand to gently roll up the painting in front of him and said casually, "I have nothing to do, just draw for fun." Su Qingning felt the majestic spiritual power faintly emanating from the scroll. She didn't know why, but she always had a bad feeling in her heart. However, seeing that Su Ming didn't want to talk, she didn't ask any more questions. "I'm about to leave. Don't you have anything to say to me?" She looked at Su Ming softly with her beautiful eyes, filled with the shadow of the man in front of her. Su Ming thought for a while, then nodded. "Bon voyage." Laugh. Su Qingning bit her arm hard. Su Ming was helpless. "You didn't bite when I asked you to, but you bit happily when I didn't." Su Qingning blushed and said angrily, "You will make me angry." Su Ming stretched out his hand and pinched her fair cheek. "Don't act coquettishly. It's not like we won't meet each other anymore. You will be the queen of the 9 realms in the future. What will your people think of you when they see you like this?" "I don't care what other people think." Su Qingning stared at him with her mouth raised. "I just want you to always like me and love me like you do now. I don't care about anything else." Hear the words. Su Ming was silent for a moment, and then stared at her with a pair of black eyes. "What's wrong?" Su Qingning tilted her head and looked at Su Ming with a smile, her eyes filled with a faint light. Su Ming shook his head. How could she understand some things now? Su Qingning's eyes were suddenly full of reluctance, and her hands unconsciously hugged Su Ming tightly. "I don't want to be separated from you at all." But she had to go. She has the future of the entire Su family's royal family on her shoulders. Su Ming finally allowed the Su family's royal family to rule the 9 realms. She must inherit the Su family's imperial lineage. Otherwise, what qualifications will she have to stand beside Su Ming in the future? Around. The two of them stayed together in the stone pavilion for a long time. However, Su Qingning soon felt the call from her father and the ancestors of the Su family, which made her feel particularly uncomfortable about the upcoming separation from Su Ming. Not long after, a space door suddenly formed behind her. At the foot of the 7 peaks, next to a boulder, Lin Changfeng, who was sitting cross-legged here to recover from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the position on the mountainside. In front of him, the phantom of the sword master condensed out, with a look of emotion on his face. "It's such a familiar fluctuation of spiritual power. When I was young, I traveled to the 9 regions of Badian, and I had an old relationship with the previous head of the Su family there. I didn't expect to feel the aura of the Su family's royal family now." Lin Changfeng was surprised. The Su family's royal family. The sword master guessed. Perhaps, there are strong people in the 9 regions who noticed something was wrong with the northern wilderness territory, and then sent people to investigate. However, why was that breath able to leave the northern wilderness territory? Hasn't the northern wilderness territory been destroyed? Are people on lockdown? Nowadays, the northern wilderness territory can only be entered but not exited. Even the sword master feels a wave of heart palpitations. They still don't know what the mysterious strong man who released the ancient demon wants to do. This also makes the sword master the place where Zun is afraid. If that is a super devil from ancient times, it will be a huge disaster for the entire northern spiritual realm. By then, let alone those super big regions, I am afraid that even the saints of the central continent will be helpless. After all, in the ancient times of this world, no one knew whether the world-destroying demons that countless ancient emperors had sealed with their lives had quietly broken through the seal and reappeared in the world. This is also what scares the sword master. Even in his time, even the top geniuses and monsters were not afraid of those demons who had caused dark turmoil in ancient times. Abyss Void Emperor, Heavenly Evil Ghost Emperor, Immortal God King, and the domineering Empress who ruled the world tens of thousands of years ago, the 9 heavens Zon Empress. The name of each one is enough to scare countless strong men. They are people who do whatever they want, never care about the rules of heaven and earth, and even want to go against heaven and earth, and are eventually punished by heaven. Now that the Dark Age has come to an end, they have long since fallen into the long river of history. But, how could existences like them, who dominated the past and the present, truly fall so easily? Then every existence must have a heaven-defying method to allow their souls to be reborn until the modern era. So, the Sword Master suspected that these strange things that happened in the northern wilderness territory were probably a series of events triggered by the soul of an ancient demon emperor who was about to resurrect. Or, these things themselves were controlled by a certain ancient demon emperor, and the 10 ancient demons were also released by him. If that's the case, he gasped, even if they seal all the ancient demons, they can't prevent the birth of the ancient demon emperor at all, unless Zi Wuji, the purple-robed chess saint who saved Lin Changfeng, appears in the northern wasteland and uses great means to find the demon emperor's corpse, destroy it, otherwise. This disaster of heaven and earth. There is no way to avoid it. The Sword Master was completely silent. Lin Changfeng saw that his injuries were almost recovered. He stood up from the ground, with a look of confidence on his face, and suddenly looked towards the direction of Yifeng, and then said coldly, "Master, it's time to find Chaos Qinglian. Those 10 ancient demons are still waiting for us to seal them." Suddenly I heard Lin Changfeng's words. The Sword Lord's originally silent heart suddenly jumped. He lowered his head and stared deeply at Lin Changfeng. This apprentice was carefully selected by him and carries the destiny of heaven that no one can match. Perhaps, he will be the one to crack the key to all this, is that as long as he is trained, he might even be able to compete with those ancient demon emperors. Chapter 180. If your master comes, he will definitely punish you again. The first peak of Shenyang sect, Yunshao Hall. Today, the elders' meeting was held at the first peak. 3 core disciples from the first peak came to the 7th peak. Su Ming, the top disciple of the 7th peak, was brought to the first peak by them for the crime of endangering the sect. When Su Ming arrived in front of the first peak hall and slowly stepped into it under the leadership of 3 core disciples. A glance out of the corner of my eye. In front of the stone statue of Ancestor Shenyang in the middle of the hall, there are a dozen elders of Keqing who have been practicing in seclusion all year round, the peak masters of the 7 main peaks, and the 6 law enforcement elders of the 9th peak, as well as the core members of each main peak. Elders, all are present. The entire hall was filled with the pressure of an incomparably powerful spiritual power. The entire hall was packed with seats. All the elders' sharp gazes were cast on Su Ming in an instant, with a look of astonishment. "Oh, what a big scene." Su Ming clicked his tongue and smiled. He raised his eyes slightly and saw a young man in black at the back of the hall. The young man was also staring at him with gritted teeth. There was clearly suppressed anger in his eyes, but he controlled it very well and did not show much. Saw Su Ming appear, Lin Changfeng's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly clasped his fists towards Qi Yuan, who was sitting in the front seat, and said, "Elder, I have witnessed with my own eyes that Kaifeng's senior brother Su Ming instigated junior sister Mu Qingyan to practice evil arts, causing her to become crazy. After being broken by me, he still wanted to kill me and silence me, and even asked Mu Qingyan to attack me. Fortunately, I had the life-saving means left by my master, so I was able to escape. Also, last night I accidentally met Zhou Yaoyao, the junior sister of Yifeng. I don't know why, but the junior sister suddenly said that she was going to Kaifeng to find Su Ming, and then disappeared. I even suspect that junior sister Yaoyao has been harmed by this scumbag Su Ming." Lin Changfeng was filled with righteous indignation and glared at Su Ming. "I ask the great elder and all the elders here to judge. Su Ming has evil intentions and it is known to everyone that he insulted junior sister. If he does not hand over junior sister Yaoyao, not only will he be harmed in the end. It's the sect's reputation, and it can even harm the lives of all the sect's disciples." Hear what Lin Changfeng said. Qi Yuan had no expression on his face and said nothing. An elder in gray robes suddenly burst out with powerful spiritual pressure towards Su Ming. He coldly snorted at Qi Yuan. "I have reminded Du Kanghai a long time ago that this son has bad conduct and licentious behavior and will never become a great person. Mu Qingyan is a bloodline of the Mu family and has the qualifications of an empress, but now he has caused trouble and gone crazy. If the Mu family comes people, let me see how you explain it." Qi Yuan exhaled softly. "Elder Zhao, what does this mean?" "What do you mean? What do you think I mean? Instead of talking about Mu Qingyan, I just said that Wangcheng Lehei guard came to our Shenyang sect. In the end, the Chen family and Chen Zi were harmed by this son's forbidden curse. Just one Chen family is not something our Shenyang sect can deal with. If we don't hand him over, do you want the entire sect to be buried with him? Qi Yuan fell silent, but all the other catching elders stared deeply at Su Ming, with a hint of covetousness clearly shining in their eyes. A short catching elder said directly, "Since Su Ming is a disciple of our Shenyan sect, divine objects such as the talisman forbidden curse and the divine weapon Xuantian mirror cannot be placed on one of his disciples. They should be handed over to us elders for safekeeping." As soon as these words came out, all the elders agreed. Yes, he must hand over the forbidden magic talisman. There is also the divine weapon Xuantian mirror. Just because this divine weapon caused us to have a grudge against the Xuantian sword sect, how can the divine weapon be placed on him? His own problems haven't been resolved yet. My suggestion is to have him turn in all the things related to the talismans, forbidden spells and magic weapons, and then put him in the peak dungeon to wait for the fate of the Chen family in the deserted city. All the guest elders have almost unanimous opinions. They all stood on Lin Changfeng's side. In other words, they all chose to believe Lin Changfeng. This made Lin Changfeng sneer in his heart, and he looked at Su Ming. A feeling of pride suddenly arose in his heart, and he felt that Su Ming was nothing more than that in his eyes. But, among all the elders, Hong Yu, a charming and beautiful female elder dressed in red, gracefully crossed her long legs, supported her chin with two jade hands, and stared at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes without blinking, as if in her eyes there was only the figure of the young man at the bottom of the hall, and she sneered at the words of the elders around her. Lin Changfeng secretly glanced at Hong Yu and saw that this woman didn't even look at him from beginning to end. Jealousy instantly rose in his heart. Obviously he should be the center of attention of these women. Who is that Su Ming? Without him, Lin Changfeng, the entire northern wasteland would be destroyed. By then, these women would not even know how they died. Can Su Ming save them? Ridiculous. At that time, it is not up to him to save everyone. He, Lin Changfeng, is the savior of this northern wilderness. He really wants to know, on the day when he sealed the 10 ancient demons, Hong Yu and those other women judging from the look in his eyes, it should be wonderful. Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth and sneered. He really wanted to see the regretful expressions on Hong Yu and other women's faces, regretting that they didn't look at him more at this time, and then step on that Su Ming in front of them to see what the faces of these women would look like. Sensing Lin Changfeng's gaze, Su Ming raised his eyes and glanced at him, just in time to see him sneer and glance at Hong Yu secretly, and then found that Hong Yu was staring directly at him. Su Ming smiled in his heart. This Lin Changfeng really had it. The common problem of the protagonists in most fantasy novel worlds is lust. Hong Yu originally has that kind of charming and alluring temperament, charming yet cold, like a rose with thorns. In this life, he has carefully watered it, making it not only more charming, but also more mature and charming, which man wouldn't want to conquer her after seeing her. Meet Su Ming's gaze. Hong Yu's eyes flashed with tenderness. She supported her head with both hands, looked at Su Ming with a smile, and exhaled softly and said, "These guys are very noisy. If I weren't afraid that killing them would affect your affairs, I would have killed them one by one for you." Su Ming shook his head and smiled. "There's no rush." Hong Yu glanced around the hall, and then continued, "Your master is not here today. If she were here, she would definitely believe them when she heard these people say this about you, and then she would be the first to punish you. Isn't that what happened in the beginning, and even made me unable to see you for 3 months?" Mentioned by Qingshan, Su Ming let out a breath. Of course he knew that in the face of the unreasonable accusations made by Lin Changfeng and many other elders, his master, who always talked about doing the right way, must be on the side of Lin Changfeng, and then severely punished his disciple. A punishment. He has long been used to it. In the first 5 lives, in which life did he not have deep expectations for Bai Qingshan, expecting her to trust him, even if it was just once, he felt it was enough, but what? No, not once. So now, it doesn't matter anymore. The other side, Hong Yu was the object of admiration among many young elders. Suddenly, when they saw Su Ming smiling frivolously at the elder Hong Yu in front of everyone, all the young elders suddenly became angry. "Su Ming, please pay attention to your words and deeds," an elder accused him with a dark face. Su Ming shrugged. "Is there something wrong with my words and deeds? You have no respect for your superiors. How dare you say you don't have any problems? Oh, Su Ming nodded. You, the elder choked, and his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 181 Judgment Conference, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Empress first appears. A round-faced elder sitting next to Qi Yuan glanced at several young elders, and finally looked at Hongyu. He cleared his throat and said, Elder Hongyu, I heard that the female disciple you adopted since childhood it's an evil cultivation physique. Let alone cultivation, such a physique is not allowed to even have contact with spiritual power. But how could any disciple see her practicing with Su Ming? When Feng Qingling was mentioned, all the elders' expressions suddenly darkened. In a prestigious sect like their Shenyan sect, any evil cultivators were not allowed to exist, and even had to be completely eliminated. However, Su Ming was lucky enough to take it upon himself to teach that girl. In cultivation, they simply don't take the elders seriously. Before the round-faced elder finished speaking, he glanced at Su Ming coldly and continued to accuse. Su Ming, did you instruct your junior sister Mu Qingyan to attack Lin Changfeng yesterday, or even want to kill him? Did you know that Lin Changfeng was brought into the sect by that ghost elder? If something happens to him, do you think he can spare you? If you don't tell me the truth today, don't blame me for being ruthless. After his words fell, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became cold and solemn. A pressure of spiritual power belonging to a peak Nirvana realm expert instantly blessed Su Ming, as if he was using his spiritual power to force Su Ming, who had looked indifferent throughout the whole process, to kneel in the main hall. Directly behind the main hall, seeing Su Ming being targeted by all the elders, Lin Changfeng showed a proud smile on his face. He took a step forward, stared at Su Ming who seemed unmoved, gritted his teeth and sneered. I would like to inform all elders that this junior was rescued by junior's sister Yao Yao outside the spiritual medicine garden yesterday. We have a mutual affection for each other. Who knew that Su Ming took junior's sister Yao Yao away and hid him because he was jealous of me? Elders, please tell me. Hear this. Even Qi Yuan looked at Su Ming in shock. He naturally knew Su Ming's character and liked to bully those junior sisters, so he saw that the junior sister who had been bullied by him was suddenly with other men and even fell in love with them. He will also have some jealousy, which is normal. But arresting people out of jealousy is very abnormal. Qi Yuan took a deep breath and looked down the hall with a serious face. Su Ming, is what Lin Changfeng said true? You kidnapped Yifeng's female disciple Zhou Yaoyao because of jealousy. Tell it like it is. His tone was not serious, but the majestic pressure contained in those words swept across the entire hall in an instant. Now in this hall, on the surface, Qi Yuan is the one with the highest level of cultivation, and only he and Hongyu in the audience are the real spiritual masters, so as soon as the aura of the spiritual master comes out, everyone's expressions can't help but change a bit. Hongyu's beautiful eyes lightly glanced at Qi Yuan, and with a gentle wave of her jade hand, the pressure of the spirit master that was shrouding Su Ming disappeared in an instant. When Qi Yuan looked at her with surprise on his face, Hongyu covered her mouth and yawned, then crossed her beautiful legs gracefully, playing with her fingernails, and said coldly, You people are really good at identifying other people's crimes based on just one word. Elder Hongyu, you are covering up Su Ming. The round-faced elder next to Qi Yuan accused angrily. Lin Changfeng also stared at Hongyu with some reluctance. Why would such a stunning beauty prefer to believe in that villain Su Ming rather than him? Su Ming is a scumbag who wantonly bullies his junior sister. Why should he? Lin Changfeng clenched his fists. At this moment, he deeply felt that Su Ming was a threat. If it weren't for Su Ming, the divine weapon Xuantian mirror should have been his opportunity, and Ning Xiaoxiao, who had the best furnace physique, should also be by his side. But Su Ming intercepted all of this, which made him how can I balance my mind? And the seductive beauty Hongyu in front of him was obviously leaning towards Su Ming. He really couldn't figure out what this Su Ming could do that deserved Hongyu's help. However, just as Lin Changfeng looked towards Hongyu, he saw a cold look suddenly flashing through Hongyu's beautiful eyes. With a move of her jade hand, a blood-red long whip suddenly flew out, twisting the neck of the round-faced elder. With a flick of her hand, she directly pulled the latter from his seat. Boom! The round-faced elder's head hit the ground hard, and his orifices bleed instantly. Most of the bones in his head were broken. While he was wailing in pain, his neck was deeply dug into the flesh by Hongyu's long whip, and he did not dare to move. Half a point. Su Ming is mine. Even if his master Bai Qingshan comes today, no one can touch him. I said so. The cold voice echoed throughout the hall, as Hongyu's words fell. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. All the elders looked at each other with shock on their faces. They simply couldn't understand that Su Ming was just a disciple of Kaifeng. He couldn't compete with Hongyu Bapul. What could they have to do with each other? Lin Changfeng, who was at the back of the hall, couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Hongyu was so blatantly shielding Su Ming, which made him crazy with jealousy. It was unclear why every woman he fell in love with was related to this Su Ming. He is not willing to accept the relationship. Under everyone's gaze, Hongyu curled her lips, not even bothering to look at the round-faced elder who was wailing in pain. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Ming with a hint of playfulness, and her plump and attractive red lips were slightly raised. Su Ming understood what she meant. Although Hongyu is a mature and charming beauty, in fact, when she is with Su Ming, she is no different from a little woman who likes to act coquettishly. Her playful smile seems to be saying to Su Ming, "My man, only I can bully." Su Ming was a little amused and whispered, "Are you childish?" Hongyu replied arrogantly, "So what if you are naive? It won't affect your plan anyway. If they dare to bully my man, I will kill them." To be honest, I'm afraid it's hard for a man not to like Hongyu like this. Su Ming originally wanted to complete the mission of being a villain, but also to use the yin and yang dual cultivation method to improve his cultivation. Now he came close to using her, and even thought about using her after using her. Throw it aside. As a result, Hongyu's whole heart was focused on him. As time went by, Su Ming himself didn't know whether he cared about this woman or not. Anyway, when he was with Hongyu, he was relaxed physically and mentally. Maybe, unconsciously, he cared about it. At the head of the hall, Qi Yuan had a dark face and said coldly, "Elder Hongyu, according to the sect's rules, Su Ming secretly taught the disciples of the evil nuns to practice, and he should have been tried by the elders, assembly. This is a well-known thing, and you as a sect elder, you should lead by example. What's more, once the charges are proven, do you even want to be involved? The Chen family in Wangcheng will immediately send people to Shenyang sect. By then, this elder will not be able to protect you." He just finished speaking. Before Hongyu could answer, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "Great elder, it's not good. There is a female disciple from Kaifeng who is holding a magic harp and has already rushed outside the main hall. She also threatened that whoever dares to touch her senior brother, she will slaughter the entire sect." As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Even Su Ming was a little surprised. He glanced outside the hall with his deep black eyes. His gaze penetrated the space, past the countless disciples and law enforcement elders outside the hall, and finally landed on a figure with a petite figure but a cold face. Feng Qingling. The girl stood there quietly, with an ancient and mysterious pattern emerging between her white eyebrows. Her hair was like a waterfall of black hair dancing in the air, and her stubborn eyes were gradually dyed with bright starlight. Although she was still young, she was still as beautiful as a fairy at this moment. The unparalleled ethereal aura on her body made the whole person behind her even more beautiful. The whole world was eclipsed by it. Wrong. This is not Feng Qingling. This is the arrogant and domineering Nine Heavens mysterious queen from ancient times. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Not far behind him, Lin Changfeng also saw Feng Qingling through the sword master's pupil technique. When he saw the stunning girl who walked out of a scroll, he was stunned, and his eyes were full of surprise. "Recently, I'm preparing for thesis defense and looking for a job. I can't even afford to write a novel, but I will continue to write more." Chapter 182 Empress Zon's Memory, Secrets from Hundreds of Thousands of Years Ago. What a pure bloodline of the Empress. This girl is not simple. The sword master transformed into a phantom, directly controlled Lin Changfeng's body, and took him away from the main peak hall. His body was suspended in midair, and he looked at Feng Qingling with shock on his face. A few quarters of an hour later, the bell at the top of the Shenyang sect rang loudly, and countless disciples and elders swarmed in. Qi Yuan flew into the air with a group of elders from the law enforcement hall, and looked at Feng Qingling with a dark face. Seeing the latter's expression, the charming and stubborn face made him angry again. Last time, Mu Qingyan went crazy and captured Yifeng's disciples and tortured them wantonly. Now is it Feng Qingling's turn. Will she be finished? Directly in front of the main hall. Affected by the magic piano in Feng Qingling's hand just now, many disciples and elders fell to the side and kept vomiting blood. Their faces were extremely pale, their breath became even weaker, and they looked like they were seriously injured. Qi Yuan's face was ashen. He turned back and glared at Hongyu angrily. Elder Hongyu, this is the good disciple you raised. With such evil nature, how can the sect tolerate her? Hongyu glanced at Feng Qingling in the distance, raised her eyebrows, and sneered, if you have the ability, go catch her yourself. Qi Yuan, elder of the law enforcement hall, feeling the increasingly intense cold murderous intent outside the main hall, under the gaze of everyone, Feng Qingling lowered her head quietly. Her aura-filled eyes looked directly past Qi Yuan, past Lin Changfeng, and finally past her master Hongyu, and settled at the bottom of the main hall, on that figure that made her miss her dearly. Senior brother, she murmured, and the anger in her eyes instantly subsided. In her dark world, only that person appeared like a ray of light, illuminating her life and her entire world. She was no longer so alone and scared. Therefore, when she heard that all the elders of the sect were going to judge Su Ming, she would rather replace her senior brother with herself, and did not want his senior brother to be harmed in any way. When she saw Su Ming for the last time, Feng Qingling smiled. Her smile was so pure and endearing. At this moment, the mysterious pattern between her eyebrows completely emerged. Then she glanced at everyone outside the hall, with a cold light in her eyes. Surge. She slowly stretched out her jade hand. The ancient pattern on her forehead was covered with her palms, and in the next second, a vast and terrifying imperial power suddenly burst out from her body. She knew that for being weak, she was ridiculed and looked down upon by everyone. Even in the eyes of her senior brothers, they only treated her like a junior sister, but what she wanted was not at all. She was so weak that she couldn't save her senior brother, and could only become a burden to him, so this time, she ignored everything, regardless of Ning Xiaoxiao's obstruction, regardless of everyone's safety, and the female demon emperor who suddenly awakened in her body. The contract was signed. From now on, she will use her body to feed that person's imperial soul. The condition of exchange was that the female demon emperor needed to help her rescue Su Ming and take Su Ming to a place where no one could disturb them. This time, the soul of the Nine Heavens' mysterious queen was completely awakened, and the vast imperial power instantly filled the entire world. If the northern wasteland had not been sealed off by Su Ming, I am afraid that her imperial power could even spread to the central continent, attracting the spies of countless top experts. Only, just when some memories of Judy and Xuano flooded into Feng Qingling's mind, she suddenly covered her head in pain, and all the breath in her body dissipated in an instant. Then, in the depths of my mind, some extremely unfamiliar and painful images emerged. In those images, there was always a sad woman in mysterious clothes, sitting on the edge of the sky with red eyes, looking at the distant place that seemed to be covered with endless scars. The sky. Everyone said that the Nine Heavens' Zon Empress ruled the world and was domineering and arrogant. No man could fall in her eyes. However, it was not until this moment that Feng Qingling truly knew that the Nine Heavens' Zon Empress did not have anyone she liked. On the contrary, she once loved a man deeply. That was her husband, a man who gave her a glimpse in her life, but then completely disappeared. Feng Qingling could not clearly see the man's face due to her ancient and vague memories, but it did let her know that the man whom Judy and Xuano once loved deeply was killed by her own hands for unknown reasons. Her husband died, in her arms. Then the sky began to break, and a large group of people came down from the sky with a sly smile, trying to take away her husband's body. Feng Qingling finally understood some of the vague sounds coming out of the mouths of the group. What they said was, reincarnation body. Since then, the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress, who was once obsessed with and worshipped by countless people, has completely turned into a female devil who only knows how to kill. During the day, her hands are covered with blood, completely setting off the prelude to the dark ancient era. At night, she sits on the monument with a lonely face, red. Gaze at the sky with your eyes open. The sudden severe pain made Feng Qingling feel like she was about to suffocate. It was like a knife stabbing into the heart, like falling into a bottomless abyss, and it was difficult to even breathe. From this pain, she could feel the nine heavens on. The regret she felt at the end and the deep hatred she felt towards herself did not lessen as time went by, but instead tormented her even more. She thought that she could atone for her sins by dying, and she thought that she could get her husband back. However, in the long history, she went from disappointment to despair, and finally chose to become the enemy of this world and end her own life. The memories from ancient times are extremely vague, but from these memories, Feng Qingling understood a lot of things. The nine heavens Zon Empress loved her husband deeply, but she killed her husband with her own hands. This has been torture. She has had an inner demon for hundreds of thousands of years, but now her memory suddenly awakens, and this awakening is not because of her. Feng Qingling herself didn't know why, but just when she wanted to save her senior brother at all costs, the Emperor's soul of the nine heavens mysterious Empress in her body seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly she woke up on her own. Soon, severe pain invaded Feng Qingling's head, and her vision gradually blurred. However, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly raised. Those red eyes seemed to penetrate the space, desperately looking into the hall below, that figure in white clothes like snow. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. Spanning hundreds of thousands of years, she had cried madly in despair. At this moment, her eyes became completely dull. In just a moment, tears silently blurred her eyes. She had never cried before, and her tears he rushed out desperately. Everyone on the other side was stunned. Feng Qingling looked at Su Ming. She was crying and crying more and more. Su Ming was a little confused by this look. Aha! Su Ming's figure flashed and appeared directly outside the main hall. He slowly walked up to Feng Qingling. Looking at the tears that the little girl couldn't stop, he raised his hand and gently tapped her little head. Why are you crying? Your senior brother is not dead yet. Feng Qingling just stared at him stupidly. After hearing his voice, she hurriedly shook her head. Su Ming pinched her little cheek and said, "Don't go crazy. These people are not enough for your senior brother and I to take care of with just one finger." He thought Feng Qingling was crying because she was worried about his safety. Feng Qingling didn't listen to what he said at all, or she said she didn't want to hear what he said. But the moment Su Ming finished speaking, she suddenly rushed forward and threw herself into Su Ming's arms. Holding Su Ming tightly, her shoulders kept shaking. It took her an unknown amount of time before she finally choked out a sentence in Su Ming's arms. "I'm sorry this time, can you forgive me?" Su Ming, however, he didn't wait to think about it. The next second the girl in her arms closed her eyes and fainted. The ancient pattern on her eyebrows slowly faded away, but after a while, she returned to her normal appearance. Su Ming's heart sank. It seems that the Queen Zon's bloodline in Feng Qingling's body is gradually awakening. In the future, she will completely grow into the cold and domineering Nine Heavens mysterious queen. But I don't know if Feng Qingling will recognize her after she has fully awakened her bloodline. Will his senior brother, or in other words, join forces with the protagonist to deal with him? He is actually gambling. If you can get someone as powerful as the Nine Heavens mysterious Empress, you will naturally have a better chance of winning against the God realm. Su Ming picked up Feng Qingling's soft body. The girl was sleeping in his arms with a cute and innocent look on her face. There were still tears on her face after crying. Su Ming almost wanted to laugh when he saw this. This little girl, just like that. Do you care about him? Chapter 183 We, Master and Disciple, don't care about anyone's eyes from now on. However, when all the elders and disciples of the Shenyan sect looked towards Su Ming, their expressions suddenly became strange. Not far behind Su Ming, Mu Qingyan, wearing a long black dress, appeared there at some unknown time, staring at Su Ming and Feng Qingling with complicated eyes. "Elder brother," Mu Qingyan said a little aggrievedly. The senior brother's embrace was supposed to belong to her alone, but she hadn't even enjoyed it yet. Why did Feng Qingling deserve to be loved by the senior brother? She suddenly felt a little heartache. Especially when she saw Su Ming holding Feng Qingling. It was as if her most beloved thing had been robbed by someone else, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Even though she knew she had let down her senior brother, and although he didn't want to see her, she still wouldn't allow it when she saw other women being so close to him. Hearing Mu Qingyan's voice, Su Ming turned around and glanced at her. Mu Qingyan quickly suppressed the coldness in her eyes, stood there aggrievedly, and said with a pitiful look, "Elder brother, Qingyan knows that she was wrong. Can you forgive me and don't put me in solitary confinement?" Su Ming smiled at her. "Does your matter have anything to do with me?" Mu Qingyan's delicate body trembled fiercely, and her two beautiful hands squeezed tightly unconsciously. Although the senior brother was smiling at her, that smile made her feel so heartbroken, and it also made her feel that her big brother was smiling at her. Senior brother is getting further and further away from her. This feeling made her heart completely panic. As soon as she thought about how good her senior brother was to her in the reincarnation, she hated herself deeply. Why didn't she cherish such a good senior brother? Why did she wait until the end? He lost it and regretted it. Master said, "I want you to take good care of me." Mu Qingyan gritted her silver teeth and spoke stubbornly. At this point, she suddenly raised her head, her pretty face instantly became extremely cold, and she looked straight at Qi Yuan behind her, who was waiting for a moment. The elders said, "I will not let anyone harm senior brother. If any of them dare to touch you, Qingyan will kill them on behalf of senior brother." When she said this, there was no hidden cold murderous intention in her eyes, and the spiritual energy in her body climbed to the peak of spiritual master in an instant, which shocked Qi Yuan and others. She is worthy of being an empress. With such a talent, no matter where she goes, she will probably be competed by the big guys from all over the world. It is a pity that Su Ming has driven her crazy. Look at what she is saying now, it is simply treasonous. Assholes, Qi Yuan said angrily. Today is the trial meeting. You disciples are just disrespectful to your elders. You have brought the sect into such chaos. Do you want to force me to do it myself? Having said this, Qi Yuan turned his head and said, "Elder Hongyu, go and bring your disciple here. He will be under strict supervision after he returns and he will not be let out without my order. Send 2 more elders to call Bai Qingshan over to see the good disciple she has taught. If we don't punish him severely, wouldn't he want to tarnish the reputation of our Shenyan sect?" The voice fell. Qi Yuan's spiritual energy exploded, and powerful spiritual pressure spread out in all directions. Mu Qingyan's delicate body moved and she appeared directly in front of Su Ming, resisting all the spiritual pressure for her senior brother. In her heart, after awakening the 4th imperial vein, her current cultivation level must be higher than that of Su Ming, so she wants to protect her senior brother. If this sect cannot tolerate them, she will take her senior brother with her. Flying far away, the two of them are inseparable from now on and will never be separated again. Qi Yuan frowned deeply, but at this moment, Lin Changfeng, who had been behind him, saw that the situation was not right, and he couldn't wait any longer, so he flashed his body. With the blessing of the Sword Master's spiritual power, he flashed directly behind Su Ming, with a green light in his eyes. With a flash of light, he slapped Su Ming's back hard with a palm. He wanted to capture Su Ming with one move, then snatch Feng Qingling to his side, and finally interrogate Zhou Yaoyao's whereabouts. Only by finding Zhou Yaoyao would he have a chance to obtain the Chaos Green Lotus. However, before he could start to feel proud, the ground under his feet suddenly trembled crazily. A line of ice spiritual power broke through many obstacles from the ground, and then directly broke through the ground in the horrified sight of many elders, and finally smashed Lin Changfeng's body. Frozen in it instantly, Lin Changfeng was stunned. All the elders were also confused. Aha! Under the blessing of powerful ice spiritual power, a terrifying and majestic cold murderous intention shrouded from top to bottom. In the void, an invisible killing field was even formed out of thin air. Deep in the field, an ice phoenix slowly he raised his head and locked his cold eyes on Lin Changfeng below. Phew! The cold phoenix cry shook the sky for 9 days, and the faces of Qi Yuan and other elders became dull. Finally, under their stunned gazes, the phantom of the ice phoenix transformed into a terrifying ice sword light, and accompanied by the appearance of a vague female figure, the sword light burst down from the killing field and directly penetrated Lin Changfeng's body. Call out! Lin Changfeng's face was full of horror. Under the impact of the sword light, his body suddenly flew out like a kite with broken strings. The blood spurted from his mouth streaked across the sky, making countless elders and disciples tremble with fear. Along with a particularly familiar woman's fragrance, mixed with a hint of alcohol came. Bai Qingshan shook his head decisively. I didn't drink. You smell of flowers and wine, haven't you drunk yet? He saw his cold and beautiful master, who didn't know when he had appeared beside him. Under the snow skirt, there were beautiful snow-white legs that made countless men hang down, and a pretty face, even with a touch of wine red, but the eyes are particularly cold. Ming don't be afraid, I'll see who dares to touch you if I'm here as a master. Bai Qingshan felt a little aggrieved. When facing the elders of the Shenyan sect and the male protagonist Lin Changfeng around her, she felt even more murderous. However, Su Ming seemed indifferent in the face of such temptation. Su Ming, I don't even want to expose you. All the elders and disciples in the audience took a breath of cold air. Although Bai Qingshan was cold and hard to approach in the past, he would never hurt others as casually as he did today. This was the first time they had seen such a domineering peak master Bai. Su Ming's beautiful master did not restrain her long hair as before. Instead, she let her black hair fly in the wind. Her face was so beautiful that it could even overwhelm all sentient beings. The light burgundy color, combined with her cold and indifferent phoenix eyes, looked particularly alluring. He tentatively asked, Master, have you been drinking? Bai Qingshan looked cold and murderous, and then in front of all the elders and disciples of Shenyan sect, she stretched out her jade hand, grabbed her disciple's hand without any scruples, intertwined her fingers, and held it tightly, not letting Su Ming break away. Su Ming knew that Bai Qingshan would drink alone when she was in a bad mood. She never used her spiritual power to evaporate the alcohol. She would not stop until she was drunk and fell asleep. Looking at her current appearance, it was obvious that she also drank last night, and drank a lot. The worst thing is, Master will take you out of this broken sect. From now on, we, Master and disciple, will wander around the world without caring about anyone's eyes. Bai Qingshan appears. Su Ming turned around and looked. And, Chapter 184 Half-Step God Emperor Ancestor. Boom. With a loud noise, Lin Changfeng, who was stabbed by Bai Qingshan's sword, fell to the ground with a crash, and the sound of broken bones could be heard in the audience. Above the main hall, almost all the elders of the Shenyan sect, including Qi Yuan, stared at the two masters and disciples with their fingers intertwined at the bottom of the hall with their eyes widened in astonishment. The whole air was silent. Su Ming, who was the party involved, was holding the soft and waxy Feng Qingling in his arms, and his right hand was still tightly held by his beautiful master. He glanced at Lin Changfeng, who was sent flying by Bai Qingshan, and then used a slight force, freed his palm from Bai Qingshan's hand. Master, in public, please be careful about the impact. Bai Qingshan seemed to be stunned for a moment. Her phoenix eyes were slightly dull, and she saw all Su Ming's movements. The alcohol on her face also dissipated a lot at this moment. The cold and beautiful face was actually filled with feeling a little aggrieved. Ming do you blame Master for coming late? Su Ming clicked his tongue and said, Master, it's a good time to come. How are you going to punish me this time? Is it going to be solitary confinement or to destroy my cultivation? Bai Qingshan choked. She wanted to explain, but when she saw Su Ming's teasing eyes, she suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. I will never punish you again, she gritted her teeth and said, you can do whatever you want, and I will accompany you wherever you want to go. Go up to the poor green and fall into the underworld. This time, she just wanted to stay with her Ming Bai Qingshan's words made Su Ming feel dazed for a moment. Since last night, he had noticed that something was wrong with his beautiful master. It was impossible for her to suddenly become like this. Something must have happened. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Bai Qingshan, the first thing she did after she appeared today must be to punish herself as a criminal who made mistakes in front of everyone, instead of saying some inexplicable things like now come on. Su Ming glanced at Feng Qingling in his arms, reached out and pinched her little face. Well, Feng Qingling was in pain. She woke up slowly and reached out to slap away the palm that was on her face. However, when she found that she was in a warm embrace, she suddenly raised her head and her eyes gradually settled on the person in front of her. On a very familiar face. She was still a little confused, but her big, watery eyes suddenly became bright. She originally wanted to slap Su Ming away, but now her two little hands changed directions and became tightly wrapped around him. Su Ming was reluctant to let go. Su Ming. He lowered his head. Have you had enough hugs? Feng Qingling met his eyes and shook her head weakly. Bai Qingshan was disgusted, but she also knew that Su Ming didn't believe her yet, so she suppressed her jealousy in her heart. After she and Ming reconciled, let's see how these women still get close to her Ming. Next moment, Bai Qingshan raised his head coldly and glanced at Qi Yuan and others in midair. My disciples, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Choke. After the words fell, she suddenly raised her jade hand, and endless spiritual power condensed out from behind her. Among these spiritual powers, illusory blue swords slowly took shape, and finally transformed into sword shadows all over the sky, that terrifying and majestic sword. Anger is raging across the world. Immediately, Bai Qing waved his hand. Laugh. Thousands of terrifying green sword lights passed directly across the sky. The first peak hall, which was made of 10,000 years of spiritual iron, was scraped by the sword energy, and shocking sword marks appeared. Aha! Endless green sword shadows passed by, and the last long sword shadow stopped in front of all the elders and peak masters of the Shenyang sect. The sharp sword tips almost locked onto their vital points. Bai Qingshan only needed an idea. These people in front of me will be torn into pieces by the sword shadow in the sky. No one expected that Bai Qingshan turned out to be the most hidden person in the Shenyang sect and the most terrifying person in cultivation. With such strength, he could even crush the great elder Qi Yuan and the original sect leader Du Kanghai. This moment, the whole audience was shocked again. Of all the elders locked by the sword shadow, no one dared to move. Qi Yuan's face was ashen, and there were even a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. He said with a dark face, Bai Qingshan, are you crazy? First, Mu Qingyan went crazy and almost killed the top disciple of Yifang. Then Feng Qingling went crazy and injured countless people. Now even Bai Qingshan wants to join in the fun. He suddenly felt that as a great elder, he was really tired. No one listened to him, and he would kill people if he disagreed. How could he manage this sect in the future? Seeing the cold face of Bai Qingshan, Qi Yuan felt powerless. As a last resort, he took out a token, took a deep look at Bai Qingshan, and then crushed the token in his hand. That was a token given to the Shenyang sect by the Taishang ancestor of the Bai family in Wangcheng when Bai Qingshan came to the Shenyang sect. Because the 10,000 spirits cold art practiced by Bai Qingshan would make her lose her mind at a specific time, so this token is to prevent her from doing anything harmful to the sect after she completely loses her mind. As long as she crushes the token, the ancestor of the Bai family can sense it. Really, with the token being crushed, lines of spiritual power rippled out and swept into the air. Buzz. The next second, the entire summit hall began to tremble violently, spiritual energy rippled in midair, and spiritual energy surged rapidly in circles, finally tearing a space channel across the sky. Boom. Thunder flashed in the space channel, and then an old man with white hair appeared from it, carrying thunder all over the sky. Thunder was all over his body, and thunder was surging even in his old and turbid eyes. The supreme ancestor of the Bai family in Wangcheng, the ancestor of Bai Lei. At the same time, he is also the most famous half-step god emperor in the entire Wild North territory. After Patriarch Bai Lei appeared, the space crack behind him did not close, but another old man with black hair and gray robes appeared at the same time. Qi Yuan was stunned when he saw the person behind ancestor Bai Lei, and all the other elders of the Shenyang sect were also stunned for a moment. Then they all had wry smiles on their faces and fear in their eyes. They had known this man would come. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. The great ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Tai. Like ancestor Bai Lei, he is the most powerful person in the Northern Wilderness Territory, a half-step god emperor, and a being that no one dares to mess with in the Northern Wilderness Territory. Chen Zi, the most talented disciple of the Chen family, died in their Shenyang sect at the hands of Su Ming. It was a blessing that this old guy didn't go crazy. He showed up this time, and he didn't know what he would do. Really, after Chen Tai appeared, he just glanced at Patriarch Bai Lei in front of him, and then his almost sunken old eyes suddenly locked on Su Ming below, with terrifying anger surging in his eyes, and he spoke like thunder. "Old man Bai, I don't care about your Bai family's affairs, but this boy must be left to my disposal." The terrifying pressure of the half-step god emperor seemed to make the whole world tremble. All the disciples of the Shenyang sect looked at the ancestor of the Chen family in midair in fear. They could not imagine that just a trace of pressure could make them without any desire to resist. What kind of tremendous pressure should Su Ming be under at the center of this pressure? But why? That Su Ming still seemed to have a calm expression. Doesn't he know that what he is facing this time is a half-step god emperor, an existence that is infinitely close to the legendary powerful god emperor? Even Lin Changfeng, who was covered in wounds, had a serious look on his face after feeling the terrifying pressure from the ancestor of the Chen family. Finally, he found out that the ancestor of the Chen family was actually targeting Su Ming. He was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly got up from the ground. He used his last bit of spiritual power to send a message loudly, "Two seniors, this junior has something to report." Chapter 185. Whoever dares to touch him will die. Lin Changfeng's voice came out. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The two old guys Bai Lei and Chen Tai looked at Lin Changfeng from top to bottom with bright eyes. Ancestor Bai Lei's eyes flashed. He actually has a pure yang physique that is rare to see in 100 years, but why? I feel a trace of Junyi's aura from him. His appearance in Shenyang sect this time was not all to deal with Bai Qingshan's matter, but more for Bai Junyi. Bai Junyi is his granddaughter, and all her cultivation was personally cultivated by him, the ancestor of the Bai family. 10 years ago, Bai Junyi was one of the top 3 among all the young prodigies in the northern wasteland, and finally joined the heavenly prison. At that time, she was young and beautiful, and was admired by countless male disciples. But in the past few days, since Bai Junyi returned to the Bai family and came to Shenyang sect with the boy from the Chen family, she has mysteriously disappeared. If her life card hadn't been there, Bai Lei might have gone crazy. The entire Shenyang sect was razed to the ground. Therefore, suddenly sensing the aura of his granddaughter from a strange man, Bai Lei's old face turned cold and stern in an instant. He glanced at Chen Tai, the ancestor of the Chen family, and then his old body appeared directly behind Lin Changfeng. Lin Changfeng was stunned for a moment, and after realizing it, he hurriedly clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Senior." Bai Lei glanced at him, flicked his finger, and a spiritual light shot directly into Lin Changfeng's mind, trying to read his memory. Lin Changfeng was instantly surprised. Fortunately, the sword master protected him with soul power in his body, so Bai Lei could not read the memory. Bai Lei frowned. Lin Changfeng was shocked. "Senior, what does this mean?" Bai Lei relaxed his brows and reached out to pat his shoulder. "Don't be nervous. I want to ask you, have you seen my granddaughter?" Lin Changfeng's heart suddenly tightened. "Your granddaughter?" Bai Lei said in a deep voice. "Her name is Bai Junyi." "Aha." Lin Changfeng's expression changed instantly. "Bai Junyi? Isn't that the woman who was stabbed through the heart by his sword?" Although he had no choice but to do so, he really crippled that woman. Her heart was stabbed by him. Even if she was saved, she would never survive. How long? Think of this. Lin Changfeng hurriedly suppressed his nervousness, scratched his head with his hand, and said with a dry smile, "Of course I have never seen Bai Lao's granddaughter." Speaking of this, Lin Changfeng suddenly turned his head and glanced at Su Ming behind him, but this person has probably been seen before. To be honest with what Bai Lao said, this person is Su Ming, the 7th peak senior brother of Shenyang sect. I heard that Wangcheng after the leader of Leihei Guard and Miss Bai came to Shenyang sect, they went to Kaifeng to look for this person, so they disappeared. This is exactly what this junior wanted to report to the 2 seniors just now. Hear the words. Bai Lei frowned deeply. He also looked at Su Ming, who was dressed in white not far away, and then said coldly to Lin Changfeng, "If I find out that you are lying to me, huh?" The cold snort fell. Patriarch Bai Lei and Patriarch Chen Tai of the Chen family simultaneously cast their old and turbid gazes towards Su Ming below. Ancestor Bai Lei's eyes flashed with a cold light, because he did sense the aura of his granddaughter Bai Junyi on the boy named Su Ming, and this aura was much stronger than that on Lin Changfeng, which meant that this person and his granddaughter must have been exposed. Qingshan. Ancestor Bai Lei suddenly shouted, and his eyes glanced at Bai Qingshan, who had been blocking Su Ming. Don't forget what your grandfather said when he sent you to the northern wasteland. You shouldn't be so willful. Bai Qingshan's eyes were still indifferent, but she suddenly noticed that Su Ming behind him glanced at her. Her delicate body tensed up for a moment, and then she immediately returned to her cold look and said expressionlessly, "My business has nothing to do with you. Relation." Alas, Ancestor Bai Lei sighed heavily. You go away first. I have something to ask the disciple behind you. Chen Tai stared at Su Ming and said coldly, if you have anything else to ask, just grab him and search for his soul. I don't believe he can still be in our hands. Laugh. However, the moment Patriarch Chen Tai finished speaking, Bai Qingshan suddenly glanced at him coldly, and a horrifying murderous intention swept over her body. She said in a cold and solemn tone, whoever dares to touch him today will die. Wow. Her cold voice echoed for 9 days, and the expressions of all the disciples and elders of the Shenyang sect changed drastically, including Bai Lei and Chen Tai, the two ancestors of the half-step god emperor, who looked a little worried. Ancestor Bai Lei had a black line on his head. Bai Qingshan, do you know what you are talking about? For the sake of a mere disciple, are you going to throw away all the teachings your grandfather gave you? Bai Qingshan sneered, I won't bother you anymore. My disciple, it's not anyone else's turn to blame you. The two ancestors were silent at the same time. Sensing the violent spiritual power raging in Bai Qingshan's body, their expressions were a little ugly. Bai Lei originally thought that Bai Qingshan became crazy because of practicing spiritual techniques, but now it seems that she became crazy because of the disciple behind her. It must be like this. This discovery made his face become even more ugly. Bai Qingshan died. Feng Qingling, who was standing next to Su Ming, stared blankly at the domineering and cold figure in front of her and her senior brother. After a long time, she raised her head and looked towards Su Ming. He said, Brother, your master is so amazing. Hear the words. Su Ming was silent for a moment, then reached out and flicked her little head hard. If you like her and think she is great, let her be your master. After being hit hard by Su Ming, Feng Qingling's eyes filled with tears and she puffed out her mouth in frustration. No way, I don't like her, I only like. After hesitating for a long time, she finally didn't say who she only liked. Su Ming glanced at her coldly, little white-eyed wolf. Feng Qingling almost cried with grievance. Seeing that Su Ming ignored her, she naturally knew that she had said the wrong thing, and she also understood that there must be a conflict between her senior brother and his master. Bai Qingshan's body trembled suddenly. She gritted her teeth gently. The thought of never seeing her Ming-er again would be even more uncomfortable than killing her. But if Su Ming didn't leave, these two ancestors of the half-step god emperor would, how could he let them go? But no one noticed. Queen Zan, I gave him to you hundreds of thousands of years ago, but what did you do to him? Now you want to steal him from me again. This time, I won't let you go. This little thing is willful and disobedient, but he is very active in admitting his mistakes, and he also pretends to be pitiful. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably not be able to withstand it. On a certain peak in the distance, a petite girl wearing a black dress and an exceptionally beautiful appearance was standing on the gravel with her bare feet, looking at Feng Qingling's arms with extremely sad eyes. Su Ming, who had fragrant shoulders, looked dazed and lost. But at this time, Master, if I leave, you will never see me again. A cold light suddenly surged in her eyes. Hear Bai Qingshan's voice. He withdrew his gaze from Feng Qingling, glanced at Bai Qingshan's cold back, and then lightly raised his eyes to look at the two ancestors of half-step god emperors in the air. In Mu Qingyan's eyes, ice-blue flowers bloomed slowly. Among the flowers, countless ancient memories gradually came to life. Finally, they settled on the 9 heavens Zan Empress, who killed her husband with her own hands. That scene. A cold spiritual power that seemed to come from ancient times surged out from deep within her body. She knew that with her apprentice's cultivation, it was impossible to escape in front of the two ancestors of the half-step god emperor, but today, even if she risked everything, she would not let anyone hurt her Ming-er. Brother, I was wrong. The next second, Su Ming still had the same calm look. He put his arms around Feng Qingling's shoulders, glanced past Bai Qingshan, and looked at Lin Changfeng, who was not far away, with a sneer on his face, and then smiled happily. Ming take her and leave first. Leave Shenyan sect and this place. These people are not worth what you have to do for them. Bai Qingshan slowly turned around, and when his cold eyes met Su Ming's gaze, a touch of tenderness emerged in his eyes, and then he gently said to Su Ming. Chapter 186. Some things, once lost, are lost forever. In front of me, no one can leave here today. Hearing what Bai Qingshan said to Su Ming, Chen Tai, the ancestor of the Chen family, had a sneer on his face. He waved his palm, and boundless spiritual power suddenly burned into billowing flames behind him. The hot flames burned the air and enveloped Bai Qingshan and Su Ming like a big net. The spiritual power emitted from the flames was full of imprisoning power, as if even the whole world could be imprisoned by it. Under the terrifying flames, Bai Qingshan's face was expressionless, but her cold and beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ming with Master here, I won't let anyone hurt you this time. She murmured in her heart, but at the moment when she finished speaking, a palm gently fell on her shoulder from behind. There was an extremely soft spiritual power in that palm, which actually lifted her. All the spiritual energy in the body that had become violent and raging due to loss of control was suppressed. Ming Bai Qingshan looked back quickly. Behind her, a pair of eyes as deep as the starry sky were looking at her quietly, and the expression on the owner's face was still as plain as before, but Bai Qingshan could clearly feel that the look in Ming eyes towards her was no longer as dull as before. Instead of being so evil and indifferent in the past, there is a touch of softness that is not easy to detect. This discovery made Bai Qingshan's heart tremble. Sure enough, no matter how many lives passed, no matter how neglected her master was, her Ming never gave up on her. He always had her in his heart. Bai Qingshan was deeply moved. Su Ming retracted his palm and said calmly, Master, if you burn your blood like this, the spiritual veins in your body will be useless when you wake up. Bai Qingshan blurted out, I'm very awake. Su Ming shook his head, smiled, and curled his lips, since I'm sober, shouldn't I be arrested and then punished with those people? Bai Qingshan stayed where she was. It turns out that Su Ming has always been concerned about the things she did to him in the past. Yes, her master has never believed in him. During that reincarnation, how desperate must he have been to become so indifferent now? Appearance. Bai Qingshan wanted to explain, but facing Su Ming's gaze, she couldn't say anything. It was as if any apology was so feeble at this moment. Her heart began to panic again. Su Ming walked around Bai Qingshan and raised his eyes to look at the flames that enveloped the sky. He looked through the flames and saw Lin Changfeng standing behind the flames with a sneer on his face. This moment, Lin Changfeng also looked at him from afar. Between the eyes of the two people, Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth and suddenly said, Su Ming, in front of these two seniors, you can't escape even if you have great abilities. I will give you one last chance to hand over junior sister Yao Yao to me. Hearing Lin Changfeng mention Zhou Yao Yao, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and said, Why, are you so eager to see her? What Lin Changfeng couldn't stand the most was the careless smile on Su Ming's face. That smile seemed to be mocking him, causing a sudden surge of unknown anger in his heart. Su Ming, Lin Changfeng angrily rebuked. Junior sister Yao Yao and I are in love. Even if you like her, you shouldn't use such despicable means to rob me. I can accept fair competition, but today, I want to everyone knows what a hypocrite you really are. The words fell. All the disciples and elders on the field looked at Su Ming with surprise, and then looked at Lin Changfeng with strange expressions. Even Qi Yuan was a little stunned. He had no idea that there was such an inside story. Su Ming was jealous that Zhou Yao Yao liked Lin Changfeng, so he arrested the female disciple Zhou Yao Yao from Yifang. Lin Changfeng became angry with shame, in front of the entire sect, angrily denounced him and even exposed him. Many disciples looked at each other. Then hundreds of eyes in the audience all looked towards Lin Changfeng. In particular, the disciples from Kaifeng all discussed. Didn't senior brother always like junior sister Qingyan? When did he fall in love with junior sister Yao Yao from Yifang again? You all don't know, right? Not long ago, senior brother led a group of people to Taifan Palace in Yifang to molest junior sister Yao Yao. At that time, They were seen by the master of Tafan Palace, Elder Gui. Tisk, tisk, so what Lin Changfeng said is probably true. The senior brother saw that Yifeng's little junior sister was pretty, so he went to tease her. As a result, the person that the little junior sister liked came and wanted to do it for her. Come forward. Then the senior brother got jealous and arrested that junior sister. Many disciples made guesses one after another. Seeing that the criticisms of these disciples were getting more and more outrageous, the elders above the hall, including Qi Yuan, had uncertain faces, and finally they hurriedly stopped. The two ancestors Chen Tai and Bai Lei on the side glanced at Lin Changfeng, and then Chen Tai held his palm. The flaming spiritual power, carrying a terrifying power of imprisonment, directly covered Su Ming. Go down. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. Just let me search for your soul. If it proves that my grandson's death has nothing to do with you, I will naturally let you go. Master, there are some things that I once kept deep in my heart, but after losing them, they are lost forever. Of course he knew that Bai Qingshan forced her blood to burn to awaken the Ice Phoenix spiritual power in her body, but the backlash of the cold poison would make her even more miserable. Now she has begun to lose her mind, and in the end, her soul will be completely devoured by the cold poison. Ancestor Bai Lei looked indifferent, but his turbid eyes couldn't help but look towards Bai Qingshan behind Su Ming. Sure enough, he saw that the latter's mood, which had calmed down a little, was once again becoming obsessed. In those beautiful eyes, it was even more. Crazy murderous intent surged out. On the other hand, Su Ming turned slightly to look at Bai Qingshan, but an imperceptible emotion flashed in his eyes. The sky-wide sword shadows that she had condensed in midair turned into strands of terrifying ice-blue spiritual energy at this moment. Then all the spiritual energy gathered in front of Su Ming, and the sharp sword energy raged out, enveloping him. The flame spiritual power cut out cracks. To him, today's situation is nothing more than two half-step god emperors who can be destroyed with a snap of a finger, but perhaps deep in his heart, even he himself did not realize that, except for the mission of the ancient imperial soldiers, perhaps, what he actually wanted to know more was whether Bai Qingshan would treat him like she did in previous lives in a situation like today. Soul-searching techniques have always damaged the mind since ancient times. If Su Ming is soul-searched, even if Chen Tai doesn't kill him, he will lose his mind and become an idiot who doesn't recognize his relatives. At that time, with a little temptation, he might be able to kill him. Zhou Yaoyao was tricked out of his hiding place. Even Chen Tai became stunned at this moment. Shake his head and smile. Snapped. The whole world instantly became dark and lightless. Su Ming breathed out slowly. Looking at Bai Qingshan, her fair skin had become even paler due to the burning of her bloodline and even due to the explosion of cold poison, and even her eyes had become hollow and unfocused. I saw what Chen Tai was thinking. Su Ming turned his back to the two half-step god emperor ancestors, gently raised his palm, and snapped his fingers. The next second, Lin Changfeng sneered in his heart. But at this moment, chapter 187 her despair. Darkness descended on the earth, and the sky, which was originally clear, was now covered with thunderclouds. Everyone in the Shenyang sect was stunned. Just when they looked up at the sky with astonishment and confusion on their faces, they saw that the flame spiritual power that was shrouding Su Ming began to melt very quickly. The last bit turned into strange black flames. Tisk! Black lightning arcs danced at Su Ming's fingertips, and then slowly wrapped around his arms and body. The lightning flashed in ferocious arcs. The two ancestors, Chen Tai and Bai Lei, suddenly widened their eyes. Those jumping lightning arcs also burned with strange black flames at this moment. The next second, I saw those black flames with a destructive aura, which not only burned the sky, but also enveloped Chen Tai's old body. Chen Tai was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power and frantically resisted the impact of those black flames. However, his powerful spiritual power, belonging to a half-step god emperor, collapsed instantly under the impact of these black flames. Black flames filled with thunder raged inside his body, and the meridians throughout his body were burned and twisted, even his flesh and bones, also erupted with a scary hissing sound. Severe pain spread throughout his body, and Chen Tai's old face became extremely painful. For the first time, he felt the fear of death in his heart. Facing those unknown and strange black flames, his body had been completely destroyed, and even his soul had been completely destroyed, all began to be burned. Bai Lei looked at this scene, the corner of his mouth kept twitching. At his age, this was the first time he had seen such a strange situation. Chen Tai was the most powerful person in the deserted city, half-step god emperor, but among those raging black men, under the flames, he didn't even resist, and his vitality began to dissipate little by little. What a tough boy, his old, cloudy eyes stared intently at Su Ming. But then, he saw the dark thunder patterns and flame patterns that were entangled in the lightning arcs on Su Ming's body. The destructive aura also emanated from these patterns. Spirit Talisman Divine Pattern. Bai Lei was stunned. Even a real talisman master might not be able to condense this spiritual talisman divine pattern. Unless he has an absolutely heaven-defying top talent, or has been inherited by the legendary talisman emperor, he has a chance to practice it. Come out. It is said that these heaven-defying spiritual talisman masters will eventually be able to condense the 9 spiritual talisman divine patterns. This is also the highest achievement achieved by the spiritual talisman emperor. However, at the moment, Su Ming alone has condensed the dark thunder patterns, and how could he not be shocked by those weird flame patterns and 2 spiritual runes and divine patterns? How old is Su Ming? With his talent, even among the top forces in Zhongzhou continent, he is considered a real monster. Bai Lei's old eyes were full of shock. Even though Su Ming's spiritual aura was only in the Nirvana realm, the combat power of a spiritual talisman master could not be measured by spiritual power. Su Ming, who had condensed 2 spiritual talismans and divine patterns, was even as dangerous as some ancient ferocious beasts. Just as Bai Lei was shocked, Lin Changfeng, who was in midair, also learned about the existence of the spirit talisman divine pattern from the sword master. When he looked at Su Ming, his eyes suddenly went crazy with jealousy. How could he not know how precious the spirit talisman emperor's inheritance was? However, why did such an opportunity belong to Su Ming? He was unwilling to accept it. Lin Changfeng was angry and jealous. Originally, Su Ming was just a dispensable little character in his eyes. However, at this moment, he deeply felt the threat this man brought to him. It was obvious that the age difference between the two was not much, but Su Ming's existence was like being born to oppose him, to take away his opportunities and the women he fell in love with. This guy, why didn't he die? Looking at the calm and indifferent Su Ming below, Lin Changfeng had already forgotten all about calmness and forbearance. He was roaring in his heart. If Su Ming did not exist in this world, all these opportunities would be his. No, he still has a chance. As long as he finds Zhou Yaoyao, as long as he takes the Chaos Green Lotus from Zhou Yaoyao and refines the 10 ancient demons, he will have a chance to surpass Su Ming and step on Su Ming to death. Under his feet, he will never be able to stand up. Master, you are the only one who can help me now. Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth, and a touch of perseverance and determination suddenly surged in his eyes. The sword master sighed. The northern wilderness territory has been blocked by those mysterious strong men. It is impossible for Zhou Yaoyao to escape, and my master cannot sense her aura, so there is only the last possibility. She is used by others. The formation is hidden. If you want to find him, you can only use the blood escape method. Then there are blood stains left by her outside the elixir garden. Using this as a blood guide can allow you to enter the space where she is now. Middle. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng asked worriedly, what about the situation here? Could it be that the 2 half-step god emperor experts in Wangcheng couldn't do anything to that Su Ming? They still let him get away with it, and then took away more opportunities from me. It's not easy to condense the spiritual talismans and divine patterns. I guess that Su Ming was forced into a desperate situation by Chen Tai and the others, so he used this last trump card. However, with his current spiritual power, he was able to forcibly condense 2 spiritual talismans. The divine pattern has reached its limit, and after dealing with Chen Tai, he will inevitably suffer backlash, and then this will be our chance. Hear this. Lin Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded resolutely. At the same time, all the elders and disciples of the Shenyan sect below fell silent, especially these disciples, whose expressions were full of shock. Looking at the Seven Peaks' senior brother Su Ming, who was entangled in dark thunder patterns and flame patterns not far away, and looking up at the Chen family ancestor who was tortured by strange black flames in midair, all the disciples felt their scalps numb. Especially those disciples who had been talking a lot about Su Ming just now were sweating heavily on their foreheads at this moment. Something in Bai Qingshan's heart seemed to be completely broken. She just stood there blankly, her eyes looking at Su Ming were already full of tears. In the end, she couldn't hold it back. When the last glimmer of hope was gone, when it was completely broken, tears burst out of her eyes. The suffocating pain actually made her feel unprecedented despair at this moment. Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes stared blankly at Su Ming. When she saw Su Ming staring at her calmly, and when she felt the evil spiritual energy on Su Ming's body, how could she not know that Su Ming now, she is no longer the Ming she once was? What kind of destiny is the way of heaven? What kind of child is destiny? She knows how difficult it is to fight against the so-called way of heaven. Now she just wants her Ming to live happily in this life. In that way, she will be satisfied. But now that he is practicing evil arts and the evil aura on his body, if he reaches the outside world, he will definitely be hunted down by countless strong men from the righteous forces. Ming, come with me. Let's go back to Kaifeng first. Master will take you out of here. Su Ming had no expression on his face, slowly raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. She just wanted to take Su Ming away from Shenyan sect. Call. After gently sniffing Bai Qingshan's cold and mature scent like a lotus, Su Ming curled his lips and threw her hand away when Bai Qingshan's pretty face became dull again. Seeing Bai Qingshan becoming extremely painful, but still looking at him tenderly with those firm eyes, Su Ming let out a breath of turbid air. In the end, he didn't know why, but his legs subconsciously took a step forward. The other side. This moment, forced to endure the discomfort in her body, Bai Qingshan's pale and pretty face showed a touch of tenderness. She wanted to step forward and touch Su Ming's face, but the backlash of the cold poison in her body slowly caused tears to flow from the corners of her mouth. A trace of blood. This is not the result Bai Qingshan wants. She just wants her Ming to live a carefree life. She knows the pain and despair of being abandoned by everyone in reincarnation, so she doesn't want Su Ming to experience it again. Such pain. Su Ming looked at Bai Qingshan calmly, but before he could speak, Bai Qingshan endured the severe pain of the cold poison. Seeing her Ming take a step towards her, she seemed to see a glimmer of hope in despair. She came to him desperately, reaching out to touch the face that was buried deep in her heart and made her heart ache. Although Ming was misunderstood by everyone in the past, he would not take the initiative to contact evil cultivators. Even if he joined the demon sect, he had good intentions and was so kind that it made people feel heartbroken. Boom. Leave this place. Chapter 188. Don't you want me anymore? If she had believed in Su Ming without hesitation from the beginning, the outcome of their master-disciple relationship would have been different. I'm sorry, Ming Bai Qingshan's voice was choked with sobs. She looked at Su Ming walking around her and leaving indifferently. This person who used to be like a cold lotus in the hearts of everyone in the Shenyan sect, was now gone. Crying until the pear blossoms are covered with rain. The heartbroken look and eyes that were red from crying made countless people around him fall silent. Ancestor Bai Lei in midair looked even more complicated. He is the only person here who knows Bai Qingshan's true identity. If this matter were reported back to the ancient Bai clan today, I am afraid that the boy who made Bai Qingshan heartbroken would be brutally hunted down. Su Ming patted the non-existent dust on his clothes. The crying behind him made his body stagnate. After all, he didn't look back. He just walked to Feng Qingling, looked at the cute expression on her face, stretched out his hand and pinched it. Her little face. Feng Qingling puffed her mouth, but still looked at those people in the air with a worried look. Of course she knew that these people were here to target her senior brother, but she couldn't figure it out. Although her senior brother was such a good person, why did these people want to fight with her? Senior brother can't get through it. Senior brother, your master seems to be crying. Don't worry about her. Oh, Feng Qingling was very obedient. Su Ming smiled slightly. He rubbed Feng Qingling's little head, and then turned to look at Chen Tai in the air. As a villain, your Chen family is really disappointing. In the original plot, the Chen family were the villains that the male protagonist made enemies of after he went to Wangcheng. Instead of messing with the protagonist, these villains brought them on themselves. Is he too kind in this life, or do these guys not know how to write the word death? Mid-air, Chen Tai's eyes were bloodshot, and endless regret surged in his heart. He covered his neck with both hands and tried to speak, but he could only make a whining sound of pain. The black flames continued to burn his body, and the flesh and blood all over his body were turning black, being burned bit by bit in the flames. Gulu. Countless disciples swallowed deeply and looked at Chen Tai, who was gradually burned into a pale skeleton. How could they, disciples who had not even entered the Nirvana realm, not be shocked? Not to mention them, even Bai Lei, who was also the ancestor of the half-step god emperor, felt numb at this time. He quietly moved away from Chen Tai and looked at Su Ming with complicated eyes. Su Xiaoyu's talent is something I have never heard of before. Since you are a disciple of Qingshan, you naturally have some connections with my Bai family. The Chen family bullies others, and I have long disliked them. What happened today is just your own fault. Bai Lei stroked his beard and smiled, and he landed down. He looked at Bai Qingshan's slightly trembling body and sighed. Qingshan, when I came here today, I was more worried about Junyi's whereabouts after she left home. There's no news, so I'm too worried. You know, at my age, I'm bound to be confused. Hear this. The disciples and elders of the Shenyang sect around him twitched their faces, and then everyone looked at Qi Yuan at the same time. An elder asked in a low voice, "Great elder, do we still want to judge Su Ming?" Qi Yuan's face darkened. He pulled out the elder who spoke and gave him a severe beating. Finally, he glared at him and said angrily, "When did this elder say that he would try Su Ming? Damn it, there was someone in our sect. It's not easy for evil disciples. If Su Ming gets angry with me because of you bastards, let's see how I will deal with you one by one." Other elders. Lin Changfeng, who was in the air, was a little confused. Something was wrong with this development. According to what he thought, Su Ming would be enemies with everyone, be divided into opposites by everyone, and eventually be kicked out of the sect. However, now, Qi Yuan has obviously changed his attitude, and the eyes of the other elders were also erratic after hearing what Bai Lei said. Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth suddenly. Why can't this bastard named Su be defeated even though he's doing this? Bai Qingshan, it's all because of this woman. Lin Changfeng was filled with jealousy in his heart. He looked towards Bai Qingshan with burning eyes. When he saw the latter's eyes that were red from crying and her dejected look, he took a deep breath. No matter what, this woman is still valuable. Now that she and Su Ming have broken up and are feeling sad, doesn't it mean that his opportunity has come? Since ancient times, when a woman is heartbroken, what she needs most is the comfort of a man. If this man is gentle and patient enough, he will definitely penetrate deeply into her heart and make her unable to extricate herself from now on. Lin Changfeng sneered in his heart. His body quietly fell to the ground. He took 2 steps back and blended into the disciples of Shenyang sect. There was definitely no way he could punish Su Ming today. Even though he was unwilling to do so, in front of Su Ming, who had condensed the spiritual runes and divine patterns, he knew that he was no match for Su Ming now, not to mention that the ancestor of the Bai family had also changed his attitude. It was even harder to deal with Su Ming. Anyway, there are only 9 days left in the entire northern wasteland. After 9 days, the seals of the 10 ancient demons will appear again. At that time, he, Lin Changfeng, will be the savior of this world, and who will Su Ming be? Moreover, now that Bai Qingshan and Su Ming have broken up, after today's incident, he will have to get close to Bai Qingshan to complete the task that the Sword Master once assigned to him, to find the secret of Shenyang sect's Tianfeng, and to obtain the opportunity of Tianfeng. Not only do we need to get the chance to reach Tianfeng, but we also need to find Zhou Yaoyao and defraud the Chaos Qinglian. Lin Changfeng was mentally planning what he should do next. But he didn't know that Su Ming could see all these little actions of his, but his expression was indifferent. Lin Changfeng joined the Shenyang sect, and he wanted to seize the ancient imperial weapon under the inducement of the Sword Master. In Ming's system mission, this ancient imperial weapon is also an indispensable part of the main mission. It's a pity that he is a villain. That ancient imperial weapon, under the rules of heaven, can only be summoned by the Son of Destiny. This stupid male protagonist still has some use value. Su Ming remained calm, but suddenly felt something in his heart, and he quietly turned around. Bai Qingshan's eyes, which were slightly red and swollen from crying, suddenly became hollow and blurry. She looked as if she had completely lost her mind, and as if her heart had been completely hollowed out after being abandoned. The cold poison eroded her soul and reason. She voluntarily gave up using her spiritual power to resist, or in other words, at this moment, she didn't want to resist. She wanted to use this method to stop her heart from feeling the tearing pain. Su Ming was silent. I originally thought that as an old person like Bai Qingshan, she would be more mature in handling things, but who knew she was also a life-threatening lunatic. Call. The next second, he sighed inwardly. When his figure reappeared in front of Bai Qingshan used her last remaining sanity to slowly raise her head and stared at him infatuatedly. Tears poured out of her eyes uncontrollably, streaking across her pale beauty. The drops on his cheek fell on Su Ming's feet. "Ming-er, don't you want me anymore?" She trembled, her voice filled with uncontrollable fear and a heartbreaking pain. She was afraid. She was afraid that Su Ming would no longer want her as his master. She was afraid, losing her Ming-er again. At this moment, she felt as wronged as an abandoned little girl in front of Su Ming. From the day she became sensible, she had never cried like she did today, and she had never been as scared as she was today. Su Ming said nothing. He could see Bai Qingshan's trembling and gloomy eyes. Finally, he gently raised his finger to wipe away the tears on Bai Qingshan's cheek. However, in the end, his finger stayed in the air and did not fall. "Master, let me take you back to Kaifeng." Su Ming retracted his palm and spoke calmly. Chapter 189 The Naive and Easy to Deceive Granddaughter. Hearing Su Ming's extremely calm words, Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes became dull. She relied on her last shred of sanity to hold on until now. Feeling Su Ming's still cold eyes, she felt very uncomfortable. Finally, the Ice Phoenix spiritual power on her body began to fade away. Her eyes, which were red and swollen from crying, became completely empty, and then she closed them slowly. His consciousness gradually fell into a deep sleep, but his body instinctively fell towards Su Ming. Seeing Bai Qingshan like this, Patriarch Bai Lei, who was not far away, couldn't bear it. He exhaled a long breath. The skills Qingshan practiced can achieve her on the one hand, but also harm her on the other. The pain of spiritual cold poison is not something that ordinary people can bear, and she may have already reached the limit. If it weren't for Su Ming, Bai Qingshan's consciousness would have fallen into a deep sleep long ago, and how could she have been able to hold on until now? This also made Patriarch Bai Lei truly know how much Bai Qingshan cared about the apprentice in front of her. But seeing Su Ming's indifferent expression, Patriarch Bai Lei didn't know what to say. If the disciples of the Bai clan knew about this, they would definitely not let Su Ming go. Su Ming's attitude towards Bai Qingshan also made all the elders and disciples of Shenyang sect look surprised. You must know that Bai Qingshan is the master who raised him single-handedly, and just now he tried his best to protect him, but this is how he treated his master. Taking a step back, even if Bai Qingshan is not his master, such a cold person, how could he remain indifferent to a beautiful woman in front of him? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Bai Qingshan lost consciousness and fell on Su Ming. He just stretched out one hand and hugged the latter's delicate body, letting his beautiful master rest his head on his body, and then slowly fell asleep. Su Ming breathed in the extremely alluring female fragrance between his nostrils. His face was expressionless and his deep black eyes looked at Bai Lei. At this moment, his calm eyes made Bai Lei, an old man who had lived for who knows how many years, feel a slight tremor in his heart. "Su Ming, your master." Bai Lei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Ming. "I can't die yet." Bai Lei smiled bitterly in his heart. Hear Bai Lei's words. This is what Bai Lei is worried about. He is worried that his granddaughter will be deceived by those men outside. Thinking of that outcome, even he can't help but become anxious. Under the terrifying pressure of spiritual power, all the disciples in front unconsciously took several steps back, leaving only Lin Changfeng standing in the middle of the crowd, looking at Su Ming in shock. However, no matter what Su Ming's attitude towards Bai Qingshan is, what he wants to know most now is the whereabouts of his granddaughter Bai Junyi. Bai Junyi has disappeared since she came to Shenyang sect, and she can't even sense her breath. In comparison, I am even more worried about my granddaughter. Bai Lei knew that his granddaughter had been immersed in cultivation since she was a child. Now that she has grown up, although she looks cold and mature, it is just a disguise to protect herself. Her true character is still as simple as a girl. If anyone can gain her trust and get into her heart, they will know that girls like her are the most innocent and easiest to deceive. Many elders of the Shenyang sect looked at each other, and even Qi Yuan was a little confused. Bai Junyi had indeed come to their Shenyang sect, and she came with Chen Zi, the leader of the Leihei guard of the Chen family, but hadn't she already left? Didn't she leave? Something happened on the way. Now, he is already pressed for time, but he can no longer make enemies. The Bai family is also a big family in Wangcheng, so he cannot offend him for the time being. Boom. With Bai Junyi's cultivation level, no one in the northern wilderness can harm her. Boom. This kid is really indifferent to his master. Shaking his head, Bai Lei sighed heavily and said, "Actually, when I come here today, Qingshan's matter is one of them. The other thing is to come here to look for my granddaughter. You should know her. She came to your god not long ago. Yan Zong, but now she has disappeared without a trace, and even I can't feel her breath. I am worried that something will happen to her, so I become a little nervous." Others don't know about Bai Junyi, but he knows it very well. In order to survive, he used the sword master's spiritual power to break the woman's heart with one sword. In this case, even if the miracle doctor reincarnated, he would not be able to save her. If he can't help her, if this old guy Bai Lei finds out, he will definitely not be able to spare him. While many elders and disciples were surprised and puzzled, Lin Changfeng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated in the crowd, and he took a few steps back in panic. The next second, Lin Changfeng's body knelt down as if he was overwhelmed by the pressure from the spiritual power. He knelt down in front of Su Ming in front of everyone. He himself looked horrified, and then my body suddenly trembled violently. I don't know how sad Bai Qingshan will be after she wakes up. This is why Su Ming acted so aggressively after sensing Bai Junyi's aura on him. Lin Changfeng's small movements were of course caught by Su Ming's eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth, hugged Bai Qingshan with his right hand, and raised his left hand to pinch her gently. Chapter 190. The junior sister is not very old, but she is quite charming. Lin Changfeng raised his head in embarrassment, and Su Ming's indifferent figure was reflected in his eyes. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was enduring unparalleled humiliation in his heart. He gritted his teeth and used his spiritual power to resist the terrifying power. In front of the first peak hall, in the square, thousands of Shenyang sect disciples looked shocked, and many disciples were already so shocked that they could not speak. Especially the disciples of Kaifeng. Seeing their master Bai Qingshan fall in Su Ming's arms, everyone couldn't help but focus on the figure of the senior brother of Kaifeng, who was dressed in white like snow. He was cold, indifferent, and handsome, especially when he was condensing the spiritual talismans and divine patterns to deal with Chen Tai. His free and unrestrained posture stunned countless female disciples. No matter what the reputation of senior brother Kaifeng is, when everyone looks at him at this moment, they can't help but feel a sense of awe. The next second, under the gaze of everyone, the cool and handsome senior brother Kaifeng raised his head with a leisurely expression and looked at the group of elders behind Qi Yuan. All the elders who made eye contact with him unconsciously looked away, not daring to look at him at all. Su Ming clicked his tongue and asked politely, "Elder Qi, do you still want to go to trial?" Qi Yuan's body trembled, and then he said sarcastically, "Su Ming, what happened today was unavoidable." The elders were also thinking about the reputation of the sect. What's more, Yifeng disciple Zhou Yaoyao did disappear, and you left with her before. It's so close, so the elders are inevitably a little anxious, and there may be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Su Ming curled his lips and said with an evil smile, "If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Although this little junior sister is not old, she is quite charming. But after playing with her last night, who knows what she did. The place has gone." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was stunned. Qi Yuan, my ancestor, Even if you do this, you can't say it in front of everyone, can't you keep it in your stomach? If you have to say it to stimulate other disciples, your master is still lying in your arms. Sure enough, after Su Ming finished speaking, the way all the disciples looked at him changed, especially the disciples from Kaifeng. They looked at Lin Changfeng with strange expressions. The Lin Changfeng just mentioned that he and Zhou Yaoyao they were in love, but as a result, his junior sister Yaoyao might have turned into the shape of his senior brother. Lin Changfeng looked at those disciples blankly. From the eyes of these disciples, he saw a hint of ridicule and deep sympathy. This extremely dazzling scene seemed to remind him of the time when Zhang Mengxuan broke off the engagement with his family. Those experiences suffered. He once swore that he would trample under his feet all those who mocked and sympathized with him. Su Ming. Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth with hatred. Although his body was trembling slightly under the pressure of the spiritual power, he still raised his head and stared deeply at Su Ming. You humiliate me today, and I will repay you 100 times in the future. The harsh words came to an abrupt end. Lin Changfeng seemed a little unbelievable. In his eyes, the figure in white, whom he regarded as his biggest enemy in his life, ignored him and hugged his master with one arm, put one hand around Feng Qingling's slender and soft waist, and slowly turned around and left here amid the envious expressions of the male disciples around her. No one dared to stop him. Even Patriarch Bai Lei stared deeply at his back, as if he had something to say, but in the end he held back his words. Not to mention the disciples in the square below. Seeing Su Ming approaching, they hurriedly made way for him from a distance away. No one dared to comment. Lin Changfeng, who was ignored as if he was nothing, punched the ground so hard that his fists bled. However, he didn't seem to notice. He just raised his head and stared at Su Ming's back. Well, Ancestor Bai Lei looked at Lin Changfeng, shook his head and sighed. Sometimes, life is like this. Just look away, maybe your little junior sister still has you in her heart. Puff. Lin Changfeng was holding his breath, but after hearing this, his blood rushed to his heart, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. He turned to look at Patriarch Bai Lei, and said angrily, Old Bai Lei, why don't you believe me? That Su Ming killed junior sister, he has done many evil things, didn't you all see his attitude just now? Ahem. Ancestor Bai Lei coughed lightly. He couldn't help but glance at the place where Su Ming left. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, The internal affairs of your Shenyang sect are not under my control. Today, I came here just for my granddaughter's sake. He wanted to take care of it, but Chen Tai's tragic death was still vivid in his mind. He had lived for a long time, and he didn't want no one to collect the body when he died in the end. Anyway, after today, there is probably no one in the entire northern wilderness who does not know the Seven Peaks senior brother of the Shenyang sect. As for Lin Changfeng, a pure yang physique is indeed rare, but the inheritance of the Great Spirit Talisman and Su Ming's proficiency in condensing the Spirit Talisman and divine patterns. With such methods, I am afraid that in a few decades, another spiritual talisman emperor will be born in this world. Su Ming. Ancestor Bai Lei sighed heavily in his heart. Zheng Yi didn't talk to him, but instead offended such a monster. He was a little panicked. If Su Ming had been born 10 years earlier, in the same era as Zheng Yi and the others, he would probably be able to dominate the list of geniuses in the northern wilderness region. It's even enough to attack the dragon and phoenix heavenly ranking of Xuanbei continent and compete with those monsters in the holy land of immortal dynasty. It is a pity that it is said that the lowest ranked people on the current dragon and phoenix rankings are all young emperors trained by the Liu clan immortal dynasty who spent countless top resources. The powerful god emperor. Ancestor Bai Lei's cloudy eyes were full of longing, and then he laughed at himself. Only when he has reached this level of cultivation can he truly know how far away the powerful god emperor is from them. The god emperor is just an unreachable person. Just a dream. He is afraid that he will not be able to be promoted to the god emperor for the rest of his life. In other words, it is unknown whether he will see a powerful god emperor in this life. Ancestor Bai Lei certainly knew that in today's situation, Su Ming, who had condensed 2 spiritual runes and divine patterns, was fully capable of burying all those who slandered him here. However, he did not do this, which shows that this young man is not hopelessly bad. Maybe he is born with a hint of evil in his character, but if he is guided well, he will be the rise of the northern wilderness in this Xuanbei continent. An opportunity. He believed that Su Ming was adopted by Bai Qingshan since he was a child and grew up in the Shenyan sect. Even if his natural personality was a bit evil, he at least still had a sense of belonging to the Shenyan sect. From now on, as long as Bai Qingshan teaches him well, he will be a good person. Treating him, even if he has an iron heart, is enough to melt him, right? Chapter 191 I Will Die With You. 7 Peaks, the highest peak in the sky, with the main pavilion on the peak. In a quiet room, Bai Qingshan was lying on the bed with a painful look on her face, her body still suffering from the cold poison, but at this time she could clearly feel that another extremely gentle spiritual power was flowing into her body bit by bit. Inside her body, she protected the spiritual veins in her body. Affected by that spiritual power, the ice phoenix shadow seemed to condense inside her body again. The ice phoenix was suspended in the air, with ice blue blood flowing down its body, gently wrapping Bai Qingshan's delicate body. Affected by the blood, her body temperature dropped sharply. Her original black hair was gradually dyed with a faint ice blue light, and her whole body was filled with a biting aura. I don't know how much time passed after that. The shadow of the ice phoenix dispersed, and Bai Qingshan slowly opened her eyes in a daze. When her consciousness returned, she felt a little dizzy and her vision was extremely blurry, as if she had been asleep for who knows how many years. Her mind went blank and her body felt particularly uncomfortable. But the next second, she suddenly woke up, her beautiful eyes full of panic, and she shouted anxiously, "Ming-er." The words fell. Her vision finally began to become clearer, and what came into view were the familiar facial features that were deeply engraved in her heart, and a pair of exceptionally calm dark eyes. At this time, Su Ming had just put Bai Qingshan down, but he didn't expect her to wake up. When Bai Qingshan saw the only disciple she cared about in this life, and then thought about the gentle spiritual power that protected her spiritual veins just now, she knew that it was Su Ming who did it. She knew that her Ming-er was just hard-spoken and soft-hearted, and had not completely given up on her. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Ming softly, as if from now on in her world, only the young man in front of her existed. Apart from him, she no longer cared about anything else. But for a moment, looking at Ming-er who was so close, breathing in his breath and feeling his temperature, a blush appeared on Bai Qingshan's beautiful cheeks, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. With her heart beating violently, she still looked at Su Ming dreamingly. Suddenly, when Su Ming didn't react, Bai Qingshan raised her hands and directly held Su Ming's neck. Then with a little force, she turned around and pushed Su Ming down on the bed. She had already thought that she was Su Ming's. The master's identity was forgotten. At this moment, she was just a shy girl. Her cheeks were flushed, but she still boldly stared into Su Ming's eyes, breathing in Su Ming's breath, and slowly moved closer to him. Su Ming, what was it like to be almost forcibly kissed by his beautiful master? He was sure that Bai Qingshan was probably crazy. But, just when Bai Qingshan's red lips, which no one had ever tasted before, were about to touch Su Ming, she saw Su Ming's calm eyes as always. This sight made her heart ache. Bai Qingshan slowly looked away and said with a little heartache, "Ming-er, are you still blaming me?" Halfway through, she choked up. She could feel Su Ming's rejection, and it was this rejection that made her feel more guilty and deeply self-blame. Yes, in those countless reincarnations, she had never believed in Su Ming once. Compared with others, she was the one who hurt Su Ming the most. Her Ming-er used to be so dependent on her and trust her so much, but what about her? What she did, she pushed Su Ming away from her step by step. Now, what qualifications does she have to beg Su Ming for forgiveness? But why? Her heart will hurt so much. In this life, she clearly only hoped that Su Ming could live without restraint, but there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her that when Su Ming left the Shenyan sect one day, she would completely lose him. By her side, Ming-er would have a woman like Tang Qingyan who would love him unfailingly. This should obviously be a good thing. She should be happy to have a witch like Tang Qingyan loving Su Ming on her behalf, but why? She would feel so congested. Finally, Bai Qingshan forced a smile. She pretended to tidy up Su Ming's clothes, but she still couldn't bear to let him go. While she was tidying up Su Ming's clothes, she quietly placed her palm on his face and stroked him gently. Su Ming glanced at her and said lightly, "Master, when do you want to touch her?" Bai Qingshan was silent. She slowly leaned her head against Su Ming and listened carefully to Su Ming's heartbeat. Her heart was racing wildly, but Su Ming's heartbeat was beating regularly, without any sign of speeding up. Her delicate body stiffened slightly, and Bai Qingshan's heart was full of bitterness. She lifted her head up from Su Ming's body as if she didn't believe in evil, then bound Su Ming's hands with both hands to prevent him from moving, while she leaned towards him. He pressed his forehead tightly against Su Ming's. Su Ming, although the smell of his beautiful master was very alluring, with the coldness of a mature woman and the fragrance of a young girl, Su Ming only regarded her as his master. Secular ethics are indeed nothing in front of Su Ming today, but no matter what, Bai Qingshan has completely disappointed him, and now he only saves her because of her kindness in raising him. It was the first time for Bai Qingshan to have such close contact with a man, but at this time, she only felt pain in her heart. Scenes of Su Ming's tragic death in reincarnation seemed to reappear in her mind. She caressed Su Ming distressingly. It took a long time before he choked up and said, "Ming-er, I don't care how much you hate me in your heart, no matter whether you still regard me as your master, from today on, I will not leave your side for even half a step. If something happens to you one day in the future." Su Ming curled his lips and interrupted, "Master, are you going to collect my body?" Bai Qingshan stared at him deeply, then suddenly leaned over and kissed the corner of Su Ming's mouth tenderly. "No, when that day comes, I will slaughter everyone in the world, and then die with you." This time it was Su Ming's turn to be silent. Finally, he sighed quietly in his heart. After lifting Bai Qingshan off his body, Su Ming patted his clothes and stood up. "Master, your body has just recovered, so take a good rest." With that said, he turned and left. Bai Qingshan suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. Tears pooled in her eyes as she stared at Su Ming's leaving figure. She didn't know why, but deep down in her heart, something that had been suppressed by her was surging at this moment. Released, eroding her sanity. Chapter 192. The corpse demon appears, and the chaos in the northern wasteland begins. Outside the Peak Master's pavilion, when she saw Su Ming coming out, Feng Qingling, who was waiting quietly outside, suddenly raised her little head and caught Su Ming's gaze. She smiled sweetly at her senior brother, hurriedly ran up and hugged her tightly. "Hold one of Su Ming's arms." The girl raised her delicate cheeks filled with aura, and stared at Su Ming unblinkingly with her big eyes as bright as crystal. She had already developed a deep sense of dependence on her senior brother, and the completely different attitude towards her master and herself just now made her very happy. The senior brother did not like his master at all, which meant that the senior brother did not like his master at all. "In my heart, I must like her." Su Ming glanced down at Feng Qingling, smelled the milky smell of the girl, and saw the girl's affectionate gaze. He reached out and pinched Feng Qingling's little face. "The hug is too tight, relax a little." "Ah." Feng Qingling was stunned for a moment. After she realized what she was doing, she not only didn't let go, but hugged her tighter, for fear that Su Ming would leave her alone, and the two newly grown little things were still clinging to Su Ming's arms, and move it from time to time. "Su Ming, are all little girls today so arrogant?" The warm and soft feeling on his arm made Su Ming fall silent. He suddenly lowered his head and stared deeply at Feng Qingling with his dark eyes. "Xiaoling, do you think I am a good person or a bad person, senior brother?" Feng Qingling didn't think much. She nodded hurriedly. "Senior brother is of course the best person in the world." Before he finished speaking, Su Ming pinched his chin. Feng Qingling's pretty face suddenly turned red. Looking at her senior brother's handsome face so close to her, her heart suddenly began to beat wildly, and her heart was even more frightened. But even so, she still couldn't bear to let go. "Open Su Ming." Su Ming got closer to her. Feng Qingling's face was about to turn red. When she was nervous, she quickly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered and fluttered. She was vaguely expecting something to happen. However, after a long time, what she imagined did not happen. The tip of her nose moved slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. Su Ming had a calm face and looked at her quietly. Senior brother Feng Qingling called him weakly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Su Ming didn't speak. He was silent for a while before he said, "When one day you find out that your senior brother is the worst person in the world, maybe you will regret it. Feng Qingling didn't understand, but she didn't care about it. She liked and relied on her senior brother. She had never regretted it. She couldn't help but muttered, Ling will never regret it. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. He actually said this to a little girl who has not yet reached adulthood, and has not even fully matured her mind. Maybe Feng Qingling will be of great use to him in the future, but now she is still immature. Just a little girl. Never mind. Su Ming took his arms out of the little girl's arms and stretched lazily. Seeing Feng Qingling's big, watery eyes still staring at him, he reached out and tapped her little head. You are a little idiot like you. You don't know how you will be deceived in the future. You are stupid and disobedient. I even want to return you to your master. No. Feng Qingling hurriedly grabbed Su Ming's sleeve, looking pitiful, and murmured, I will be obedient from now on. Ling will only listen to senior brother's words from now on. She was afraid that Su Ming would no longer want her and would let her go back to those days of gloom and despair. Although she was still young, she also knew that during these times together, she had already become greedy for her senior brother. So gentle, how could she be willing to leave his side? Su Ming looked at her quietly. It was hard to imagine that the domineering and scornful Empress of the Nine Heavens in ancient times was now a little girl who loved to act coquettishly. She just thought that if he raised this girl with his own hands, Feng Qingling would eventually find him. He is the biggest villain in the world, and then he turns against him and unites with the gods to deal with him as a villain. This situation is not impossible, because the rules of heaven are like this. After all, Feng Qingling is set up as one of the heroines. In this fantasy world, every fateful protagonist will eventually become a life and death enemy with the villain, and most of the heroines are designed with the character of a virgin. I can't stand any villain harming innocent people. This is the heroine of the fantasy world. For the sake of the so-called common people in the world, she will eventually stand on the side of justice. She is so cruel that she can even betray her closest people. He glanced at Feng Qingling. Will this girl become as overbearing and indifferent as the Nine Heavens' Zon Empress from now on? However, Su Ming only had an attitude of taking advantage of them. After all, the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress who once caused the dark turmoil was an existence that even the powerful men in the god realm were extremely afraid of. In any case, before that, there is still use value in existence. Feng Qingling looked at Su Ming in confusion, wondering why her senior brother looked at her with such strange eyes. Su Ming shook his head. Su Ming glanced at Zhao Ke lightly, is something wrong? I didn't leave seclusion until this morning, and happened to participate in the morning trial meeting. Now in my anxiety, I automatically abandoned those not so good memories. While talking to Su Ming, I looked impatiently towards the Peak Master's pavilion in the rear. Feng Qingling is just an ignorant little girl now. What can a little girl know about her? The real change in her personality should come when she inherits the memory of the Nine Heavens' Zon Empress. And this time, as an elder, he knows better than anyone how much influence a sect's spiritual power and fortune has on the sect. What's more, under the main hall of the Shenyan sect, there is a spiritual power that symbolizes the spiritual power and fortune. The earth veins are the foundation of Shenyan sect. Once destroyed, the sect may not be able to recover for hundreds of years. Seeing the elder named Zhao Ke, an imperceptible coldness suddenly flashed across Feng Qingling's eyes. She had not forgotten that this was the person who took her senior brother away last time, causing harm to her and her husband. Senior brothers can't spend more time together. Zhao Ke was obviously very anxious, with a trace of panic and fear on his face. He nodded quickly and said, after you and your master left in the morning, the great elder led us to entertain the ancestor of the Bai family, and also treated Lin Chengfeng. They were imprisoned at the 9th prisoner peak, but at this time, dozens of powerful spiritual masters came to the deserted city, all of whom were members of the 3 major families. Each of them was seriously injured and infected by a strange black energy. They also said, what kind of zombie demon invasion? This young male elder was none other than Zhao Ke, the elder of the 3 peaks who had been in contact with Su Ming. When he took Su Ming to the main peak hall, he asked Su Ming how to pursue Hongyu, but in the end he saw what was in his heart. The scene in which the goddess Hongyu, the elder, clung to Su Ming, was injured by billions of critical points, and she has been practicing in seclusion until now. Elder Hongyu doesn't take action, and Elder Ghost is missing. The Great Elder said that he can only come to find you and your master. Zhao Ke spoke with difficulty, his face full of shame. That time, hear the words, Su Ming, where is your master? Not far away, a young male elder suddenly appeared. His face was full of anxiety. When he saw Su Ming, he felt happy and hurried over. Ancestor Bai Lei was shocked and had already taken the lead back to Wangcheng to investigate the situation. However, more than a dozen powerful spiritual masters from the three major families are now occupying our main peak hall, absorbing the spiritual power of the sects to recuperate. The elders are not allowed to enter, and Elder Hongyu refuses to help break their barrier. If this continues, the spiritual power in our sect's earth line will be sucked out by them, and then all the disciples will be unable to practice. He never thought that when the sect faced a desperate situation one day, only Su Ming, the senior brother of Kaifeng, could save the sect. She might not be as soft and bully as she is now. Zhao Ke gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Of course he knew how these elders treated Su Ming before, but if the sect's spiritual power was absorbed by those people, the Shenyang sect in the future, let alone the 5 major sects in the northern wasteland, his reputation is probably not even comparable to those third-rate forces. Su Ming shrugged and smiled. So, Chapter 193 Cold poison invades the heart, it's just a crazy disease. 7 Peaks, the main hall of the Peak Master Pavilion. Su Ming sat lazily on the Peak Master's seat, drinking tea with his eyes lowered, while pointing Ning Xiaoxiao beside him to carve the spirit patterns. Feng Qingling blushed, and while watching from the side, she also took the initiative to extend her hand. With his little hand, he took the teacup for Su Ming. In the center of the hall below, Zhao Ke saw the scene in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched and he stood there for several quarters of an hour. He opened his mouth several times and wanted to speak. When he saw Su Ming's indifferent expression, he spoke. I held it back. Finally, he couldn't help it. Su Ming taking a deep breath, Zhao Ke was about to speak. However, before he could say anything, he saw Su Ming raise his head indifferently, and glance at him lightly with his deep and calm eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Ke felt cold sweat break out on his back. He believed that if he said one more nonsense, he might disappear in an instant. He didn't dare to speak again. Su Ming had just said that he was told to wait here for Bai Qingshan to come over. He was afraid that if he said one more word, the Kaifeng senior brother would be unhappy and kill himself. Zhao Ke didn't believe in how kind a person like Su Ming could be. What he did to his junior brothers and sisters in the sect was enough to explain everything. Of course, Zhao Ke only dared to think about these things in his heart now, and he would never dare to say them out. He was still counting on Su Ming and his master to save Shen Yanzong. That's all. Waited for another quarter of an hour. Just when Zhao Ke was extremely anxious, he finally saw the cold figure in a white dress not far behind Su Ming. Zhao Ke was overjoyed and hurriedly clasped his fists towards Bai Qingshan and said, Peak Master Bai, our sect is in trouble, please take Peak Master Bai out of consideration for the sake of so many disciples in Kaifeng and save the sect. The words fell. There was silence in the hall. Zhao Ke looked up and saw Bai Qingshan standing behind Su Ming. After hearing his words, Lu Mei frowned slightly, then didn't even look at him and just walked to Su Ming's side. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at her disciple so softly. Zhao Ke, the corner of his mouth twitched again, and he wanted to curse in his heart. The sect is facing a crisis. It would be better for you two masters and disciples to just ignore it. Now that I have told you, I still have this attitude. What do you mean? Fortunately, his reason restrained him and he did not utter these death-defying words. Peak Master Bai, the sect has treated you well in the past 10 years. Can you bear to see those people destroy our Shenyang sect? What's more, Su Ming also grew up in the sect. Zhao Ke continued. He gritted his teeth and made a sound. This time, Bai Qingshan finally looked up at him, but her cold and indifferent eyes were like a basin of cold water poured on Zhao Q's head. Tell Qi Yuan, whether the sect is alive or dead has nothing to do with this Peak Master. Zhao Ke was stunned. Is this still the original Peak Master Bai? Although the original Peak Master Bai has a cold personality, she is kind-hearted and upright, and will never be so ruthless. Zhao Ke even doubted whether the Bai Qingshan in front of him had been snatched away. Bai Qingshan's words also made Su Ming feel a little surprised. He turned to glance at his master, and saw Bai Qingshan frowning and picking up his teacup, and then glanced at Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao beside him. The little girl said with some amusement, "I have never seen you care so much about other junior sisters before." Su Ming stared at the cold and beautiful face of his beautiful master, and unexpectedly felt a hint of resentment in her eyes. With a slight smile, he said to Feng Qingling, "Little Ling help me up. Now that master is here, tell Elder Zhao yourself that my waist hurts a little and I have to go back and ask these two little girls to press it for me." Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, one on the left and one on the right, hurriedly helped Su Ming up from his seat with a blushing face. Su Ming put his arm around Xiaoxiang's shoulder, raised his eyebrows at Bai Qingshan and said with a smile, "Master, if you want to come, it's not impossible, can I ask them to make room for you?" Zhao Ke, who was witnessing the whole process below, was completely stunned, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He had known for a long time that Su Ming liked to play tricks on the younger junior sisters of the sect, but he did not expect that this senior brother Kaifeng would be so bold and dare to say such treasonous words in front of his master. Isn't he afraid of Bai Qingshan's anger? Bai Qingshan stared at Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, gently squeezed them with her white jade hands, and finally glanced at Su Ming again. And just when Zhao Ke thought she was going to get angry. But all he heard was her speaking slowly. "I said, I won't stop you from doing anything you want to do, but I don't trust them when they stay by your side." During that reincarnation, Bai Qingshan knew that Su Ming would betray his relatives in the end, and that all the people close to him would betray him, and Ning Xiaoxiao and Feng Qingling were the ones that made her the most worried. She was afraid that Su Ming would treat these two people. "I got emotional, but in the end I was deeply hurt by them. This may be one reason, but more importantly, seeing her Ming with another girl, she is still such a young and beautiful girl. She thinks of her age again and can't help but feel jealous. However, the saddest thing is yes, she is not even qualified to be jealous now." Bai Peak Master Bai Zhao Ke saw Su Ming preparing to leave, and he quickly and cautiously said to Bai Qingshan, "The great elder just said." "Ah." Without saying anything, Zhao Ke suddenly started to cry out in pain. His thigh was directly pierced deeply by an ice and snow sword, and was finally nailed to the floor of the hall. Blood flowed all over the floor, and he was wailing in severe pain. He didn't dare to move at all. If he moved again, his legs would be useless. Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao slightly shrank back and took a sneak look at Bai Qingshan, whose pretty face was extremely cold. This was the first time they saw Su Ming's master look so cold, and he was so merciless in his attacks. And they can also clearly feel Bai Qingshan's coldness towards them. Bai Qingshuanyu clasped her hands together and took a deep breath in her heart. Her upbringing from childhood told her that she could not stand by and watch the dangers that Shenyan sect and Kaifeng disciples were going to face. However, her reason was struggling now. She told herself, except for Ming whether everyone else is dead or alive has nothing to do with her. Now, she only cares about her Ming Zhao Qiu's painful cry attracted countless disciples outside the hall. After they came in, they stared at this scene blankly. All the disciples were confused about what happened and why their master would hurt people at will. And it has become this cold and heartless look now. "Elder brother, master, respect her." When several disciples saw Su Ming, they hurriedly asked. Su Ming glanced at them, still with a warm and gentle smile on his face. He held Feng Qingling in one hand and Ning Xiaoxiao in the other, and slowly walked down the hall. Under the complicated and moved eyes of the female disciples below, he smiled. "Road. Cold poison invades the heart, it's just a crazy disease. Ignore her and wait until she calms down." Disciples. That's their master. Doesn't the eldest brother not care at all when his heart is invaded by cold poison? Chapter 194 Mu Wan. Senior brother, you are still like this, you haven't changed at all. All the disciples of Kaifeng know that no matter how many mistakes their senior brother made in the past, the master was actually reluctant to punish him. Until he wanted to violate his junior sister Mu Qingyan, the master was really disappointed with him, so he used Wangcheng Bai. Because of his family's relationship, he was sent to the fairy prison to be punished. They all participated in the morning trial meeting, and they also knew what kind of opportunities the senior brother had gained from the immortal prison, but if it were not for the master, how could he have obtained such an inheritance? So, Su Ming's attitude towards Bai Qingshan made these disciples feel somewhat chilled. Several female disciples gritted their teeth and stared at Su Ming. Seeing their senior brother hugging each other comfortably, they felt depressed. Obviously the senior brother used to be a very warm person, why did he become like this? Now it looks like this. And those two girls, who look so alluring at a young age, will definitely not be good women when they grow up. Seeing several junior sisters staring at him angrily, Su Ming looked at them with a smile. Maybe the junior sisters want to come too, I don't mind. Many female disciples. Ba ba ba. As expected, the senior brother is still the same senior brother, and has not changed at all. Buzz. However, at this time, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the Peak Master's pavilion, and then all the disciples could feel that the spiritual power of the entire 7 peaks was gradually weakening, and most of the spiritual power was rushing towards the main peak hall. In an instant, the expressions of all the disciples changed. They hurriedly ran out of the hall and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, they saw a large amount of spiritual power emerging from the ground like raindrops and pouring out towards the main peak hall. The spiritual power swept across the sky, leaving behind colorful and bright colors. But seeing these colors in the eyes of all the disciples made them feel a little panicked. They were not fools, and of course they knew what would happen after all the spiritual power of Kaifeng was lost. Master. All the disciples were frightened and hurriedly looked back at Bai Qingshan, but suddenly they thought that their master had been eroded by the cold poison and had become indifferent to everyone. The next second, a pair of eyes stayed on Su Ming. Senior brother, even if you don't care about master, Kaifeng is also the place where you practiced since childhood. Can you bear to see those people destroy our Kaifeng? Su Ming yawned. He let go of Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, walked slowly to several junior sisters, stretched out his hand to lift the snow-white chin of one of the junior sisters, and smiled evilly in the face of this junior sister's red-faced and angry expression. If junior sister Yingying is willing, stay with me for a night and let me have fun, maybe I will consider taking action for you. Ding. The host's behavior conforms to the villain's character design and will be rewarded with 1,000 villain points. In the shy and angry expression of the junior sister, Su Ming slowly slid his fingers down from her neck. Just when his fingertips were about to touch a warm and soft place, the delicate body of the junior sister in front of him suddenly trembled, and her little face became even more. It was so red that it was almost bleeding, but there was a hint of deep panic and confusion in its eyes. Su Ming pouted. Senior brother's bed is big and comfortable. Do you need to be so scared? Don't worry, senior brother will be gentler when the time comes and it won't hurt at all. The little junior sister in front of him was almost scared to tears by him. The other female disciples also had angry expressions on their faces. Bai Qingshan. She sighed in her heart, feeling uncomfortable and helpless. Then he turned his head and pretended not to see Su Ming teasing his junior sister. Su Ming clicked his tongue and shook his head. So Bai Qingshan won't take action against him. If it were the previous master, I'm afraid he would have taken action long ago to destroy his cultivation. The next second, his fingertips slowly left the junior sister's body in front of him, and a pair of dark and deep bright star eyes stared at her quietly, and then a warm and bewitching voice sounded softly in the junior sister's ears. Junior sister Yingying, do you think senior brother is a bad person? Sha Yingying was completely stunned. This was the first time she had been in such close contact with this senior brother. It was also the first time she discovered that when this senior brother became gentle, his voice turned out to be so nice. If he wasn't so bad, how wonderful it would be. Seeing that the junior sister named Sha Yingying was silent, Su Ming smiled slightly. At this time, everyone was shocked to discover that behind Sha Yingying, there were actually bright spiritual powers condensing, and then all these spiritual powers turned into an ancient and mysterious rune, and the runes surrounded Sha Yingying. It circled twice, then turned into a cyan bracelet and flew to Sha Yingying's wrist. The cold feeling on her hand shocked Sha Yingying. However, before she could say anything, she saw the jade bracelet on her hand buzzing, and the spiritual power that emerged from the ground in Kaifeng seemed to be blown away. Something was suppressed, and it no longer poured out toward the main peak. Instead, It turned into spiritual raindrops and fell back to the 7 peaks. Elder brother. At this moment, if Sha Yingying didn't understand, then she was really a little fool. She looked at Su Ming with moved eyes, and her heart couldn't help but jump. She looked at her senior brothers with her young, charming and elegant face. Her eyes no longer had the panic as before. Instead, she became extremely shy, and her pretty face turned red even more unsatisfactorily. The movement here in Kaifeng. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the entire sect in an instant. In front of the main peak hall, countless elders looked at each other. The great elder Qi Yuan even frowned and looked at Kaifeng. Bai Qingshan took action. However, except for the 7 peaks, the spiritual power of the other peaks was still flowing towards the main peak hall, and Qi Yuan's old face turned completely dark. The other elders didn't look very good either. At this time, we are still treating them differently. Are they, Kaifeng, members of the Shenyan sect? Although Qi Yuan felt aggrieved, he also knew that in the Shenyan sect today, if the elusive ancestor did not show up, no one except Bai Qingshan and Su Ming would be able to save the sect. And just when these elders frowned and looked at Kaifeng. But suddenly I saw it. Above the cloud-shrouded peak of the 7 peaks in the distance, the space slowly twisted. Then in the twisted space, there was a petite and exquisite graceful figure. Accompanied by another woman wearing a light-colored skirt, she slowly appeared. The girl's clear eyes were looking forward, as if she wanted to find someone from below. However, when she saw the scene happening outside the main pavilion of Kaifeng Peak, her eyes were fixed on the figure in white, and her beautiful eyes instantly it became dim, and his eyes were even more filled with disappointment. Elder brother, you are still like this, you haven't changed at all. Mu Wan clasped her little hands tightly. She thought that after she left, Su Ming would be able to restrain his personality a little bit, but she was wrong. This senior brother has never changed. He is still as free and easy as ever. I never know how to repent. Wan, is this the senior brother you are talking about? Behind Mu Wan, the woman in a plain skirt had a pretty face as cold as ice. She frowned and looked down, saying coldly, he was the one who used your trust to destroy your spiritual veins. There seemed to be endless cold energy surging in the woman's eyes. With your alchemy talent, if your spiritual veins were not destroyed by him, you will definitely become the core disciple of the Imperial Alchemy Pavilion now. Since you worship me as your master, today, Master, I will seek justice for you. Chapter 195 Why did you lie to me? Hear what the woman said. Mu Wan shook her head gently. She stared closely at Su Ming below. Aunt Lan, I just don't want senior brother to stay here anymore. I want to take him away so that he can only stay by my side in the future. Practice with me, so that he can't hurt others. Seeing the little junior sisters beside Su Ming, Mu Wan gritted her teeth gently. She used to be young and didn't understand many things, but now she understands that sometimes, things that belong to her cannot be shared with others. Hear the words. The woman she called Aunt Lan looked at her in surprise, then frowned and said, if you don't let him hurt other girls, how about letting him hurt you? Are you stupid? There was a hint of hatred in her voice. Mu Wan smiled bitterly. She turned back to look at Aunt Lan, but there was a touch of sadness and pain in her eyes. She had never thought before that the senior brother she trusted and loved the most would be the one who deceived her and hurt her the most in the end. But even so, she still couldn't let him go. Maybe she will never be able to find the happiness she had with her senior brother when she was young again, but even if she lives a painful life in the future, she will still keep her senior brother by her side. You. Lan Huang stared at Mu Wan helplessly. I heard from Mu Wan's father that since she came home last time, she likes to be alone when she has nothing to do, and she doesn't talk to others much, and her personality has become particularly paranoid. When she thinks that all this is because of that Su Ming, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but become cold. It seems that they still need a handyman to sweep the floors under their dynasty pill pagoda. It would be a good choice to let Su Ming go there, and it can also temporarily stabilize Mu Wan's mood. Moreover, after Mu Wan left the Shenyan sect, she had already worshipped her as her teacher, but she refused to call her master, which also made her very distressed. Mu Wan was the disciple she found among countless geniuses, and she had the talent for alchemy. Even she was amazed. Her future achievements would be limitless. If she could help her bring Su Ming back to the Dan Pavilion this time, maybe she would be able to truly recognize her as the master in her heart. Lan Huang was originally a disciple of the Lan family of the Xuanbei dynasty in Xuanbei continent, and was also the elder of the Dan Pavilion of the dynasty. Hundreds of years ago, their ancestors of the Lan family, ancestors of the Mu family, and ancestors of the Lin family in Baikeng were family friends. Unfortunately, the ancestors of the Mu family later after the death of the ancestor, the Mu family gradually declined, until now it has become a second-rate family. As for the Lin family in Baikeng, it is said that after their ancestor disappeared, they declined into a low-level family. Not long ago, the Lin family seemed to have a cultivation genius whose engagement was broken off. His name was Lin Changfeng. Lan Huang came to the northern wasteland. He came to look for the alchemy scroll, but he also followed the wishes of the ancestor of the Lan family. After arriving, he would go to Baikeng to help Lin Changfeng, the genius of the Lin family, and teach him the art of alchemy. She also learned from the notes given to her by the ancestor of the Lan family some time ago that when the ancestor of the Mu family died, he left an ancient alchemy scroll in the Mu family and asked her to find the alchemy scroll back and help her. A group of young men named Lin Changfeng. Unfortunately, when she arrived at Baikeng, she found that the Lin family had been slaughtered and Lin Changfeng was missing. She finally went to Mu's house and accidentally discovered Mu Wan's talent for alchemy, so she took the initiative to accept her as her disciple and took her back to the Imperial Alchemy Pavilion to practice. Seeing Lan Huang agree, Mu Wan smiled softly and said, "Thank you, Aunt Lan." When she smiled, there were two small pear dimples on her face, which were very sweet and beautiful. Even Lan Huang was stunned for a moment. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time Mu Wan had shown such a look in front of her. Sweet smile. I sighed slightly in my heart. Lan Huang knew that once a girl with Mu Wan's personality fell in love with someone, it would be difficult for her to get out. Unfortunately, Su Ming was not a good man. He was not worthy of Mu Wan at all, so he could only wait. After bringing him back to Dan Pavilion, give him a good warning. Thinking of this, Lan Huang snorted coldly in her heart, and her beautiful eyes suddenly glanced at Su Ming below. She waved her jade hand, and the overwhelming spiritual power suddenly turned into a ray of blue light in an arrogant gesture, covering Su Ming below. In it. Well, this sudden scene, it also made all the disciples of Kaifeng suddenly widen their eyes and suddenly look up towards the sky. In front of the main hall of the main peak, Qi Yuan and other elders stared at Lan Huang who appeared behind Mu Wan. To be precise, they stared at an ancient emblem floating gently on the corner of Lan Huang's plain white dress. I couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's the Dan Pavilion Elder's Dan emblem from the Baishuan dynasty. She is the elder of Dan Pavilion." Many elders were stunned, not because of Lan Huang's stunning appearance, but because of her identity, the elder of the dynasty Dan Pavilion. In this world, in addition to cultivators, there are countless professions such as spiritual talisman masters, alchemy masters, battle formation masters, spiritual formation masters, spiritual weapon masters, etc. Among them, except for spiritual talisman masters, alchemists can surpass all other professions. Superior. A true alchemist can refine a variety of magical elixirs that enhance strength and cultivation. Any alchemist who comes out of the alchemy pavilion, even the most ordinary disciple, will be taken advantage of by all forces at all costs. To win over, their status is sometimes even more prominent than that of the spirit talisman master, not to mention the elders of the Dan Pavilion. Whenever they make a move, they will at least refine 7th-grade elixirs. And it is said that even some powerful men who have just joined the God Emperor covet such pills. The 9-flame demon pill that Su Ming instigated Mu Wan to refine was only a 3rd-grade pill. When Mu Wan first joined the Shen Yan sect, Qi Yuan and the others had already guessed that with Mu Wan's alchemy talent, she would be favored by the Dan Pavilion sooner or later, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. This girl is only 16 years old now. Not even that. All the elders were shocked. A behemoth like the dynasty Dan Pavilion was much more powerful than the immortal prison, and the Baishuan dynasty was as famous as the Tianwu dynasty in the Dongshuan territory. Although the Tianzu dynasty was controlled by that emperor, the heavenly demon lord of the heavenly palace was destroyed, but this did not hinder their reputation and dominance in the hearts of ordinary people. Now that I saw the elders of the Dan Pavilion of the dynasty coming to their northern wilderness territory, I would be surprised if I wasn't shocked. Those are the elders of the Dan Pavilion. As long as they have a little connection and give them some pills, they can help them break through the current situation. With such a high level of cultivation and realm, even people like Qi Yuan can't help but feel excited. The Mu family gave birth to a good daughter. While the elders were sighing in their hearts. The other side, outside the main pavilion of Kaifeng Peak. Bai Qingshan was the first to react when she saw Su Ming suddenly being enveloped by that cyan spiritual power. Her cold and beautiful eyes instantly locked onto Lan Huang in midair. Su Ming yawned, and then with a smile on his lips, he glanced at Lan Huang, a 7th-level alchemist. He remembered that the master of their alchemy pavilion had gone to the Yudian palace to ask for an alchemy scroll from him. Well, he is not very interested in this woman. Then he looked towards Mu Wan, who was slowly landing. Seeing her delicate figure, he slowly shook his head and said softly, "Did you not eat well while I was away?" A simple sentence. But when Mu Wan looked at him, her eyes suddenly turned red, her little hands clenched tightly, and finally she turned her head away from looking at Su Ming's face with a warm smile. "Elder brother, I just want to know why you lied to me at that time." The next moment, the girl's light and indifferent voice, with a hint of alienation, slowly sounded in Su Ming's ears. Chapter 196. All his sins will be borne by me, the Master. While saying these words, Mu Wan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. After the last incident, she knew that she had been deceived by Su Ming. From then on, she told herself not to trust him again in this life. But every time in the dead of night, when she was curled up in bed alone, the scenes with her senior brother would always appear in her heart. Her senior brother's tenderness made her miss him so much, but she also knew that it was all fake, it was all to deceive her and treat her well. Thinking of this, Mu Wan's eyes became colder and colder. She couldn't give up her senior brother's tenderness, but she hated him for deceiving her, which also made her feel painful and entangled. She had never been like this before. Mu Wan bit her lips lightly. When she came into contact with Su Ming's calm and dark eyes again, she finally admitted that even if she was deceived by her senior brother, even if the senior brother had never treated her sincerely, deep in her heart, in her extremely precious memory, the senior brother in front of her has always been the most important person. Because I care, it is even more painful now. Mu Wan's eyes were red, she just wanted an explanation. However, Su Ming didn't explain, he just clicked his tongue and shook his head, sighing, "When you've had enough trouble, go back quickly. This place is not where you should be." "I won't reply." Mu Wan's voice became much colder without realizing it. "Since I left Shenyan sect, you are no longer my senior brother. What qualifications do you have to care about me?" Su Ming was a little surprised. When did this little girl Mu Wan become so angry? Wan, there is no need to say anything to him. A person like him is not worthy of your concern at all. Lan Huang snorted coldly. She looked down at Bai Qingshan below. "You should be very worried about what good thing your apprentice has done. Clearly, you still defend such a stubborn disciple like this." After saying that, before Bai Qingshan could speak, she formed the seal of Lan Huang jade hand, and the blue light surrounding Su Ming suddenly became brighter, and in the blue light, the cold and terrifying blue spiritual power turned into a spiritual phoenix and wrapped around Su Ming's body. A seal is about to be formed. Su Ming exhaled gently. He slowly raised his head and glanced at Lan Huang indifferently. And that's just one look. But Lan Huang's delicate body suddenly stiffened. Click. The next second, before Su Ming could take action, the fierce white spiritual power suddenly rose into the sky from behind him, and a cold sword flew out. The terrifying sword light directly tore apart the cyan spiritual phoenix wrapped around Su Ming's body, and then a jade hand reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. The cold voice rang through the sky. "My disciple, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson." In front of Su Ming, Bai Qingshan's figure slowly emerged. She was holding a cold sword in her hand. Her cold, mature and beautiful face was filled with cold murderous intent, and the sharp sword intent filled the world. Lan Huang looked at Bai Qingshan, who had a solemn look on her face, and her beautiful eyes changed slightly, because at this moment, Bai Qingshan's long hair, as black as a waterfall, turned into ice blue little by little. Black hair turns into ice silk. This is a sign of being possessed. Is she crazy? Lan Huang couldn't understand that just for Su Ming, Bai Qingshan could actually do this. I heard Wanwan said that that boy was an out-and-out liar, who specialized in deceiving junior sisters and bullying junior brothers. Just for such a person, it was worth it. Too stupid. She stared at Bai Qingshan. The color of the latter's long hair was changing at an alarming speed. In just a few seconds, the dark hair with a hint of cold tone turned into dazzling ice blue hair. Of course, it's not just her long hair that has changed, but also her temperament. If she was a cold lotus before, now she exudes an aura of aura all over her body. Her heart was palpitating and cold. It was an indifference to anyone, as if there was nothing in her heart that could affect her emotions. The beautiful eyes of the two women looked at each other like this. Bai Qingshan glanced at Mu Wan indifferently, but said nothing. Her slender jade hands came together lightly, and the spiritual power surged to form an ancient seal. Mu Wan suddenly found that the distance between her and Su Ming had been expanded countless times, and even Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, who were behind Su Ming, were also isolated. This beautiful master of ours really wants to come out all the time. The two masters and disciples left the sect and wandered around the world together during the day. What did they do together at night? Are they going to make all the difference? Bai Qingshan's pretty face was indifferent. She looked up at Lan Huang calmly, then glanced at Qi Yuan and others floating in the sky in the distance, and said softly, "Since you all said that Su Ming did something wrong, then from today on, from the beginning, all the crimes he has committed will be borne by me, the master." None of the other female disciples could come close to Su Ming. Lan Huang's words undoubtedly shocked the disciples of the Seven Peaks. The expressions of all the disciples outside the Peak Master's pavilion couldn't help but change, and they hurriedly looked at Bai Qingshan's indifferent figure. This sight directly caused them to be in chaos. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. Thinking of Bai Qingshan's proud figure full of mature charm, it seemed that it was not impossible. He didn't have to be responsible anyway. Well, Mu Wan was also shocked. She glanced at Bai Qingshan's cold and ruthless figure, and said somewhat uncomfortably, "Master, senior brother did something wrong and should have been punished. I will not let Aunt Lan hurt him. Yes, I just want to take him away so that he can no longer hurt other people here." She turned back, and her cold beautiful eyes became a little gentler the moment they came into contact with Su Ming. "Ming-er, Master said that he will not let anyone hurt you again. I will take you out of this sect today. Leave these people. From now on, even if we wander around the world, our master and disciple will never be separated again." She never thought that the master she once respected the most would now want to compete with her for her senior brother. "Elder brother, master is like this to protect you. If master becomes a demon, what will we do in Kaifeng? What will we, the disciples, do?" Many disciples have become confused. Hear the words. There was a look of astonishment on Mu Wan's face. After she came to her senses, she hurriedly said, "Master, you are the master of all the disciples of Kaifeng. How could you take your senior brother out of the sect privately? I asked Aunt Lan, if you take senior brother away with you, you will definitely make him change for the better." Su Ming, laugh. Lan Huang said in a deep voice, "As a descendant of an ancient race, you do not hesitate to awaken your bloodline at the cost of becoming a demon. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Your race will completely abandon you by then. No matter where you go in the future, you will be hunted down by powerful men of the right path until your spiritual veins are deprived of you." Chapter 197 Black Altar, the evil emperor appears. In the sky, Lan Huang snorted coldly. Her beautiful eyes looked coldly at Bai Qingshan below. "A disciple like this who is stubborn and ineffective, if it were me, I would have destroyed his cultivation and kicked him out of the sect. Fortunately, Wanwan has left God. Yan Zong, if I stay under your command, I don't know what I will be taught." Faced with Lan Huang's cold question, Bai Qingshan did not argue with her, but just raised her pretty face slightly, with only a cold and indifferent expression on her beautiful cheeks. No matter what others say, no matter what others think of Su Ming, at this moment, she already has an answer in her heart that will never waver. Lan Huang shook his head. "You have become possessed. I will not attack you now. People of your race will naturally not let you go, nor will they let Su Ming go. Now it is still too late to let him go with me. At least I dang can keep him alive. Bai Qingshan's eyes were cold. No need. She can protect Herming'er herself. Lan Huang narrowed his eyes at her. Are you sure? She finally exhaled softly, shook her head and said, this is your own choice. You must be prepared to bear the consequences of this choice in the future. I hope that by then, you can still stand in front of him like you are today. Wan, let's go. Lan Huang said this last sentence to Mu Wan. Mu Wan looked at Bai Qingshan with some heartache. She didn't know why the upright and selfless master in the past became like this. It was obvious that the senior brother had done something wrong. She took the senior brother away for everyone's good. Why did the master want to stop her? Faced with Mu Wan's silent questioning, Bai Qingshan breathed softly, her chest rose and fell slightly. She looked at Mu Wan, the coldness in her eyes a little lessened, and finally said slowly, he has never been sorry to you. On the contrary, it was you who's sorry for him, it's you don't believe him. While speaking, Bai Qingshan looked towards Su Ming behind her. There was an undisguised tenderness in those cold, beautiful eyes. Mu Wan felt a pain in her heart, and her little face suddenly became dull. In her opinion, the master was really crazy, and he actually defended the senior brother like this. No one in the sect knew about the things that the senior brother had done. Even if she excused him, she even said that the senior brother had not sorry for her. Wan. Bai Qingshan slowly walked up to Mu Wan, raised her jade hand gently, and rubbed her little head. Maybe you don't know, when everyone hates and accuses your senior brother for those things, in his heart, it is actually more important than anyone else's. Everyone will suffer. Have you forgotten that your senior brother has always been a very warm person? When Mu Wan heard Bai Qingshan's gentle words, she was completely startled. She followed Bai Qingshan's line of sight and looked blankly at Su Ming. However, the bad memories in her mind it all came out in an instant. No, Mu Wan's eyes were red, and tears seemed to flow from her eyes. She slapped Bai Qingshan's hand away. I will never trust senior brother again. I was injured at that time, and he never came to see me. You know how much I look forward to it. Can he come see me, even just for a glance? But he doesn't. He has never really cared about me in his heart. Mu Wan couldn't control her emotions. Bai Qingshan sighed inwardly. With Mu Wan like this, any explanation is useless in front of her. All the love and affection she once had for Su Ming has now turned into deep hatred, and this kind of hatred may be buried in her heart for a lifetime. She had no way to enlighten her, so she could only say in a clear voice, anyway, after today's incident, I will take your senior brother out of the sect. By then, no one will be able to find us. Mu Wan wiped the tears from her eyes. She looked at Bai Qingshan stubbornly and gritted her teeth and said, Master, if you indulge senior brother like this, you will only harm him and you, Master. Wan has grown up and knows what to do and what not to do. Senior brother has done so many wrong things in the past. I can change him for the better or make him change. The words just fell. Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes were slightly cold. She turned around quietly and said calmly, you don't need to call me master, you are no longer my disciple. You can leave. I will pretend that today's incident never happened. Mu Wan took a deep breath. She didn't know what happened to her master to make the originally upright and selfless master shield and protect her senior brother like this. She always feels that the master has changed, and she is no longer the master she used to be. The other side, Su Ming looked at the scene in front of him. He glanced at Bai Qingshan curiously, his eyes swept over the plump figure of his beautiful master, and then glanced at Mu Wan's petite body and smiled. All his movements were seen by Lan Huang. Seeing the playful smile on the young man's face, Lan Huang snorted in her heart. With a move of her beautiful hand, Mu Wan's body suddenly appeared in front of her. Wan, your senior brother has long been hopeless. Even if you take him away, he will be a scourge in the future. All the young talents in our Dan Pavilion are geniuses. Who will be worse than him? Wait until you have more contact with him, you will naturally forget about him. From Lan Huang's point of view, the little girl would have a hard time letting go of the first person she fell in love with, but this Su Ming was just a person who couldn't be trusted, and was not worthy of Mu Wan's affection at all. The young talent of her Dan Pavilion, which one is not an upright and kind-hearted person, any one of them is hundreds of times stronger than Su Ming. And Lan, senior brother, he wasn't like this before. Mu Wan stared at Lan Huang with watery eyes. She tried to explain, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to explain to Su Ming. It was like anyone could explain to this person. The eldest brother's words of defense were all so feeble. Lan Huang comforted, "Okay, I understand what you are thinking. When you arrive at Dan Pavilion, you will naturally find countless people who are better and more upright than him. When the time comes, Master promises you that the young disciples of Dan Pavilion will be with you. Pick." Mu Wan shook her head hastily. At this time, Lan Huang suddenly realized that Su Ming was staring at her. Those dark and deep eyes were looking at her so calmly. However, just such a calm look, for some reason, made her feel a slight sense of fear. Lan Huang's delicate body was startled, and she suddenly felt a little ridiculous in her heart. When she came into contact with Su Ming's calm eyes, she actually felt that this boy was scary, and he was just a boy under 20 years old. She was dang elder. Why do you feel that uncomfortable? You must be blind. However, just when Lan Huang was about to take Mu Wan away, a strange black spiritual power suddenly roared out from the sky. The spiritual power shot straight out from the broken space, and finally turned into a bloody old man. The figure slammed down into the main hull of the main peak, knocking all the 10 powerful spiritual masters who were absorbing spiritual power inside and flew out. Then in an instant, there were unbearable screams from 10 people. They fell to the ground one after another. Most of the flesh and blood on each person's body was eroded by the black spiritual power, revealing the white bones. Old Bai. The 10 people stood up in pain, and when they saw the old figure dripping with blood not far away, everyone's faces were filled with horror. This sudden scene, it also made Lan Huang stunned. Her pretty face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly raised her head to look at the sky. A strange black altar was reflected in her eyes. The altar descended like a sky and covered the sun, and in the center of the black altar, countless chains bound a figure dripping with blood, and above the altar, there seemed to be a withered and terrifying ancient corpse, emerging little by little. Lan Huang's expression changed drastically. She stared at the looming ancient corpse and sensed the terrifying and evil aura on the corpse. A deep look of shock suddenly appeared in her eyes. 3rd level Corpse Demon Emperor. Chapter 198. This is the last time I will protect you. The ancient corpse stood empty in midair, staring down indifferently. It did not make any movement, but the evil aura exuding from it made the space below tremble slightly. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. Others may not know it, but how could Lan Huang, who came from the Dan Pavilion of the Xuanbei dynasty, not know that it was a corpse demon emperor that could crush the powerful 3rd level god emperor of the human race? It is said that the corpse demon clan was led by a cruel and bloodthirsty corpse demon empress in ancient times. The empress had 9 corpse demon emperors under her command, and the one who appeared in front of him was just the bottom of the 9 corpse demon emperors. Exist. Her current cultivation level has only just touched the threshold of the powerful god emperor. There is still some gap compared with the real powerful god emperor, let alone facing the 3rd level corpse demon emperor. Lan Huang's pretty face changed violently. At this time, the corpse demon emperor was staring down indifferently. His eyes were dark, as if the most evil aura in the world was surging, but strangely, after he took down the ancestor Bai Lei, he stood there quietly without making any move, as if he was waiting for someone's order. No one noticed. When the corpse demon emperor looked at the white-clothed figure below, his body froze slightly, and then he hurriedly lowered his head. As the evil emperor of the corpse demon clan, at this moment, he seemed to be bowing his head. And just when everyone was trembling under the terrifying and evil aura, the corpse demon emperor's eyes flashed with black light, and he grasped with 5 fingers. In just an instant, the 10 powerful spiritual masters from the deserted city, even the souls, they were all pulled out alive by it. Laugh. The sudden horrific incident directly frightened all the elders and disciples below. Under their gaze, the flesh and blood on the bodies of the 10 famous spiritual masters began to fall off and decay rapidly in the pain of fear. Finally, it turned into 10 withered mummies without any flesh and blood. On the palm of the corpse demon emperor, 10 drops of gray-green liquid rolled gently, exuding rich vitality. They were the life essence and blood of 10 people, and they were swallowed directly by it. All this happened in an instant, and even Lan Huang couldn't react. After she came to her senses, the terrifying scene in the sky had already been deeply reflected in the minds of everyone below, making them shiver. Cold sweat broke out on my back. The corpses of 10 powerful spiritual masters fell on the black altar and were crushed into powder by the strange spiritual power on the altar. This moment, the world seemed to fall into a dead silence, and an inexplicable fear gradually enveloped everyone's hearts. Lan Wang's pretty face was pale. When she faced the corpse demon emperor, her strength would probably inevitably be refined by him. Her heart trembled fiercely. She never thought that in such a small place in the northern wilderness territory, this place can actually meet a corpse demon emperor. Lan Wang bit his jade finger and created a blood mark. The snow-like crystal skin suddenly rippled with a faint blood light. On the snow-white neck, an ancient sword-shaped mark slowly appeared, extending to the delicate collarbone. Under. The corpse demon emperor watched her quietly. Lan Huang's beautiful eyes were cold, and although her pretty face was a little pale, she gritted her teeth and said coldly, "You evil demons should have been killed long ago. I didn't expect you to dare to show up. Once the most powerful person in my Dan pavilion comes, that will be the day when you will be killed." Laugh. As soon as Lan Huang finished speaking, a sneer came from below. She looked down coldly, and when she saw Su Ming, who was clicking his tongue and shaking his head, his eyes suddenly became filled with anger. This Su Ming is really a bastard. She did not hesitate to sacrifice her blood spirit to face the corpse demon emperor. But this guy has an indifferent and joking expression on his face. Doesn't he know that if she hadn't been here, everyone below would have been killed? Became the blood food of the corpse demon emperor. In her heart, Lan Huang wished she could slap this Su Ming out and let the corpse demon emperor eat him, so as not to make people angry when they saw him. Seeing Lan Huang's angry and cold gaze, Su Ming narrowed his eyes at her and said calmly, "That thing is inhumane. Are all the elders of your Dan pavilion so stupid? If you have this time, you might as well think about how to escape." "Su Ming, do you know what you are talking about?" Lan Huang was completely irritated by Su Ming's lazy attitude. Su Ming shrugged. "Why, you were right and you want to bite me. You." Lan Wang's chest rose and fell violently. It was the first time she saw such a bastard disciple. Everyone was terrified of the arrival of the corpse demon emperor. He was the only one, still looking so careless, which made people want to slap him to death. Mu Wan's petite body landed on the ground. She looked at Su Ming blankly. "Elder brother." "Shish." Su Ming hissed at her and waved to her to come over. Mu Wan didn't know why. Although she still hated this senior brother in her heart, she didn't know why. When Su Ming waved to her, she still subconsciously walked towards him, as if it was an instinct that had been formed in her memory. Su Ming raised his hand, trying to touch her little head. However, in the end, when she saw Su Ming's calm eyes, her little hands froze in the air. From Su Ming's eyes, she could no longer feel the slightest concern. That warm senior brother had completely left her. "I don't even want to lie to her again." Lan Huang bit her red lips. Arriving in front of Su Ming, Mu Wan gritted her teeth stubbornly and stared at him. Lan Huang could see the heart-wrenching disappointment in Mu Wan's dull eyes. At her age, she should have been a carefree little girl, but she was hurt like this by Su Ming, even due to some extreme psychology. No one knows whether she will do any extreme behavior in the future. At the moment, the corpse demon emperor is threatening everyone's lives. Maybe Mu Wan has been so hurt by Su Ming that she doesn't care about everything, but she can't just watch everyone below being mummified by the corpse demon emperor. In fact, from the moment she didn't trust him, some things were irreversible. Instead of living in pain for the rest of her life, it would be better to finally be buried with the senior brother she once loved deeply. At least in this way, the warm senior brother still belongs to her, and her heart will not be as painful as it is now. Su Ming retracted his finger and exhaled calmly. "So, this is my last time to protect you as a senior brother. After today, I will no longer be your senior brother." Perhaps that painful experience still lingers in her mind, but what she covets more is the meticulous care of her senior brother. Unfortunately, she will never have it again in this life. Suddenly, she stretched out her little hand, trying to grab Su Ming's palm. This moment, his words were very soft, but they were enough to break Mu Wan's heart and make tears well up in her eyes like spring water. Mu Wan turned her head and hid, preventing him from touching her. Finally, she smiled sadly and said, "First, elder brother, if we all die today, can you promise me to lie to me one last time like you did before? After today's incident is over, she will slowly deal with this Su Ming." As Su Ming's voice fell, the last glimmer of light and expectation in Mu Wan's eyes was completely shattered and drowned by the boundless darkness. She froze, and in the midst of tears, she smiled, especially sad. Su Ming was stunned for half a second, then his finger stopped in the air, and finally slowly lowered it, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. The pair of dark eyes looking at her became completely calm, and he softly said, "I will never lie to you again. A little fool like you, don't be fooled again." She was calm and indifferent. Chapter 199 So dirty. Looking back from Su Ming, facing the corpse demon emperor above his head, Lan Huang didn't think that someone like Su Ming could sacrifice his life for righteousness. Those words just now were probably to deceive Mu Wan. I'm afraid in the end, how can such a person care about others if he can run faster than anyone else? The evil atmosphere in the sky gradually infected the world, and the entire earth seemed to be plunged into deathly silence and despair. Lan Huang stared at the sky and said coldly, "Thousands of years ago, the 9 corpse demon emperors were suppressed by the 4 powerful god emperors of the human race and sealed in the corpse demon altar. Although they are revived now, only this one is alive. The corpse demon emperor has broken the seal, and if he can awaken a ray of soul from the 4 powerful god emperors, it will be enough to suppress them again. Even though they have been sleeping in the corpse demon altar for thousands of years, the 4 powerful god emperors were once famous in the northern spiritual realm. If they get the help of their souls, they will definitely be able to suppress the corpse demon emperor again." Pity. Lan Huang looked around and saw that except for her and Bai Qingshan, the cultivation of the other people here was simply not up to the level of being able to awaken the 4 powerful god emperors. At most, she and Bai Qingshan can only awaken the souls of the 2 god emperors. However, the souls are not their true bodies, and they have been sleeping for thousands of years. The spiritual power they can use is probably extremely thin. Unless the 4 of them are awakened at the same time, it will be difficult to suppress them. The demon king with a corpse. That's fine. Lan Huang gritted her teeth, but just when she was about to speak out, her pretty face suddenly changed, a bright purple sword light condensed in her hand, and she suddenly struck back with a palm. Bang! A cold and terrifying aura filled the air, and the ancient corpse containing endless evil energy appeared behind Lan Huang. Her palm struck out, but it penetrated directly through the corpse, as if she had struck a blow. On the air. Lan Huang's pretty face suddenly turned pale. The next second, a dry and weird palm was held in the air, and 5 deep blood marks suddenly appeared on Lan Huang's jade neck. A terrifying feeling of suffocation accompanied by the spiritual power in her body being infected by the black evil energy, causing bright red tears to flow from the corners of her mouth. There was blood, and his face was as pale as paper. The corpse demon emperor stood empty in the air and glanced at Lan Huang indifferently. The palm he held in his virtual hand was only lightly pressed. Lan Huang's face was filled with sadness and pain. The spiritual veins on his body were shattered inch by inch. The white dress was stained red with blood. Aunt Lan. Mu Wan stared blankly at the scene in the sky, and her body trembled violently. Although she was heartbroken, and although she was not afraid of death, Aunt Lan came to Shenyan sect because of her. If it weren't for her, Aunt Lan wouldn't have encountered these things today. A deep sense of helplessness permeated her young mind, just like when she had a nightmare alone in the dark night. The fear came out again, but at that time, every time she woke up, there would be people around her. A warm figure accompanies her, protects her, makes her happy and makes her laugh. Whenever she felt lonely and scared, she would subconsciously look for that figure, and now was no exception. When she turned to look at the figure in white beside her, her little hand subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes. But the gentle eyes that were once full of her figure were now filled with indifference and calmness. Seeing her grabbing the corner of his clothes in fear, Su Ming didn't say anything, but just stood quietly beside her. In front of her, he used his figure to protect her from the evil spirit infecting the world. He said, This is the last time to protect her. I don't know why. Mu Wan suddenly wanted to cry, and suddenly felt so uncomfortable. It was obvious that that thing in the sky would kill everyone, but the senior brother was still the same as before. No matter what danger she encountered, he would stand by her side. Protect her and treat her so tenderly. Such a big brother. Why did you lie to her in the first place? The entire Shenyang sect fell into fear at this moment. Seeing the Dan Pavilion elder being crushed by the corpse demon king with one hand, the complexions of Qi Yuan and other elders of the Shenyang sect instantly turned extremely pale, and the evil spirit invaded them. Rangxia's bodies were crumbling, and his eyes were full of panic and fear. This moment, no one is not afraid. Only Su Ming, under everyone's stunned gaze, slowly took a step forward, and as he took the step, under his feet, the bright purple spiritual power actually condensed into a line. There were extremely terrifying war marks. Those war marks exuded an ancient aura and were wandering around Su Ming's body. A vast pressure suddenly swept across like a hurricane. Su Ming. This moment, everyone was stunned. They never imagined that when faced with such a terrifying and evil existence as the Corpse Demon Emperor, no one would have the courage to even look at the Corpse Demon Emperor, and yet this senior brother, who had a bad record in their hearts, was the only one. Anyone who dares to step forward. Su Ming's face was calm. He glanced at the purple war patterns covering his palms, then raised his head and looked at the Corpse Demon Emperor in midair. He smiled slightly and said, I haven't used these purple Emperor war patterns after practicing for a long time, but today I have you can try. I won't bully you, and from now on, I won't use spiritual power. He raised his fingers towards the Corpse Demon Emperor. Corpse Demon Emperor. And this evil and arrogant scene made all the elders and disciples around stunned. They didn't know what the Purple Emperor's battle pattern was, but if they didn't use spiritual power, wouldn't they be no different from ordinary people? They were now facing yes, but even the elders of the Dan Pavilion cannot deal with the Corpse Demon Emperor. Is this Su Ming serious? In the crowd of disciples, a shocking voice suddenly came out. A green boy hurriedly walked out of the crowd. He stared at Su Ming and murmured in shock. It is said that the Purple Emperor's battle pattern only exists in Emperor Yuan. How is this possible? I traveled across the continent thousands of years ago, but I could not find the inheritance of this Purple Emperor. He is a young man who has not even left the northern wasteland. How is it possible to obtain the inheritance of the Purple Emperor? Lin Changfeng looked dull. He squeezed it gently with his palms, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed, and he was suddenly filled with sword energy. The terrifying sword energy could even tear apart the space. His body also slowly floated up, standing in the air, and together with Su Ming and the corpse the Demon King faced off. He looked at the ancient purple war patterns on Su Ming's body and sighed. It really is the aura of the Purple Emperor. You are so lucky. Not only did you get the inheritance of the Great Spirit Talisman Emperor, but you also inherited the power of the Purple Emperor. Anyway, today together with you, we will completely suppress the Corpse Demon King. The Sword Master controlled Lin Changfeng's body and looked at Su Ming with a sigh. He had not planned to show up today because no one here was a match for the Corpse Demon Emperor. Even if his soul showed up, it would be useless, but things are different now. Su Ming uses the Purple Emperor war pattern as a trump card and cooperates with him to suppress a newly revived third-level Corpse Demon Emperor. It should not be a big problem. Boy Su, you must be careful not to let the Purple Emperor's fighting spirit erode your mind. Your current cultivation level is still too reluctant to use the Purple Emperor's war pattern. You will inevitably suffer backlash in the future, and even cause great damage to your spiritual veins. But you don't have to worry. After we suppress the Corpse Demon King together, I will personally make elixirs for you so that you can suppress the Purple Emperor's fighting spirit in your body. The Sword Master's eyes were full of high spirits. Once upon a time, he was also a righteous and passionate man. He killed countless evil demons with one sword and was respected by thousands of people. Now, the Corpse Demon Emperor wants to harm the northern wilderness, and even involves Lin Changfeng, and as the master of Lin Changfeng, the destined son, he naturally couldn't stand it. Wow! Lin Changfeng's appearance caused an uproar among the disciples of the Shenyang sect, especially the sword energy on his body that stretched across the world. People could feel the sharpness from hundreds of meters away, and their eyes were filled with shock. The sudden change also made Lan Huang's pretty face in midair become extremely complicated. She struggled hard in the suffocating pain, but her delicate body was directly thrown out by the corpse demon emperor. Coincidentally, the place where she fell happened to be where Su Ming was. All the spiritual veins in her body had collapsed. Her whole body was covered with scars left after the spiritual veins collapsed. A large amount of blood was spit out from her mouth. There was nothing that could be done. Keep your body steady. It was about to hit the ground hard. Aunt Lan. Mu Wan's trembling voice suddenly came from behind. The next second, Lan Huang felt her body being held by a hand, and the weightless feeling of falling quietly dissipated. Before she could react, her delicate body had already landed on the ground. Lan Wang was stunned. She had never been in contact with a strange man. At this moment, she smelled the strange scent of the man next to her, which made her originally pale face suddenly turn red. She hurriedly struggled in Su Ming's arms. "Let me go." Hear the words. Su Ming didn't even look at her. His palms relaxed. Boom. Lan Wang's delicate body softened and she fell directly at Su Ming's feet. She was suddenly stunned. It took her a long time to react because of the severe pain in her body. She immediately looked at Su Ming with a look of disbelief. "You." Su Ming glanced at her indifferently and patted the few drops of blood on his clothes in disgust. "It's really dirty. My clothes were stained. I have to pay for it." Lan Huang. She gritted her teeth suddenly in her heart. "This bastard." Chapter 200. He just wants to protect me. As an elder of the Dan Pavilion and a woman at the same time, Lan Huang naturally has her own self-esteem and pride in her heart. At this moment, she was angry and angry. Her pure body has never been touched by another man. This guy just touched her and threw her to the ground with a look of disgust. In the Dan Pavilion, which man would dare to do this to her? Su Ming didn't even bother to pay attention to her angry gaze, and stopped caring about this woman. He glanced at Lin Changfeng, whose body was controlled by the sword master, and the look in his eyes seemed to reveal two words: idiot. Sword master. Lin Changfeng. Master. I can't bear it anymore being stared at by Su Ming again like he was looking at an idiot. Lin Changfeng's heart surged with anger. He had long been unhappy with this guy. Damn, you can show off better than him. The sword master was silent. At last, Yu said. Bear it a little longer. Lin Changfeng. As long as your master respects me, I can't defeat the corpse demon emperor now. Then let him step on my head like this. You won't die if you step on it. Master. Since ancient times, many strong men have been stepped on. Lin Changfeng was stunned for a long time. The sword master said earnestly, Xiao Feng, you have to know that the road to becoming a strong person will never be smooth sailing. Only when there is pressure can you have motivation. If you don't develop a perseverance and forbearance, how can you climb to the top of the world? Then Su Ming is just a stone that you must surpass on your way to growth. When one day you are strong enough to trample him under your feet, he will be just a stepping stone on your way to becoming stronger. At that time, you are still do you care about him? Hear this. Lin Changfeng's frantic heart finally calmed down. He stared at Su Ming and slowly stabilized his breathing. Yes, Sword Master is right. When he reaches the top of the world one day, how can he care about a small stepping stone on the way? Master, what should we do now? Join hands with him to defeat the evil and suppress the corpse demon emperor. Lin Changfeng took over his body again. He felt the powerful spiritual power left by the sword master in his body, and his eyes once again showed the strong confidence like sunshine. He formed seals with his hands, and radiated bright sword light from his body. An ancient sword array was formed out of thin air, shrouded the corpse demon king in it. Looking at Su Ming, Lin Changfeng said calmly, You and I will work together to suppress it today. His figure was like a sword, and his young and resolute appearance immediately attracted many disciples of the Shenyang sect below, and countless people cast their eyes towards him. Below, Bai Qingshan frowned and looked at Lin Changfeng, with cold murderous intent surging in her eyes. Then she looked at Su Ming with some worry. After experiencing those painful reincarnation memories with Su Ming, how could she not know that every time in the reincarnation, her Ming was tortured all over by this so-called son of destiny, and even died in his hands. As for this son of destiny, he has the blessing of heaven and a destiny that no one can match. Any dangerous situation of life and death will only become an opportunity for him to advance to the next level. In comparison, Herminger seemed to be a person rejected by the entire heaven. From childhood to adulthood, he had to fight desperately for any opportunity, and in the end he was even misunderstood and hated by everyone. Why is God so unfair? It's obvious that Su Ming is such a kind person. Bai Qingshan wanted to tell him so much that he would never be alone again. He would have her by his side and her master. In this life, she would not let anyone hurt him. Minger. With purple-green spiritual power surging on her body, Bai Qingshan came to Su Ming. She looked distressed and said softly, "Master knows that in your heart you want to protect Mu Wan and the junior brothers and sisters in Kaifeng, but if you use these forbidden spells forcefully, your body will be seriously injured. Let Master do it, at least Master can protect you and them." Her eyes were no longer cold and indifferent as before, but became extremely gentle. This gentleness was also mixed with deep distress for the young man in front of her. Su Ming. He looked at the distressed look on Bai Qingshan's face. After being silent for half a second, he looked away without mercy. The corner of his mouth raised a slight arc that was either mocking or smiling. "Master, you may have overacted. If you died here today, wouldn't you be happier in your heart?" She seemed to see Su Ming in front of her smiling at her again, just like the young man with that warm smile hanging on his lips many years ago. However, the illusion was fleeting. Su Ming just walked in front of her indifferently. He did not show her a warm smile. Maybe only the only girl in this world is qualified to have such a smile. In a daze. After all, she had lost a disciple who made her feel extremely embarrassed and would contradict her at any time. She should be very happy that she doesn't have to worry so much in the future. Bai Qingshan's heart trembled, and she hurriedly said, "Do you know what you are talking about?" In her opinion, Bai Qingshan was stunned. Also, this guy's attitude of ignoring her just now made her feel inexplicably ashamed and angry. Considering her appearance and status, when had she ever received such treatment? It was at the hands of a young boy. Snapped. Lan Huang stared at Su Ming with a cold face. "Wan, your senior brother is simply hopeless. If he wants to die, just let him go." Now in Su Ming's eyes, her master was not trustworthy at all. Even if she had reached this point, she knew that Su Ming still would not believe her, and even resisted and hated her in her heart. This made her eyes become gloomy. Mu Wan shook her head gently and said sadly, "Aunt Lan, senior brother, he just wants to protect me." Although she still hated Su Ming in her heart, hated Su Ming for deceiving her, and had been extremely disappointed with this senior brother, but now she looked at Su Ming's cold back and watched him face the corpse demon in the sky alone. "Emperor, I don't know why." Mu Wan's nose suddenly became sour. Su Ming shrugged and sneered, "I'm very sober." Even if Su Ming was lucky enough to receive the inheritance from some strong men, with his evil character, even if he didn't die in the hands of the corpse demon emperor today, he would still offend those righteous strong men outside the northern wilderness in the future. No one can protect him then. Even if Bai Qingshan can protect him for a while, can she protect him for the rest of his life? Mu Wan helped Lan Huang up, her moist and dim eyes never leaving the white-clothed figure in front of her. Aside, hear the words. Chapter 201 Ancient God Emperor. In the sky above Shenyan sect, there was spiritual power in the space that was gradually distorting. In addition to these distorted spiritual powers, Su Ming's slender figure was slowly stepping out. With every step he took, the ancient battle pattern appeared on the sky. Under the influence, the space is rippling violently. All the disciples of Shenyan sect couldn't help but widen their pupils, and there was a strong look of shock in their eyes. In their understanding, only in the nirvana state can one travel in the air, but that requires the blessing of powerful spiritual power. Okay. However, at this moment, the Kaifeng senior brother did not have any spiritual fluctuations in his body, but with every step he took, the space seemed to make way for him. Such a strange scene really shocked them. I have long heard that this senior brother Kaifeng is extremely talented. When he was sent to the immortal prison by his master to be punished, he still withstood the 99 heavenly tribulations in the immortal prison. It's just that he is lazy and doesn't like to practice. He rarely takes action, which makes people less impressed by his cultivation and strength. No one would have thought that when faced with such a life-and-death situation today, Kaifeng, the unpopular senior brother, would stand in front of everyone. This moment, many disciples' eyes were a little moved. Lan Huang, who was helped up by Mu Wan, also stared deeply at Su Ming's back. She didn't know why, but this unruly and evil young man became somewhat mysterious and unpredictable in her eyes at this moment. Half empty. When Lin Changfeng saw Su Ming, he frowned and said, "The evil aura in this corpse demon emperor is particularly terrifying. I can use the first sword formation to contain him." However, before he finished speaking, he saw Su Ming glance at him slowly. He didn't say a word, but the mocking and indifferent look made Lin Changfeng feel that his strong self-esteem had been affected again. Insult. I was ignored by this person again. Lin Changfeng's face was uncertain, and he clenched his fists tightly. This damn guy. However, just when this thought flashed through his mind, he saw Su Ming suddenly punch out. The fist wrapped with purple war patterns directly tore the sky and hit the body of the corpse demon emperor with unparalleled violence. The spiritual energy impact swept across the sky, and the huge energy impact spread out, not only slamming the body of the corpse demon emperor into the ground, but also shattering the sword formation he had condensed with one punch. Lin Changfeng was stunned. This moment, time seemed to have frozen, and countless people were dumbfounded. Seeing the slender figure in the sky, they could not imagine that this was actually the lazy senior brother of Kaifeng. His domineering punch not only hit the corpse demon emperor, it was more like a severe blow to their hearts. Lin Changfeng stared at this scene blankly. How could he not know how terrifying the bodies of the corpse demons were? What's more, this was the corpse demon emperor. Was Su Ming's physical strength already so powerful? Lan Huang, who was still angrily scolding Su Ming in her heart just now has a pair of beautiful eyes completely stunned. She understands the ferocity of the corpse demon emperor better than anyone here. However, such a terrifying corpse demon emperor, actually he was punched into the ground by Su Ming. This guy. Lan Huang gritted her teeth, looking at Su Ming's domineering and indifferent back. Her heart trembled violently, and she even couldn't believe it. Is this Su Ming really just a disciple of Bai Qingshan? A gust of breeze blew by, picking up gravel and drifting by. The corpse demon emperor's withered palm slowly came out from the cracked ground. It stood up unsteadily, and a pair of deeply sunken, strange black eyes looked into the air. Look at the figure in the middle. Su Ming loosened his fists, and the war marks on his body were looming. Then he raised his head and glanced at the cold and dark corpse demon altar in the sky. Through his dark eyes, through the heavy spiritual power, he seemed to be able to see four particularly illusory figures, sitting cross-legged in the darkness, on the sky. Those were the four ancient divine emperors who were once famous all over the world. A faint purple light flashed across Su Ming's eyes. He did what he did today not to protect the Shenyan sect. These four ancient god emperors were his goals. By the way, he was also preparing to open the seal of the ancient emperor's armies in the future. And these four guys have been sleeping for thousands of years. Unless they sense someone who can suppress the zombie demon clan on their behalf, their souls will appear and help that person. Otherwise, if they notice anything strange, they will self-destruct their souls. From then on, afterwards, follow the corpse demon altar and completely disappear from the sky. Of course, if the inheritance of the four ancient god emperors were released to the outside world, countless people would probably be bleeding heads trying to get a part of it. However, they have been sleeping for thousands of years and persist in living until now, just because they want someone to inherit them. With the cultivation and inheritance of a god emperor, he suppressed the corpse demon clan for them, but in Su Ming's case, their so-called inheritance was nothing more than 4 drops of blood essence in the god-refining altar. Seeing that the four people's souls were feeling something but had not yet truly awakened, Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the corpse demon emperor below. Corpse demon emperor. Because it was just a corpse, it couldn't make a grimace, but it felt bitter in its heart. It couldn't be beaten at all. Even if Su Ming didn't use his spiritual power, it couldn't take a few punches with its body. But then it sensed Su Ming's indifferent gaze, and it trembled in its heart. If it didn't behave well, it would be blasted to pieces by this lord. The next second, terrifying black spiritual power suddenly surged out of the corpse demon emperor's body. As the black energy filled the air, a sea of corpses and stars appeared behind him. Then his body turned into a black light and flew towards Su Ming. Boom! The huge black energy and the purple light collided fiercely, and two of the figures were at the junction of the black energy and the purple light. Their fist shadows roared, carrying rolling spiritual power, and they violently shook each other. Immediately, afterimages emerged, and the two figures intertwined. The sound was as low as the collision of mountains, carrying an extremely heavy feeling of power, and they collided fiercely with their bodies. This is an extremely eye-catching scene. Countless people below were stunned. They never knew that senior brother Kaifeng, who was always lazy and evil, actually had such a ferocious and domineering side. The female disciples of Kaifeng stared blankly at Su Ming, who looked like a god of war in midair. Such a scene seemed to have completely subverted their understanding. They were at an age where they worshipped heroes and strong men. With my heart trembling, I stared at my senior brother one by one, unable to look away at all. Lin Changfeng was also completely shocked. He looked very ugly. If it were him who went up, he might not even be able to receive a punch from the corpse demon emperor. Su Ming is really a genius. The purple emperor war tattoo on his body can actually exert such power. It seems that he will be a strong competitor in the future sword master side. Lin Changfeng was unwilling to give up. Master, if those inheritances in his body were given to me, my current achievements would definitely be able to crush him. Isn't it just a matter of better luck? Sooner or later, I will leave him far behind. Let him never turn over for the rest of his life. Bang! While the two were talking, waves of violent energy swept through the air like a storm. As the two figures collided fiercely in the air, spiritual energy shocks continued to spread, and finally rushed out. Even the ground below was shattered into pieces of ruins. However, this charge did not last long. During another collision, the ground behind the corpse demon emperor and Su Ming collapsed directly. The two of them stabilized their bodies at the same time, just standing in midair. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. Lan Huang's beautiful eyes became even more complicated. Looking at Su Ming's indifferent and domineering back, at this moment, perhaps she truly understood why Mu Wan still missed him, even though she was deeply hurt and deceived by this man. But at this moment, everyone below could suddenly feel that a particularly old voice seemed to come from ancient times, penetrated time and space, and sounded in their minds. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, our human race would still have such a talented young man. Chapter 202 Falling into the Demonic Abyss. In the dim sky, 4 ancient halos of light pierced the darkness, and then these halos turned into bright rays of light, falling from the sky. Above the corpse demon altar, the 4 illusory figures finally opened their eyes, and their turbid eyes took in the whole world below. In their vicissitudes of life, a white-clothed figure covered with ancient war patterns appeared. The next second, the 4 people floated up. They looked down at their palms wrapped in black energy, then looked at the dark sky and everyone below, and finally looked up at the extremely distant direction of Zhongzhou continent, their eyes becoming particularly vicissitudes of life. Thousands of years later, spanning countless years. However, in their eyes, this place has long since changed. People who were once familiar with it may have become withered bones in the grave. Immediately, the 4 of them withdrew their gazes and raised their palms at the same time. Immediately, the vast and terrifying bright spiritual power rose from their bodies to the sky, directly dispelling all the darkness above the sky, and finally submerged into the white clothes below that were filled with ancient war patterns. In the body of a young man, the figures of the 4 people became illusory until the last trace of will disappeared. At the same time, the ancient war patterns on Su Ming's body emitted a dazzling purple light, and 4 particularly illusory ancient lights and shadows emerged behind him. The 4 ancient god emperors stood behind him, looking indifferently at the corpse demon emperor opposite. With the blessing of their spiritual power, Su Ming's body was filled with an astonishing fighting spirit. At this moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. The vitality of the 4 people has been annihilated in the long river of history, and now there is only the last ray of remnant soul will left. Whoever can replace them to completely suppress the zombie clan will use this wisp of their will to destroy their own souls. The power attaches to this person and helps him suppress the demon. Lin Changfeng's face turned livid. He only found out from the sword master that at this moment, he had missed a precious opportunity. It was the inheritance of 4 ancient divine emperors. He was so angry that he went crazy. There was nothing but overwhelming hatred for Su Ming. Immediately, his face was full of reluctance, and his body suddenly rose into the air, flying into the void, and said loudly towards the 4 illusory lights and shadows behind Su Ming. 4 seniors and junior Lin Changfeng were entrusted by the Holy Sun Jiyu Mu of the Holy Land of Taichu. In order to find the Chaos Green Lotus and save the people in the Northern Territory, today I am willing to help my seniors eliminate demons. Lin Changfeng's voice came out, and Bai Qingshan's pretty face below was extremely cold, and she couldn't help cursing. How shameless. There was murderous intent in her eyes. This son of destiny was really the most shameless person she had ever seen. Those 4 people obviously showed up because of her Ming-Er. Lin Changfeng actually wanted to take away her Ming-Er's things. The people below looked at Lin Changfeng in surprise, especially Lan Huang, with pretty faces that couldn't believe it. The other reason why she came to the northern wilderness was that she was entrusted by the ancestor of the clan to protect her. A man named Lin Changfeng took him back to the alchemy pavilion and taught him the art of alchemy. I thought that the Lin family was destroyed and Lin Changfeng was dead. Who knew that not only was he not dead, he was actually hiding in the Shenyang sect. The Holy Land of Taichu. Holy Sun Jiyu Mu. Lin Changfeng was actually acquainted with the Holy Sun of the Holy Land of Taichu. She was extremely shocked. Holy Land of Taichu was the top first-class force on the Xuanbei continent. It could stand on an equal footing with such a behemoth as the Xuanbei dynasty. Lin Changfeng was actually with their Holy Sun. Do you know me? As Lin Changfeng's voice fell, the sky seemed to become silent. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, only the 4 illusory lights and shadows were still standing indifferently behind Su Ming. Lin Changfeng was stunned, and then he gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give in. But just when he was about to speak again, he saw Su Ming's calm eyes sweeping over him. His condescending, indifferent look, but Lin Changfeng seemed to see something particularly horrifying in it. Su Ming lazily glanced at the particularly bright purple battle pattern on his arm. He had deceived the souls of these 4 guys. The biggest threat to the corpse demon altar had also been eliminated. The remaining 8 corpse demon emperors will appear in the world together with the ancient celestial demon in a few days. The last traces of will of the 4 ancient god emperors have just sent the news of the resurrection of the corpse demon clan and what happened in the northern wilderness to all parts of the Xuanbei continent, and anyone strong above the god emperor will be able to sense it. I believe that with the lifelong cultivation and inheritance of the 4 ancient powerful god emperors, coupled with ancient holy objects like the Chaos Green Lotus, not many people can resist the temptation. Su Ming slowly raised his palm. The phantoms of the 4 ancient god emperors behind him flashed their eyes. Following his movements, they raised their palms to form seals. The mighty spiritual power aura swept out from their illusory light and shadow. 4 terrifying offensives directly shattered the sky, sealed a corpse demon altar together with the corpse demon emperor into space. Instant time. Starting from the position at Su Ming's feet, the entire world split into 2 pieces of sky, one black and one white. On the sky, there appeared a pitch-black abyss that seemed to have no end. That was the place where Su Ming used the spiritual power of 4 powerful god emperors to seal the corpse demon altar. There was a broken space in the abyss, where darkness shrouded the place and the demonic energy was steaming, like a dead zone. Lan Huang was shocked and said, "Fall into the demonic abyss." Everyone looked at the sky absent-mindedly. Lan Huang's pretty face was filled with emotion, and she murmured, "It is rumored that in ancient times, the 4 powerful ancient divine emperors fought a decisive battle with the corpse demon Empress in the falling demon abyss. This was the fall of the corpse demon Empress. In this land, the other 8 corpse demon emperors will definitely be guarding it. Even if Su Ming gets the help of those 4 ancient god emperors, he will definitely have a narrow escape if he rushes into the demonic abyss alone." The appearance of the falling demon abyss showed that the corpse demon clan had planned to devour thousands of creatures in the entire northern wasteland from the beginning. Lan Huang thought that Su Ming was planning to use the spiritual power of the ancient god emperor to enter it and suppress the corpse demon clan. However, finally, When she saw that Su Ming had only suppressed and sealed the falling demon abyss, she felt relieved. The horror of falling into the demonic abyss is no joke. The third-level corpse demon emperor is just the lowest existence among the 9 corpse demon emperors. The other 8 are more terrifying than the last. No one even knows whether the corpse demon empress has revived. With the corpse demon empress such cruelty, if she revives, if Su Ming rushes in alone, there will definitely be no trace of her body left. Unless the helpers from the top forces in Xuanbei continent arrive, there will be a chance to compete with the zombie demon clan. Even though she had a bad impression of Su Ming because of Mu Wan, at this moment, Su Ming was the only one among them who could fight against the corpse demon clan, and she didn't want Su Ming to be so impulsive. Half empty. At the intersection of black and white spiritual power, Su Ming's body was also colored by 2 kinds of spiritual power, one black and one white. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the sky. Not far behind him, Lin Changfeng looked solemn and couldn't help but murmured. Sure enough, as the master guessed, those 10 ancient heavenly demons were released by the corpse demon clan. Now they are all in this falling demon abyss, and within 8 days at most, the falling demon abyss will swallow up the entire northern wilderness territory. At that time, the sky demon will be born, the corpse demon will revive, and everyone will die. Just when he was in a trance, however, he found that someone had tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Changfeng looked up in surprise. Su Ming lowered his eyes and looked at him, shook his head and sighed. You saw it too. I tried my best, but whoever gets in with this thing will die. You like killing demons so much, why don't you go in and give it a try? Lin Changfeng's face darkened. What the hell, with his current level of cultivation, what's the difference between that and dying? Even if he sells the sword master, he will still have to die in the falling demon abyss. Su Ming squinted his eyes, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. I can only suppress the falling demon abyss for 8 days. I have already bought 8 days for the northern wasteland. The 4 god emperors said that after 8 days, this disaster will only be one person can figure it out. By the way, they also talk about the Tianfeng seal and the ancient emperor's weapons. I don't know very well, but thinking about it, this should be the key to solving the northern wilderness catastrophe. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Changfeng was stunned for a long time. By the time he reacted, Su Ming had already restrained his war marks and landed lazily. As he lowered his body, the black and white boundary above the sky completely solidified. The pitch-black falling demon abyss was suspended above everyone's heads, causing their expressions to change drastically. Everybody knows. It was Su Ming, senior brother of the 7 Peaks, who temporarily suppressed falling demon abyss, but sooner or later the spiritual power of the 4 ancient god emperors would be exhausted. When that time comes, who can come to save them? Below, seeing Su Ming fall to the ground, Bai Qingshan's watery eyes were staring at him closely. She didn't care about falling into the demon abyss or the corpse demon clan. Only when she saw that Su Ming was safe and sound did she truly feel at ease. Ming she said softly. Su Ming raised his eyes and glanced at her, raised the corners of his lips slightly, flicked the dust on his clothes, and then walked straight past Bai Qingshan, Mu Wan and others, and walked towards Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao not far away. Chapter 203 Holy Land Fairy. When the falling demon abyss appeared and a sky-like black storm swept across the entire northern wilderness territory, the world seemed to have become dead silent. The entire Xuanbei continent was shaken by this for a moment. The scene above the northern wilderness territory, there is actually a sign before the day of destruction comes. This moment, the most powerful people from countless forces outside the northern wasteland looked up at the clear black and white and extremely distant sky. They felt the power of will gradually dissipating from the 4 ancient powerful god emperors, and their hearts were shaken. In that small, desolate land in the northern wilderness, someone could actually entrust the demonic abyss to suppress the evil tribe. Could it be that a strong man from a hidden power took action in advance? The restricted area of the northern territory, the holy mountain of Taichu. This is an extremely ethereal ancient mountain range hidden in the monstrous spiritual mist, and the spiritual power here is so vast that it is unbelievable. As the spiritual power surges, countless ancient birds flap their wings and swoop down into the sky from the holy mountain. The sound echoed throughout the world. On the mountainside, When the spiritual barrier as fine as silver threads was broken by a rather embarrassed girl, a clear and ethereal piano sound like a trickling spring in a deep stream penetrated through the layers of spiritual barriers and knocked the girl to her feet. Brought into the spiritual mist. The spiritual mist dissipated, and there was a quiet jade palace in front of it. In front of the jade palace, a crystal waterfall poured down leisurely. A woman in a white dress was playing the piano with her slender fingertips rising and falling slowly. The music of the piano gurgled out, like fairy music. Touching. The embarrassed woman who was pulled in by Chinyan was Ji-Yu Minmin, who escaped from the northern wilderness territory. Her senior brother Ji-Yu Mu was still trapped in the northern wilderness territory. She ran back to the Holy Land to ask for help. I asked you to go to the northern wilderness territory with Xiao Mu. Why did you come back in a panic alone? Did Xiao Mu bully you? Qingling's wonderful and beautiful voice came, and the woman in front of the Jade Palace slowly raised her eyes, and a pair of cold and holy eyes fell on Ji-Yu Xinming. Ji-Yu Xin's delicate body was suddenly startled. Although she had seen it many times, every time she saw her, a girl would be deeply shocked by the beautiful face of the woman in front of her. The woman in front of her was the senior sister of their Taichu Holy Land, Fairy Shui, Lin Shui, who was ranked in the top 3 of the Dragon and Phoenix ranking of the Xuanbei dynasty 3 years ago. Sister Shui, brother Ji-Yu Mu, something happened to him, Ji-Yu Minmin said in a panic. Hear the words. A faint light suddenly appeared in Lin Shui's cold eyes. Her fingers caressing the Chengqian slowly stopped, and the spiritual power of the entire mountain range seemed to tremble slightly in an instant. With the first-level cultivation of Xiaomu God Emperor, no one in the northern wilderness region should be able to threaten him. Do you remember my words? Ji-Yu Min nodded hurriedly. I must remember what Sister Shui said. Brother Ji-Yu Mu has already found the person named Lin Changfeng, but he hasn't found the saint yet. Then something happened in the northern wasteland. If someone hadn't helped me, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see Sister Shui in the future. Lin Shui frowned. Can someone help you? Yes, that was a young man in white. He helped me break the space barrier in the northern wasteland so that I could escape from it, but he himself was trapped in it. Sister Shui, let's go talk to the elders quickly and ask them to send people to rescue brother Ji-Yu Mu. At this time, the mountain breeze came, gently blowing Lin Shui's hair. Her figure, as bright as the moonlight, quiet and holy, slowly stood up from the guqin. Her eyes slowly swept towards the distant sky, and she spoke softly. The elders should have too much to take care of themselves now. Ji-Yu Zan was stunned. Lin Shui sighed slightly. After you and Xiao Mu left, Yudian Palace in Dongshuan region sent people to our Holy Land. They were 2 8th-level God Emperors. They came to convey the orders of Yudian Demon Lord. What order? Destroy the Xuanbei dynasty. Boom. Ji-Yu Zan's brain exploded, destroying the Xuanbei dynasty. The Xuanbei dynasty is the most powerful force in their Xuanbei continent, and that Yudian Demon Lord is simply a big bastard and a big devil. Seeing Ji-Yu Minmin's angry look, Lin Shui shook her head gently. The Xuanbei dynasty will never be destroyed, and the one that will be destroyed is our Taichu Holy Land. No one knows better than them how cruel and terrifying Yudian Demon Lord is. The former Tianwu dynasty has now become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where blood flows into rivers. Countless strong men have fallen with hatred. In the future, Xuanbei continent will also enter the same situation. Footsteps. Can you compete with that big devil? He is upright and kind, and cannot bear to see evil demons bullying ordinary people, and cannot bear to see the suffering in the world. He is even respected by countless people as the leader of the righteous path, but he is also unrestrained, and all reputations are like clouds in his eyes. The elders of each holy peak are discussing with the Holy Lord. We need to find a powerful person who can compete with Yudian Demon Lord to help us in order to protect Xuanbei continent. Lin Shui slowly withdrew her gaze, and her beautiful eyes became quiet and indifferent again. She spoke softly towards Ji-Yu Xuanxuan. The elders are still thinking of ways to protect our Taichu Holy Land. Let's go to the northern wilderness with you first. Domain, take care of the matter over there. Ji-Yu Zan fell silent. Unknowingly, the figure in white with a gentle smile on his face who rescued her in the northern wilderness appeared in Ji-Yu Xinxuan's mind for no apparent reason. Can't you? Lin Shui's clear voice, with a hint of playfulness, reached Gu Min's ears. Only then did she realize that the quiet and cold Sister Shui actually had such a playful and cute side, which made her heart beat as a woman. Sister Shui, what should we do? She was really scared at this moment. According to the elders, on the Zhongzhou continent, the saints are unwilling to take action to offend the Yudian palace, and the forces in the ancient demon palace are standing idly by. We have only the last option left, which is also our last hope. Lin Shui stared at her, and the corners of her mouth suddenly raised slightly. In an instant, flowers bloomed, and her beautiful smile stunned Gu Min. Her usually cold eyes were filled with emotion at this moment, and there was even a trace of hope in her eyes. It was the transcendent existence that had saved the entire Tianyuan Sea, and was the source of hundreds of millions of creatures in that sea. The savior is the unshakable swordsman in white in the hearts of almost all women. Yu Tiandian didn't dare to go to the Zhongzhou continent or the Tianyuan Sea, but only dared to bully these forces in Xuanbei continent. Wasn't it because there was the protection of the white-robed sword immortal there? Then Yu Tian demon lord dared to go to the white-robed sword immortal. Trouble. Speaking of this, Lin Shui's beautiful eyes looked outside the holy mountain. Her sight penetrated the endless space, as if she saw a place wrapped by the endless sea, and in her eyes, there was a faint figure dressed in white, like a banished immortal. Blurry figure. Did Sister Shui think of something happy or someone? But on weekdays, she only knows how to practice, and she has never even smiled at Brother Gu Mu, and Prince Xuanbei, who has always wanted to pursue her, can't even meet her. What kind of person can be worthy of her in the future? Do you need to go to Sister Shui? Gu Zhen was stunned. Ah, is it just Sister Shui? At this time, a deep sense of fear suddenly welled up in her heart. The news of the Tianwu dynasty's destruction had spread throughout the continent, so how could she not know about it? Chapter 204 by Qingshan, I can accompany you. Dark night fell, but the entire Shenyan sect was shrouded in haze. Qi Yuan and others opened the sect's grand formation, but they also knew how ridiculous this formation was when facing the corpse demon clan. Now all the elders of the sect have gathered in the summit hall, with the seriously injured ancestor Bai Lei taking charge of the overall situation, preparing to gather the strong men from all the forces in the northern wasteland to the Shenyan sect. No one expected that the person who finally gave them a glimmer of hope would be the senior brother from Kaifeng who was disliked by everyone. Many disciples of the sect looked at the black mass of fallen demon abyss in the sky and had no intention of practicing. Many disciples wanted to run to the Seven Peaks, but were directly blasted out by Bai Qingshan. Lan Huang was seriously injured, and the space in the northern wasteland was blocked, so he could only take Mu Wan to stay in the Shenyan sect. While she was recovering from her injuries, she always found that Mu Wan often looked at Kaifeng absent-mindedly. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she had a sad look on her face. Lin Changfeng returned to Tianfeng. After some exploration and the guidance of the Sword Lord, he finally discovered some secrets on Tianfeng. He even discovered that to unlock these secrets, he actually needed Bai Qingshan, Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao's third daughter's help. This made his face turn livid again. Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao stopped talking. The two little witches were almost drunk by Su Ming. They didn't listen to anyone but Su Ming's. Bai Qingshan is even more difficult to deal with. She looked like she was suffering from a mad disease, and she only had eyes for her disciple Su Ming. Master, what should we do? The sword master was silent for a while before replying. Actually, apart from Su Ming, your luck here is unrivaled, and your pure yang body is uniquely attractive to the opposite sex. So it's not important to lose some opportunities, but you can use this attraction to try to contact the three women. As long as the three of them believe you and are attracted to you, it will be enough to alienate their relationship with Su Ming. Then, what you gain is much more than what you lose. Lin Changfeng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly frowned, but Su Ming. The sword master chuckled. Do you think there is no price for him using the Purple Emperor war mark today? His cultivation level is almost the same as yours. To forcefully use the Purple Emperor war mark is just to overdraw his body in advance. I am afraid that he is now. I believe that Bai Qingshan and the others should also know that they are suffering from the sequelae of the battle pattern. At least Su Ming's spiritual power cannot be used, otherwise his spiritual veins will be severely damaged, and he may not be able to practice in the future. This is an opportunity for you. Bai Qingshan's body is filled with a lot of cold poison, and your pure yang body is an excellent holy object to suppress the cold poison. As long as you get close to her, you can suppress the cold poison for her. She must have. I feel that when the time comes, she might even take the initiative to come to you. Hear this. Lin Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Since leaving the Lin family, with his pure yang body, any woman he comes in contact with will be attracted to him. I don't believe he can't attract Bai Qingshan and those two little witches. Kaifeng, the loft on the top of the mountain. Bai Qingshan drove away all the disciples, leaving only Su Ming. Even Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao could only wait outside the attic, blocked by the spiritual barrier and unable to enter at all. In the attic, Su Ming put his hands behind his head and leaned lazily on the soft bed filled with the fragrance of his beautiful master. He looked at the beautiful master walking towards him in a white dress like snow. His eyes slowly moved downwards unknowingly. A little bit. At this moment, Bai Qingshan's beautiful cheeks did not have any trace of the indifference and coldness of the past. Instead, the softened pretty face made her already mature and attractive temperament even more attractive. She held some of Su Ming's clothes in her hand, stroking them gently with her slender jade fingers as if they were treasures. They were the white clothes that Su Ming had changed into, and they were filled with his aura. Bai Qingshan's pretty face was rosy. She put the clothes next to Su Ming and exhaled softly. Ming-er, you can't use your spiritual power now, lest the war marks in your body will backfire. Master has prepared a medicinal bath for you. The medicine is working just fine now, so hurry up and take a dip. Her voice is gentle and moving, like the sound of a deep valley, extremely pleasant to hear. And this was perhaps one of the few tenderness Su Ming saw in his beautiful master. Is it because he saved the Shenyang sect and these junior brothers and sisters from Kaifeng that he gave him the tenderness that he longed for and needed most in the 5 previous lives, but now treats it like worn-out shoes, so ridiculously given to him? Su Ming felt ridiculous in his heart. Thinking of this, she felt as if her heart had been stabbed hard again, and her eyes turned red unconsciously. She quickly turned her head, wiped her eyes with her jade hands, then turned back and stared deeply at Su Ming, her eyes filled with tears. Although filled with tears, his eyes became gentler than ever before. If you are worried, then I will accompany you. He looked at the beautiful figure in front of him with a white dress as white as snow. Su Ming. Bai Qingshan suddenly felt startled. Her delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the handsome young man with a smile in front of her. For a moment, she was speechless. Deep in her heart, she seemed to have something. It was severely impacting her soul. He shook his head and stood up, grabbing the dress that Bai Qingshan had casually placed in the corner. It was a black silk and ice silk dress, which should have been worn by the beautiful master when he went to bed at night. His dark eyes were still staring at her. Does master want to take the opportunity to drug me, then seal my spiritual veins, dig out the inheritance in me, and give it to others? Of course she would never forget that during the countless reincarnations, it was she, the master, who single-handedly ruined Su Ming's cultivation, ruined his path of cultivation, and left him alone, helpless, and surrounded by others. He was bullied, hurt, and even almost died several times. If it weren't for Tang Qingyan's appearance, Su Ming would have died in the barren mountains long ago. Even the body was not collected by anyone. Only then did I see that Bai Qingshan had some water stains on her body. Take a shower together. Su Ming was unmoved. Bai Qingshan also noticed Su Ming's somewhat malicious gaze. A blush suddenly appeared on her jade-like white cheeks. She, who had always been indifferent, felt an unknown sense of shame welling up in her heart at this moment. Her jade hands with a wave of his hand, he hurriedly took back his personal clothes, then bit his silver teeth and whispered, "You go take a bath first, otherwise the effect of the medicine will wear off after a while." While Bai Qingshan was looking dazed, Su Ming played with her underwear with one hand, looked up at her, and said with a slight smile, "This ice silk nightgown feels good. Why haven't I seen master wear it before?" The words fell. "What are we doing together?" She stepped barefoot on the ground and looked up along her pair of peerless beautiful legs. Under the white skirt that bound her breasts, she could vaguely reveal her snow-white, smooth and crystal clear skin. It must have been wet by the pool water when she was giving him water. The white skirt clung tightly to her slender, plump and proud body, spreading out mature and attractive curves. Hear the words. Chapter 205. She wants to get her senior brother back. When Bai Qingshan forcibly led Su Ming through the layers of gauze in the attic, a clear pool seemed to appear in front of her hazy eyes. A faint medicinal fragrance filled the air, and the pool was filled with rich spiritual power. She stood by the pool, biting her red lips, and saw Su Ming beside her just staring at her without speaking. Bai Qingshan also looked at him. Then she stretched out her slender jade fingers to wrap around the green silk, and gently took off the ribbon binding her long hair. Suddenly, her black and soft black hair spread out and fell to her plump chest. The sultry female fragrance lingered in his nose, and Su Ming was really not used to seeing Bai Qingshan like this. But before he could think about it deeply, Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She suppressed the panic in her heart and quietly stepped forward while Su Ming was dazed for a moment. "Give me your hand," she said. After saying that, without giving Su Ming a chance to refuse, he stretched out his white jade hands and grabbed both of Su Ming's palms. The wonderful feeling of ice and coldness came, but before Su Ming could enjoy it, he found that his two hands were tied up by Bai Qingshan with her hair tie. "Su Ming, my beautiful master doesn't really think that he can't use his spiritual power now because of the sequelae of the Purple Emperor's battle pattern, right?" Moreover, even if she tied his hands, a stream of spiritual power surged out of her palms and wrapped around his hands at the same time, as if not giving him the slightest chance to break free. Su Ming was silent. "Are you ready to play bondage games with him?" "Master, if you tie me up, how can we wash it later?" Bai Qingshan's pretty face was rosy. She put a green-white finger on Su Ming's lips to stop Su Ming from speaking. Then she glanced at the attic door that she had sealed with her spiritual power barrier, and saw that the seal showed no signs of loosening. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, turning back directly, seeing Su Ming's surprised eyes, he suddenly threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Ming-er, do you know that Master has a lot to say to you?" Bai Qingshan looked up at him. Her eyes were wandering and slightly moist, and her silky hair hung down along the full and graceful curves, falling on Su Ming's body. "You know, from now on, as a teacher, I don't need you to follow the right path, nor do you need to save anyone. I just want you to be happy and live happily. I just want you to be happy. That warm little Ming-er can come back to me. You are my first disciple. Master was strict with you before, just because he didn't want you to go astray. But now that you have grown up, Master will no longer block your future path. I know that somewhere in your heart, there is the person and thing you care about most. That is the last trace of tenderness and kindness in your heart. Being a teacher will not deprive you of these things. I just want you to know that in the long days to come, even if everyone in the world is your enemy, I will stand in front of you. Even if I die, I will die in front of you." Her voice was extremely gentle, but the emotion contained in her tone was extremely strong. While speaking, she pressed against Su Ming tightly, spreading the warmth from her body to her most pitiful disciple as much as possible. This moment, the air seemed to be silent. Bai Qingshan's voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. But he said nothing. Just in the next second, he gently broke away from Bai Qingshan's arms, staring at her somewhat dazed eyes with dark eyes. The expression on his face was so calm and indifferent, and there was no wave in his eyes. Bai Qingshan's heart trembled. Seeing Su Ming's indifferent gaze, she could not feel any love or excitement for her. Instead, Su Ming's eyes seemed to always be so calm and indifferent, and that indifference made her feel sad. She felt inexplicably flustered. It also made her truly know that perhaps in this life, no one else could enter his heart except that one girl. A drop of clear tears slid down his cheek and slowly dripped onto Su Ming's clothes. Bai Qingshan smiled sadly. She knew that Su Ming's heart was full of holes, but she wanted to use everything she had to make up for it. Why couldn't Ming-er give her this chance, not even this last chance to make up for it? She just wanted Ming-er to have her in her heart, even just a little bit, but Su Ming's indifferent eyes let her know that maybe this was already an extravagant wish that was beyond her reach. "Call." Su Ming exhaled softly, curled his lips and said with a smile, "Master, sometimes you can't be so naive." Bai Qingshan was silent. The jade hand squeezed tightly, and the fingernails were dug into the flesh, but there was still no feeling. She at this moment, it seems that some determination has been strengthened. She wants to take Su Ming away. Take her Ming-er away from this place so that no one can find them, and then use everything you have to make up for him, so that he can stay with her happily for the rest of his life. Of course she knew that Su Ming would not listen to her that way. Therefore, now that Su Ming can no longer use spiritual power, this is the best opportunity to take him away, and she will not let Su Ming run away. Sudden, Bai Qingshan's face became extremely pale, and she covered her heart with some pain. The cold poison in her body suddenly burst out as if being stimulated, causing her spiritual power to become chaotic. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Bai Qingshan's eyes trembled. She didn't want Su Ming to see her weak and painful side, so she quickly stepped back, turned around, opened the gauze curtain in front and ran out. Su Ming was left alone by the pool. Taking a long breath, Su Ming shook his head, casually broke away from the restraints on his hands, glanced at the clear pool, raised his palm, and Bai Qingshan's hairband slowly fell into the pool. "Come out," he said indifferently, as Su Ming's voice fell. But in the clear water in front of him, he suddenly saw a hazy spiritual mist rising up, and then the space in the water slowly surged, and a petite and exquisite body slowly poked its head out of the water. "Elder brother," a pitiful and weak voice came out of the girl's mouth. Most of her delicate body was immersed in the pool water. As she slowly stood up, her dress that was wetted by the pool water was tightly attached to her body, revealing quite a bit. It is an attractive curve. A light mist rises. Mu Qingyan sat in the pool holding her knees. She looked at Su Ming infatuatedly. Her heart was beating like a deer, thinking that she did such a thing secretly just to meet her senior brother. On the other hand, she was originally pure and innocent, but at this moment she couldn't help but blush on her cheeks. Her eyes staring at Su Ming became even more intoxicating, and there was a touch of charming charm on her face. As for the scene where the senior brother and the master were getting along just now, although she also saw it, she only thought that it was because the master had become crazy. After all, the master had hurt the senior brother so much, and the senior brother would definitely not forgive the master. As for herself, when she thought about how her eldest brother had been so kind to her and thought of her with all the good things he had, and even personally made elixirs for her and nourished her spiritual veins, she didn't believe that her eldest brother would really be without her in his heart. Therefore, she wants to get her senior brother back. Chapter 206 by Junyi. He didn't abandon me. Mu Qingyan sat softly in the pool, looking at Su Ming with a pair of moist eyes without blinking. She might not have understood the feelings in her heart before, but now she understood that her senior brother was in her mind. She is thinking of him almost all the time. However, she felt upset when she saw Su Ming being so intimate with other women, especially Feng Qingling. Coupled with her senior brother's attitude towards her, it made her mood a little restless. That's why he did what he did tonight. However, Su Ming was not surprised that Mu Qingyan appeared here. He came to Bai Qingshan tonight for other reasons. His eyes passed over the girl's slightly green and tender body. Su Ming looked back at the place where Bai Qingshan had left just now. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and he saw Bai Qingshan sitting cross-legged on the bed with a pained face, trying hard to use her spiritual power. Suppress cold poison in the body. He glanced next to Bai Qingshan and saw a silver-haired figure covered with a veil. The next second, a sharp purple light flashed in her pupils, and the silver-haired woman seemed to sense something. She suddenly raised her head and looked towards him. At this glance, her eyes became dull. Su Ming frowned. Ancient by people, in his inverted magic eyes, he directly peeked out part of the silver-haired woman's memory. As expected, he guessed correctly that his beautiful master was not from the Bai family in Wangcheng. After all, the kind of ancient spiritual vein she awakened was not something that the Bai family in Wangcheng could possess. However, Su Ming did not expect that the ancient races in the 100 Tribulations Holy Abyss were also plotting against the ancient imperial soldiers. In the Northern Spirit Realm, in addition to 5 continents and millions of realms, there are also countless ancient restricted areas that transcend these realms, and the 100 Calamity Holy Abyss is one of them. In these ancient restricted areas, only the races inherited from ancient times can survive. There are already hundreds of ancient races competing to coexist in the 100 Tribulations' holy abyss, and the Bai race is just one of them. No wonder they want to find the ancient imperial soldiers. This thing can help them gain supremacy and supreme resources in the holy war of the 100 Calamities' holy abyss. In other words, it is a situation where hundreds of tribes are in opposition. Whoever can obtain the ancient imperial weapons can dominate the hundreds of tribes on the basis of holy war. This is the terrifying dominance of the ancient imperial weapons. And every ancient restricted area, similar to the 100 Tribulations' holy abyss, must be protected by a hidden saint realm powerhouse or a holy realm beast. Even the half-sage cultivation of Ziwuji, the purple-robed chess saint, is not enough to see inside. Half a minute later, Su Ming withdrew his gaze. The silver-haired woman seemed to have lost her mind, standing there with blank eyes, until finally, she covered her head in misery and pain, with deep horror in her eyes. Su Ming didn't care about her anymore. Now that he knew what he wanted to know, he was ready to leave the attic. But when he left, there was a fragile and vulnerable girl behind him. On the way, Su Ming looked back at her. "Why are you following me?" Mu Qingyan was wearing a clean and fresh blue dress tonight. She had used her spiritual power to evaporate the moisture on her clothes. She lowered her head and followed Su Ming aggrievedly. As she walked, the soft willow waist that she held in her hands became. There will be a small silver bell ringing gently. Hearing Su Ming's words, she looked up at him weakly. He whispered aggrievedly, "Elder brother, I have been imprisoned. You said you would treat me as well as before." Su Ming was silent. Then he smiled angrily and said, "When did I say that?" Mu Qingyan hurriedly replied to him, "It was when I was lying in your arms and passed out at Yifeng that you told me in my ear." She had a sincere expression on her face and her eyes were exceptionally clear and serious, as if what she said was true. "Su Ming, you've passed out and can you still hear me? Are you sure you're not dreaming?" He was too lazy to talk to her. Seeing that Mu Qingyan wanted to follow her again, he glanced coldly and said, "If you take another step forward, your legs will be broken." Mu Qingyan immediately didn't dare to move anymore. She stopped where she was and looked at Su Ming with great grievance. Her eyes became dim and dull, and there were tears gathering in them, but she gritted her teeth stubbornly to prevent the tears from falling. When Su Ming saw that she wasn't moving, he turned around and left. Mu Qingyan's shoulders trembled slightly. She looked at Su Ming's back. A layer of mist gradually appeared in her originally clear and bright eyes. The mist slowly spread from her eyes and condensed into tears, and her trembling fingers were trying to grasp something, but in the end, all she could grasp was a piece of air. Maybe this is the time. Only then did she truly know how she felt when her senior brother's concern was coldly rejected by her countless times during that reincarnation. This feeling really made her feel so uncomfortable. The other side, Su Ming did not return to his residence. Just changed into a lilac dress. The body flashed, appearing in the pitch-black sky. At his feet was the corpse demon altar that terrified countless powerful god emperors. Within the altar, the rich black energy condensed, and the corpse demon king came with a violent look on its face. However, when it saw Su Ming's indifferent eyes, it suddenly froze, and the aura on its body disappeared in an instant, and it stood there obediently. I didn't dare to move anymore. Su Ming glanced at it and slowly looked away. Behind. Spiritual power surges. Your Majesty, there is news from the Dongshuan Snow region. The Snow Emperor's inheritance will appear deep in the ice field. Now the Ice and Snow Palace has emerged from the ice field. It is only guarded by an ancient dragon ape, so no one can gain access to the ice field. The token of the royal palace. A figure wearing black armor appeared. Its aura was particularly ferocious and terrifying, but it spoke respectfully towards Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. Immediately afterwards, his body slowly transformed into stars all over the sky, dissipating on the corpse demon altar. Seeing Su Ming disappear, the black-armored figure dared to raise his head and glance at the corpse demon emperor. To be precise, he looked at the dented and ferocious fist marks on his body. The corpse demon emperor also raised his eyes to look at it. The black-armored figure chuckled and asked curiously, "How does it feel to fight with your Majesty? Do you feel good?" Corpse demon emperor. Its dry palm suddenly pinched, and the breath surged throughout its body. Don't be angry, don't be angry, it was just a joke. At the same time, deep in the ice fields of the Dongshuan snow region, hundreds of icebergs were suspended in midair, and only silhouettes could be seen. Ice crystal wings condensed behind them, floating around the icebergs. Those extremely frightened eyes were staring directly at a certain iceberg, and a huge iceberg gradually transformed. Beast Shadow. The token of the Ice and Snow Palace is indeed guarded by a divine beast. The strength of this ancient dragon ape has probably reached the terrifying level of a third-level God Emperor. If the God Emperor of Chenshui Palace doesn't take action, how can we possibly get the token? The 5 powerful first-level God Emperors stood in midair, their faces extremely pale. They had just fought against the ancient dragon ape, and the result was obvious. Even the 5 first-level God Emperors were the kings and hegemons outside, and is no match for the ancient dragon ape. On the ground, flesh and blood surged, and the blood of countless people even dyed the ice field blood red. Those were the tens of thousands of spiritual masters who were crushed by the ancient dragon ape. They all came for the token of the Ice and Snow Palace and coveted the inheritance of the Snow Emperor. As a result, he was buried in this ice and snow forever. Roar. It was like a roar from ancient times resounding in the sky, and the layers of ice below were thrown away by the roar. The 5 powerful first-level God Emperors flew backwards in the roar, unwilling to bear the heavy burden. Finally he stabilized his body and shook his head with helplessness on his face. This evil beast is too cruel. If the people from Chenshui Tower don't come, we have no chance at all. Below, the eyes of the remaining spiritual masters showed deep fear, and their bodies retreated violently. However, they were still seriously injured by the roar of the dragon ape, and a large amount of blood was spit out from their mouths. Damn it, let's retreat quickly. Only when Chenshui Palace takes action can we have a chance. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all wanted to retreat. The 5 God Emperors looked at each other and prepared to retreat with unwilling expressions on their faces. However, just when they were using their spiritual power to exit the ice field, they suddenly discovered something and hurriedly raised their heads to look ahead. At this sight, they all froze. I saw a figure in purple standing quietly on a certain iceberg. He stood there indifferently, with a simple and exquisite ring on the finger of his right hand. Because his back was turned to them, everyone can't see his face clearly at all. The people from Chenshui Palace took action. No, he is not from Chenshui Palace. They did not feel how powerful the aura was from the purple-clothed figure, but for some reason, the flow of ice attribute spiritual power there slowly slowed down. Who is he? The 5 powerful men of the first level of the God Emperor looked at each other with shock in their hearts. However, they didn't wait to think about it. I saw the purple-clothed figure gently touching the ring on his hand, and a purple dark light surged past. Behind the hundreds-foot-long ancient dragon ape in the distance, the crystal token that countless people coveted came from the iceberg. It floated out slowly, and finally fell into his hand. This moment, all the strong men in the ice field fell silent. But the ancient dragon ape, who was so fierce just now, is now curled up on the iceberg, staring at the purple-clothed figure with trembling eyes. He was playing with the Snow Emperor's token in his hand. Su Ming smiled slightly at the ancient dragon ape. Thank you. He behaved very politely, but the ancient dragon ape seemed to be even more frightened, as if he had seen something more terrifying than it. The next second, in the shocked eyes of many strong men in the ice field, they saw that purple-clothed figure disappearing on the iceberg, as if it had never appeared before. Everyone's heart trembled. In the Dongshuan snow territory, the most powerful person is only the Supreme Palace Master of Chenshui Palace, but that is only a 4th-order God Emperor. But how could the 4th-order God Emperor steal from the hands of the ancient dragon ape like this? Take away the Snow Emperor token. Is it possible? Is it the arrival of a 5th-level Divine Emperor from some ancient force? Countless people were still in shock and could not recover for a long time. The ancient dragon ape suddenly glanced at them with fierce eyes, murderous intent boiling in his eyes, and directly smashed the iceberg with a palm. Not good. Run. Chenshui Tower. When Su Ming's figure appeared in the delicate attic filled with fragrance, the cold figure holding her knees and soaking in the black ice jade pool, her delicate body suddenly trembled slightly, and then she raised her head with surprise on her face, her beautiful eyes hurriedly look outside. Because she had been soaking in the black ice pool, Bai Juni's pretty face became extremely pale, but her heart was extremely happy. She thought that Su Ming would never come back after leaving, and that he would abandon her here alone. Now she feels sensing Su Ming's aura, she was so impatient to see him. Chapter 207 The Only Weakness in His Heart. Bai Juni was placed on the highest floor of Chenshui building by Su Ming. This room was also connected to the Xuanbing Jade Pond at the back. During the day, she soaked in the Xuanbing Jade Pond to suppress her injuries. But what she didn't know was that the Xuanbing Jade Pool could indeed suppress the injuries, but it would also accelerate the awakening of the hidden bloodline in her body, compressing her 1-month life to only more than 10 days. In the room, Su Ming had just walked in when he saw a graceful figure wrapped in a white bathrobe appearing behind the hazy tulle. She was carrying the cold air of the Xuanbing Jade Pond, but her beautiful eyes were looking towards him nervously. Su Ming. Seeing this man again, Bai Juni's cheeks suddenly turned red and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes, but she couldn't bear to look away from Su Ming. However, Su Ming also noticed that on Bai Juni's delicate and pretty cheeks, her face looked particularly pale and weak, and there was always a wisp of cold air lingering around her. Su Ming pretended to frown. He walked to the amethyst wooden table aside and threw the Snow Emperor token on the table casually. Then he sat down leisurely and motioned Bai Juni to come over, stay in the Xuanbing Jade Pond. Is it hard? Bai Juni walked over with her bare feet, her beautiful eyes stared at Su Ming tenderly, and shook her head gently. It's only a little uncomfortable, but it's nothing if you get used to it, and you don't have to stay there every day. Miss Sun said, it's okay, soak every other day. At this moment, Bai Juni was extremely dependent and trusting on Su Ming. She believed that Su Ming was doing it for her own good, so even if she felt uncomfortable, she gritted her teeth and endured it, not wanting Su Ming to worry about her again. Su Ming stared at her and said nothing. Bai Juni's cheeks turned red when he saw her, and a seductive blush appeared on her pretty face. She was obviously much older than Su Ming, but she didn't know why. In front of this man, she always felt like a young girl in love, looking shy and flustered when she saw the boy she loved deeply. Only then did Su Ming see that on Bai Juni's mature and elegant beautiful face, the peach cheeks were slightly red, and the pink sandalwood mouth was even more fascinating. Under her bathrobe, a large area of snow-white skin was vaguely exposed, which was like condensed fat. The white jade-like skin is white and rosy, as if it is whiter and flawless than the purest mud and fat jade. The most important thing is that the alluring chiffon even holds up a particularly beautiful curve in her bathrobe. To this extent, she can even catch up with her beautiful master. Look down. A pair of long, moist and exceptionally well-proportioned snow-white jade legs appeared in her eyes, just exposed, and even the crystal-clear jade feet stepped lightly on the carpet, as if they were sending out an alluring invitation. Sure enough, such mature and plump women cannot be compared to the young and immature girls like Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling. Their endurance limit is also incomparable to those little girls. The young girl's gentle touch just cry, she is very soft, even if someone like Bai Juni makes her cry, at least he can hold on until his last moment. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. His eyes signaled Bai Juni to sit over. This reminded Bai Juni of the previous scene, when Su Ming asked her to sit on his lap. An intoxicating blush appeared on her cheeks. Bai Juni was shy and didn't dare to move. Su Ming stood up, walked up to her, lifting her white chin with one hand, the other hand slid down the alluring curves, and then gently pulled open the bathrobe. Boom! Bai Juni's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she just looked at Su Ming at a loss. When she came to her senses, her delicate body felt the coldness in the air. Seeing Su Ming's deep and calm eyes, she seemed to have made up her mind. Some kind of determination. The next second, under Su Ming's gaze, she blushed and threw herself into Su Ming's arms, taking a deep breath of the man's breath. Bai Juni hugged his waist tightly and refused to let go for a moment. The old me, silly, I only know how to practice and have never been exposed to these things. Now I really know that liking someone can really become addictive. I miss the smell of him. Greedy for the warmth of his body. She even greedily wants all his tenderness, wants him to only like herself, and wants him to be only kind to herself. At this moment, Bai Juni discovered that when she really likes someone, she is reluctant to share him or her with others, even in the slightest. Now she doesn't care about propriety, justice or shame. Even if Su Ming is Bai Qingxuan's disciple, it doesn't matter if he is so many years younger than her. If she likes him, she likes him. Su Ming's palm still stayed in midair. This time he is pregnant with the real Wenxiang Nephrite. He is not a saint. With a mature and attractive beauty like Bai Junyi in his arms, I believe no man can bear it, and Su Ming has nothing to do with her. A burden on my heart. Only. Hearing what Bai Junyi said just now, Su Ming stopped moving his hands for a moment. At this moment, a beautiful figure who was pierced by thousands of arrows and died tragically appeared in his mind. Take a gentle breath. Su Ming slowly let go of Bai Junyi and said calmly, "Put your clothes on first, I have something to tell you." Bai Junyi grabbed his sleeve and said in confusion, "Do you want to go out and talk?" Su Ming nodded. He turned and walked to the window sill. His dark eyes penetrated the hazy window blocked by spiritual power, and looked outside at the white snow shrouded in the dark night in the distance. In mind, the system voice came, "Ding, Tang Qingyan has the fate of being a villain just like her host. Her destiny is destined by the heavens of this world, and even the current host cannot change it." Su Ming frowned. The system had told him this before, and it was only then that he realized that not all villains could use the system to forcibly change their fate as a villain like him. As a witch of the demon sect, Tang Qingyan's destiny was destined, that is to say, unless the restrictions of heaven were broken, she would die in the end no matter what. Just as the suppression of heaven prevented Su Ming from becoming a saint, once he broke through this restriction and broke through to the holy realm, it was an opportunity to change Tang Qingyan's destiny. Think of the first 5 lives. That silly girl was obviously scarred, but she still protected him at all costs, killed people for him, got into danger for him, and finally died tragically in the rain of arrows for him. During those time together, how could Su Ming not know that even though she was the Tiankui witch who was feared by everyone, she was very afraid of pain, but she was so afraid of pain, but she was willing to do anything for him. Pierced in the heart by thousands of arrows. For 5 lifetimes, that silly girl had died for him. Su Ming didn't want to experience that suffocating feeling again. Su Ming knew it very well. In this life, that girl was the only weakness in his heart. He insisted on justice for 5 lives, but in the end, he got a painful ending for 5 lives, and the girl died miserably for him for 5 lives. So, in order to protect that girl, in order to break the bullshit laws of heaven, he needed to sacrifice the creatures in this world and become a complete villain and devil. And when that time comes, the outcome that awaits him is that everyone will betray his family and be separated from his family, and the whole world will rise up to attack him. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't care either. As long as that girl can still show a beautiful smile in front of him, hold his hand with a happy face, and tell him that in the future, she will take him to see the thousands of stars outside. In the future, he will take her to see. Chapter 208. Since you don't like me, why should you save me? Chenshui Tower. In the attic made of crystal, this is where only the top experts in Chenshui Tower are qualified to come. Under the huge crystal chandelier, the bead curtain moves with the wind, making a crisp sound. Outside the bead curtain, a row of maids knelt down, not daring to make a sound. In the attic, a girl in purple clothes lay lazily on her side on a soft couch. In front of the couch, there was a chessboard, and her small white jade-like hand held the black piece and gently dropped it. Clatter. The chess piece falls. Opposite the purple-clothed girl, a young man was sitting on his knees. He exuded an unruly aura belonging to his age group. His eyes glowing with a strange purple light were staring at the chessboard in front of him, while he gently held down the chessboard. The Snow Emperor's token was robbed. As the chess piece fell, the indifferent voice of the girl in purple came slowly. The man raised his head and looked at the beautiful and picturesque face of the purple-clothed woman in front of him. There was actually a looming demonic mark between the woman's eyebrows. It is said that it was a 5th-level god emperor who took action. The woman's phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, and the look in her narrow phoenix eyes was cold and indifferent. Although she was young, she exuded a sense of majesty. They shouldn't be from the Dongshuan snow region. The man spoke slowly. The Empress gave you the Juyu Emperor Palace. After the Tianyuan ruins are opened, you can inherit the position of the Juyu Empress. Why are you obsessed with the inheritance of a snow emperor? The purple-clothed woman's long black hair hung down from her waist to the couch. She just looked at the chessboard and said in a calm tone, "There are some things that it's better you don't know." The man smiled lightly. It's because of the two prophecies in the clan. The phoenix should have fallen on the phoenix tree, but you want to fly to the 9 heavens. In the prophecy, you need to find a person of pure young blood, and you also need to find me, Phoenix. The clan has left behind the imperial bloodline of the outside world, so that we can reach the sky in one step and save a lot of trouble. The purple-clothed girl chuckled softly, and her lavender eyes slowly stared at the young man. Who would have thought that the person who competed with me for the throne in the end would actually be a bloodline that was left behind? I only passed it some time ago. The mirror of judgment saw that the bloodline was born in a desolate land of Xuanbei continent, which is really ridiculous. Her surname is Feng. Could it be that her imperial vein has awakened? The man frowned. The purple-clothed girl shook her head slightly, slowly stretched out her pink tongue, and licked her red mouth. A strange light appeared in her eyes. It was supposed to be awakened, but for some unknown reason, it was suppressed by others. It's interesting that such a strong person still exists in a deserted place. Can you suppress the emperor's veins? The man frowned. Then it seems that the chance creation of Tianyuan ruins is not so easy to obtain. Which of the top experts in the northern spirit realm is easier to deal with this time? The purple-clothed girl slowly exhaled, holding her fragrant cheeks in her jade hands. The first genius of the Saint clan, the Holy King of Hell, who is also known as the King of Hell. The Dragon Crown Prince of the Ancient Dragon Palace. The Demon Lord of the Ancient Demon Palace. The Mysterious Master of Lingmen. The Yutian Demon Lord of the Yutian Palace. There is also the white-clothed Sword Immortal of the Sword Immortal Pavilion who dominates Tianyuan and is respected by thousands of people. Speaking of this, a fiery meaning suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. These people are all transcendent beings who are famous in the northern spirit realm. One day, I will definitely want them all to be defeated by my hands. Hearing this, the man was stunned for a moment. He stared at the girl in front of him. In his eyes, it was clear that she was just a little girl who had not yet grown up. However, the fiery fighting spirit and domineering spirit revealed in her words were no worse than those of their so-called men. He has known it since he was a child. My younger sister has an unusual personality. She was born in the Phoenix clan, but she is exceptionally strong. Originally, the position of the 9 Nether Empress inherited by the Feng clan from ancient times has not been inherited by anyone for tens of thousands of years, but she has determined since she was a child to become the Empress of the 9 Nethers. The new Empress of Juyu Imperial Palace. Only. The Phoenix clan's sacred object, the Judgment Mirror, predicted another person who could compete with her for the throne. It was the bloodline left by the ancient Phoenix clan. She was born in the desolate land of Xuanbei continent. She should be a little girl of only 16 years old now. There is another prophesied body of pure yang, which was also born on the Xuanbei continent. However, before they could go there, they encountered the Snow Emperor's inheritance, so they stayed in Chenshui Tower. It's such a pity that the Snow Emperor's token was seized first. The girl in purple said indifferently, I originally wanted to see what inheritance the Snow Emperor left behind. If I know who took the token away. Speaking of this, the girl's pretty face was indifferent, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then he will have to be buried in this ice field for the rest of his life. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. His sister really has a temper that refuses to admit defeat. Just when he dropped his hand again, the purple girl put down the chess piece in her hand and stood up calmly. I'm a little tired, let's go out for a walk. The man was stunned. A gust of fragrant wind drifted by, and there was no figure of the girl in purple in the room. He stroked his forehead and sighed, when will I be able to calm down this temper? Chenshui Tower is located in the center of Chenshui Ice City, and this ice city with thousands of years of history is naturally extremely prosperous. Bai Junyi followed Su Ming as she walked on the busy street. She looked at the back of the man in front of her, wondering what Su Ming was going to do when he brought her out. Moreover, he had not spoken to her since just now. This made Bai Junyi feel a little aggrieved and uncomfortable. She gritted her silver teeth and finally said in a muffled voice, Are you in a bad mood today? Su Ming stopped and looked back at her. Bai Junyi stepped forward and grabbed his hand. interlocking her fingers with his, not letting him let go. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of many people around. After all, a mature and attractive woman like Bai Junyi would be the center of attention no matter where she went. And Su Ming has become the object of envy, jealousy and hatred in their hearts. Su Ming frowned. Let go first. Bai Junyi looked at him with aggrieved eyes. I won't let go. When a girl truly falls in love with someone, she will devote almost everything she has to this relationship. Bai Junyi is like this now. She has never been in love before, and she falls in love with someone for the first time, then all her feelings have been poured into Su Ming. However, Su Ming's indifference to her tonight made her feel depressed and uncomfortable. She didn't know what she had done wrong, which made Su Ming feel bad. She had obviously listened to his words, even if it made her feel painful all over. In the Xuanbing Jade Pond, she didn't even complain. Su Ming breathed out gently, looked at Bai Junyi's weak and pretty face, and slowly reached out to brush away a few strands of green silk hair from her cheeks. His fingertips touched a little cold moisture, and then he realized that Bai Junyi actually cried. Since you don't like me, then why did you save me in the first place? She didn't know why she was so heartbroken. Maybe it was because she couldn't see any love for her in this man's eyes. Perhaps her heart was broken. Chapter 209 Mingjian Pavilion, The Girl in Purple. Su Ming didn't say anything, but gently wiped away the tears on Bai Junyi's cheeks. Bai Junyi didn't resist him at all, but her bright eyes were filled with grievances, and she looked like she felt pity for being abandoned. This made Su Ming become somewhat silent. And around the street, seeing him making a stunning beauty like Bai Junyi cry, countless people cast murderous jealous glances at Su Ming. Su Ming lowered his head slightly and looked at Bai Junyi's pitiful and aggrieved look. He remembered that when they met for the first time in this life, she still looked arrogant and cold. After just a short time, she seemed to be a different person. Sure enough, women are made of water and melt when touched. Thinking of the conditions for plundering the supreme divine body, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief, then stretched out his hand to scratch Bai Junyi's nose, and couldn't help but say, there are some things that obviously have no answer. He did not directly admit that he liked Bai Junyi. But he didn't deny that he didn't like her. But it was this attitude that made Bai Junyi even more unable to guess his thoughts. However, Su Ming's voice became gentle again, and the movements of his hands were particularly gentle. Just like the indifferent Su Ming just now, he suddenly disappeared. Bai Junyi was stunned for a long time before she raised her head tremblingly. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look towards Su Ming. And this time, she finally saw her own reflection in Su Ming's deep eyes, and also saw the tenderness she was particularly looking forward to. Such tenderness made her extremely greedy. Women are such creatures. Even if their feelings are deceived, they would rather believe that the man they deeply like also likes them in their heart. Bai Junyi grabbed Su Ming's hand. She held it very tightly, for fear that Su Ming would abandon her if she let go. Then you didn't pay attention to me just now, she complained softly with reddish eyes. Su Ming raised his head, pondered for a moment, pinched her pretty pale face with his other hand, and said with a smile, I'm thinking about a question. Bai Junyi frowned. Her beautiful eyes were puzzled, and her mature and pretty face turned out to be a little cute. In front of everyone on the street, Su Ming leaned over to Bai Junyi's ear, gently biting the attractive red earlobe, and exhaled. I'm thinking, after meeting you so many times, when will you look your best? His breath hit Bai Junyi's face, and the numbing feeling made Bai Junyi's eyelashes tremble slightly, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and her breath became uneven. Especially Su Ming's gentle voice made her feel a lot less disappointed and uncomfortable, and she inevitably became nervous and flustered. Blushing and looking at Su Ming boldly, she said softly, then tell me, when do I look best? Su Ming whispered a few words into her ear. Bai Junyi's pretty face, which was a bit pale, suddenly turned red. She puffed her lips and glared at Su Ming, liar. Su Ming was noncommittal. When he saw the woman being coaxed back, he took her again and walked toward the end of the street. At the end of this street, there is a black sword pavilion. A dark long sword is suspended in the sky above the attic. A heavy sense of oppression emanates from that long sword, making everyone passing by here unbearable. Keep your expression calm. Underworld Sword Pavilion. Another extremely mysterious force in the Dongshuan Snow territory is invincible in the way of swordsmanship. It is said that it possesses the most precious treasure of the way of swordsmanship, a low-level god-level spiritual art, and the divine sword of the underworld. This is a terrifying skill that can exert the ultimate power of spiritual power. There are countless spiritual techniques in this fantasy world, but most of them are just low-level public spiritual techniques. Ordinary people want to obtain higher spiritual techniques. You must join a sect force or some hidden family. Her eyes were quietly fixed on the man wearing lavender clothes, with a particularly earthly temperament, her head tilted slightly, and a demonic light flickered in her eyes. In this world, the first thing to distinguish between strong and weak is one's own spiritual power. But if the spiritual power is at the same level, it depends on who has a higher level of practice and whose power is more powerful. The intensity of the spiritual power used is naturally stronger. In the original plot that Su Ming knew, the Hades Sword Manual was Lin Changfeng's trump card that allowed him to kill everyone in various ancient ruins after he became the God Emperor. The Hades Sword ancestor obviously became his patron. The girl's snow-white, round and slender legs were swaying gently on the eaves. 3,000 black hairs were blowing in the breeze, floating behind her, and finally a few strands were hanging down on her waist, lingering with fragrance. At this moment, she was as good as the majestic appearance in Chenshui Tower is different from the laziness. It actually looks more lively and agile, as if it has the temperament of a girl of this age group. Outside the Underworld Sword Pavilion, a girl in purple clothes was sitting leisurely on the roof not far away. She was chewing candy in her mouth. Her eyes with a strange purple light looked boredly at the several talented people in front of the Underworld Sword Pavilion. Tonight, outside the Mingjian Pavilion, a group of young geniuses from the Dongshuan region also gathered. The Dongshuan Snow region also has its own genius list. And because of the news that the Snow Emperor was born, the top 5 geniuses on the genius list are now almost all gathered in this city. Now, originally, she was quite interested in one of the men in white robes, but unfortunately, under the pressure of the Hades sword, this man could not even hold on for 3 seconds before he was knocked off. The man in white robe failed. A woman in green clothes next to him stepped forward with silver teeth gritted. Powerful blue spiritual power surged from her body. She had obviously practiced a high-level heaven-level technique. Unfortunately, although she was also a sword cultivator, she was still the powerful sword energy of the Hades sword was shaken back. It is a great honor to be able to worship the ancestor of the Underworld Sword as a disciple. Therefore, outside the Underworld Sword Pavilion, there are often countless young geniuses who want to try. Unfortunately, they all end in failure. Many people are even back-bitten by the Underworld Sword. The sword the energy attacks the heart pulse is cut off, and he dies under the Lord Mingjian. Finally, it's the magic formula. However, the ancestor of Mingjian is a man with a strange temper and extremely high vision. He has not accepted a disciple in Mingjian Pavilion for hundreds of years. He does not look down on the so-called geniuses in Mingjian Pavilion at all. Finally, he established the Mingjian sword in the Mingjian Pavilion. On top of the sword pavilion, a bold statement was made that no matter who it was, as long as he was no more than 30 years old, if he could remove the Underworld Sword from the Sword Pavilion, he would accept him as his disciple and teach him the divine book of the Underworld Sword. At the same time, the divine manual of the Underworld Sword is still among the top 3 god-level spiritual techniques on the list of spiritual techniques in the East Zon region. With such a spiritual technique in the hands of the ancestor of the Underworld Sword, others naturally do not dare to covet it. She yawned. These so-called geniuses from the Dongshuan Snow region were really bad in her eyes. No, all the geniuses in the Northern Spirit Realm were equally bad in her eyes. Just when she was bored and wanted to look away. At this time, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked down suddenly. At some point, a man and a woman appeared in her eyes. The girl in purple curled her lips slightly. It's boring. And those more advanced spiritual techniques are basically monopolized by the top forces in each region. The low-level god-level Mingjian divine book is the treasure of Mingjian Pavilion. The ancestor of Mingjian used to use this book. Sword God Book. At the same level, one person defeated 2 4th-level god emperors with one sword, and became famous in the Eastern Zon territory. A quasi-god level spiritual art is enough to attract the covetousness of countless powerful god emperors, and even more powerful god emperors only have heaven-level high-level spiritual art in their hands. This alone is enough to know how precious those high-level spiritual art are, let alone a true god-level spiritual art. Chapter 210 I Would Rather Be a Bad Guy with You. The appearance of Su Ming and Bai Junyi undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people in front of the Mingjian Pavilion, but it was obvious that the eyes of most of them were fixed on Bai Junyi with amazement. After all, just one look at such a cool and mature woman is enough to arouse the strong desire to conquer in their hearts. But I didn't wait to take a second look. The woman in the white dress who stunned them was brought into the underworld sword pavilion by the man in purple in front of her. This made everyone stunned, and then they looked at each other. It is not possible to enter and leave the Mingjian pavilion at will. With the barrier of the Mingjian ancestor, they cannot enter at all with their cultivation and strength. Is this a powerful young man from a hidden family? In the attic shrouded in sword energy and spiritual power. Bai Junyi looked at Su Ming in confusion. Why did you bring me here? Su Ming turned around and stared at her quietly with his deep black eyes. Sold you. Bai Junyi. She bit her lip gently and glared at Su Ming. She couldn't help pinching his waist with her green-white fingers. You are just a little liar. If you dare to sell me out, believe it or not, I will die right away. In front of you. Su Ming was amused. Are you sure I'm young? Bai Junyi's watery eyes blinked, and she didn't react at first. When she came back to her senses, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and her pretty face was filled with blush. Finally, she glared at Su Ming angrily and said shyly, You small or not, how do I know? When she thought of this, besides being shy, she also felt a little bit resentful. This man had obviously seen her whole body, and she didn't resist him. But as for him, he seduced her every time. Then, he stopped at the critical moment. Seeing Bai Junyi's blushing, naive and shy look, Su Ming smiled, stopped teasing her, and then said seriously, Stay by my side for a while, and don't run around. Bai Junyi nodded slightly. She thought for a while, looked up at Su Ming's handsome face that fascinated her, and then blushed and hugged his arm. She was obviously the same age as this man's master, but at this moment, she's still clinging to him like a little girl, not wanting to leave him at all. Seeing Bai Junyi's incomparable attachment to him, Su Ming calmly averted his gaze, then walked across the dark corridor and walked straight to the depths of the attic. The entire Mingjian pavilion was in a spiritual barrier, but in a certain room in the deepest part, an old man in gray robes suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with gray-black sword light, and he said in surprise, Who entered my barrier? The next second, the gray-robed old man's pupils widened, and a strange long sword filled with purple spiritual power appeared in his eyes. Although there was no spiritual power fluctuation on the long sword, it was filled with a strong aura of death. The old man was horrified, and his whole body was violent with spiritual power. Surges out, the shadow of the black sword appears in the sky behind him, and he directly uses the quasi-god level spiritual technique, the Underworld Sword Divine Manual, regardless of everything. The black sword shadow in the sky was exuding cold sword energy, and even the space was torn apart. In front of the old man, the Hades sword tore through the space, absorbing all the black sword shadow in the sky, and then fiercely moved towards the person opposite. The purple long sword shot away. As if the space was overwhelmed, it was shattered by the Hades sword. Bang! However, the dazzling purple light and black light collided fiercely, and the Hades sword trembled violently. With a final whoosh, it reversed its direction, followed the purple sword, and plunged into the body of the gray-robed old man. The old man in gray robe was stunned. When he reacted, severe pain suddenly came from his body. His body was directly nailed to the wall behind by the Hades sword and the purple sword, one on the left and one on the right. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The ancestor of Mingjian was full of disbelief. Finally, the spiritual energy all over the sky slowly dissipated, and he saw a young man with a smile on his face, followed by a woman in a white dress, who walked in slowly. The ancestor of the underworld sword looked frightened. Su Ming glanced at the dark room filled with sword energy and spiritual power, and then walked leisurely to the ancestor of the underworld sword. With the latter's frightened expression, he reached out and pulled out the underworld sword. The Hades sword trembled slightly, and then he let Su Ming play with it, not daring to let out any trace of the sword energy. The ancestor of Mingjian gritted his teeth. Who are you and why did you force your way into our Mingjian pavilion? Su Ming smiled slightly, patted the face of the ancestor of the underworld sword with the cold blade of the underworld sword, and then said with a smile, you are only one step away from stepping into the 5th level God Emperor. Old man, you must cherish your life. The ancestor of Mingjian looked in disbelief and glared at Su Ming. What do you want to do? Su Ming shook his head. I like smart people. The sword flashed. The right hand of the ancestor of Mingjian was completely broken off. His old face suddenly became extremely pale, and he trembled. You are from the Black and White Demon Palace, so you are not afraid that I, Mingjian Pavilion, will fight with you until death in the Black and White Demon Palace. Bang! The hilt of the sword hit the ancestor of the underworld sword hard on the face, smashing his head deeply into the wall. His aura instantly became extremely weak, and the whole person was in a miserable state. Su Ming smiled indifferently. It seems like you, an old guy, are not very smart either. The ancestor of the dark sword suddenly roared. I know what you want, but don't bully others too much in your Black and White Demon Palace. I obtained the holy relics in the ancient ruins based on my strength. Laugh. The tip of the Hades sword plunged coldly into the heart of the Hades sword ancestor. Su Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He poured spiritual power into the Hades sword, crushed the heart of the Hades sword ancestor, and then extracted it from him. A ray of black spiritual power was extracted from the heart. That wisp of black spiritual energy left the body of the ancestor of the underworld sword and slowly transformed into a fragment of the magic book filled with ancient aura in front of Su Ming. Ancient Grimoire, the third ancient holy relic on the list of holy relics. Although it's just a fragment. But this ancient magic book is the purpose of Su Ming's trip. There are 3 fragments of the ancient grimoire, and this one originally appeared in an ancient ruins on the Xuanbei continent. Su Ming sent people from the Black and White Demon Palace into the ruins, but in the end the fragments of the ancient grimoire were obtained by this old guy. As expected, in the end, the fragments of the ancient magic book, like the Hades sword, will be passed on to Lin Changfeng, the idiot male protagonist, and then Lin Changfeng will rely on these trump cards to show off and slap him in the face. The vitality of the ancestor of the underworld sword began to wither quickly. No matter what methods he, the 4th level God Emperor, used in the struggle, Su Ming just looked at him and all the spiritual power in his body was exhausted. Even the self-destruction of the soul was a kind of extravagant hope. And this moment, witnessing Su Ming's indifference and cruelty with her own eyes, Bai Junyi looked at him blankly, her beautiful eyes a little dazed. Su Ming didn't look back, he just laughed lightly and said, now you know, I'm not a good person. But then, his left hand was held tightly by 2 cold jade hands. Bai Junyi looked at him softly with her beautiful eyes. A bright and charming smile appeared on her pale and weak face in the next second. As long as you don't, if you leave me, I would rather be a bad guy with you. Su Ming was silent. Bai Junyi suddenly raised her head, blushed and kissed the corner of his lips gently. She just wanted to tell him that no matter what kind of person Su Ming was, no matter what he would become in the future, her love for him would never change. Tisk, tisk, I can't stand it anymore. Suddenly a joking female voice came, and the fragment of the ancient magic book next to Su Ming turned into a ball of spiritual power and flew out with a whoosh, and finally landed on a slender jade hand. At the door of the dark room, there was a graceful figure in purple leaning lazily. She was a young girl who looked young. She glanced at Su Ming and said with a joking smile, I want this fragment of the sacred object. Also, you don't want the people outside to know about killing the ancestor of Mingjian Pavilion, right? Chapter 211 The Ancient Phoenix Clan, the Daughter of Destiny. The girl's voice echoed in the dark room. Su Ming looked at her calmly and then slowly looked away. In mind, the system voice came. Due to plot fluctuations, the ancient Phoenix clan appeared early. The appearance of the Mirror of Judgment is detected, and the appearance of the male protagonist Destiny Daughter is detected. This is the way of heaven in this world to make up for the loss of luck suffered by the male protagonist Lin Changfeng. The host cannot stop it. Su Ming took a deep breath in his heart. The girl in purple clothes opposite also saw Su Ming's face clearly at this time. For some reason, she frowned slightly. She clearly didn't recognize this person, but a faint sense of disgust came out of her mind for no reason, as if she and Su Ming were together. He is naturally opposite. As a member of the Phoenix clan, although her personality is different from ordinary people, she is just a little warlike, and she also has the blood of the Empress of the Nine Nethers flowing through her body. With the heart of the Nine Nethers, she can sense the good and evil in the world, and even if they are willing, they can understand people's hearts. But at this moment, under her influence, this person seemed to be someone the whole world hated, and the aura on his body made her very uncomfortable. "Do we know each other?" the girl asked. She even wondered if she had met this person before. Su Ming shook his head. "I don't know him." He spread his palms. "That thing doesn't belong to you." The girl sneered. "Who said that? Now that it's in my hand, it's mine." "Yeah." Su Ming slowly clasped his fingers. In an instant, the entire space in the Underworld Sword Pavilion seemed to be imprisoned. The Underworld Sword and the purple long sword broke away from the body of the Underworld Sword ancestor and shot out directly. The tips of the two swords stayed on the purple girl extremely violently. In front of you, the pain that felt like piercing the skin made the girl stunned for a moment. Then she narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Ming with her arrogant and cold eyes across the two long swords. The purple monster mark on her forehead bloomed with brilliance. "Since leaving the family, you are still the first one who dares to follow me." "I did it." Su Ming raised his eyes. The girl sneered. "Since you are looking for death, then I will help you." War Phoenix 9th level. As soon as she held her jade hand, the spiritual veins in her body seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal. The extremely rich purple spiritual power slowly surged out of her body. The purple clothes on her body and the green hair on her head suddenly became automatic without wind. That aura of spiritual power surpassed the Mingjian ancestor beside him in an instant, and was still rising. Whoosh! Then her body turned into a phantom and disappeared. When she reappeared, she came strangely behind Su Ming. Her eyes were cold, her jade hand was raised slightly, and her palm was aimed at Su Ming's head, and the terrifying purple spiritual power gathered in her palm. Boom! The violent spiritual power exploded out, even the space exploded with countless dark cracks. "With this move of mine, even the 6th Order God Emperor will die, let alone a guy like you, who is at the peak of the 5th Order God Emperor." The girl sneered. At this moment, in her perception, Su Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 5th level God Emperor. She naturally thought that this was all of Su Ming's cultivation. At this moment, in the Dongshuan territory, the 5th level God Emperor was already at the top of the sky. There's nothing she wants that she can't get. However, before the smile on her face subsided, she seemed to see something incredible in the dust, and her pretty face froze. When the dust slowly disperses, not only was Su Ming unscathed, there was not even a trace of dust on his clothes. How is that possible? The girl didn't believe it. Planning to take action again, Su Ming shook his head and explored his palms indifferently. The purple-clothed girl's pretty face changed. Su Ming's speed was so fast that she couldn't even see clearly. When she reacted, Su Ming's palm had already pressed her jade neck, and the violent spiritual power surged into her body. "Seal all the veins in her body." Boom! Severe pain surged into her heart, and the pretty face of the purple-clothed girl was full of shame and anger. She glared at Su Ming angrily. "You are so shameless. If you have the ability, fight me openly." Su Ming was too lazy to speak. He flicked his palm and threw the girl away, causing her to hit the ground hard. Then he hooked his fingers and the fragments of the ancient grimoire returned to his hand. Of course Su Ming knew that this girl was Lin Changfeng's destined daughter. Not only did he know, but he was also very familiar with her in his 5 previous lives. At that time, his spiritual veins were severed, and after he was kicked out of the sect by Bai Qingshan, he wanted to go to the outer demonic Wudong Plains to find a way to restore his spiritual veins. In his 5 previous lives, he did not know that there were people from the ancient Phoenix clan living in seclusion in Wudong Plains. In the end, the sycamore tree was not found, but a sycamore tree was found. In the 5 previous lives, he had always had a heart for kindness. He walked exhausted to the sycamore tree, only to find a seriously injured little purple phoenix falling from the sycamore tree. He rescued the purple phoenix without even thinking about it. Seeing that the purple phoenix was extremely weak and refused to eat or drink, he thought of feeding her with blood. At that time, everyone in the world rejects him and hates him. But this little purple phoenix was willing to get along with him. It's a pity that as the daughter of destiny, she was originally arranged for the male protagonist by heaven or the gods. Even though Su Ming fed her with blood and rescued her, and he often teased her happily, she still liked to stick to Su Ming's side. But when Lin Changfeng appeared, she abandoned him without hesitation and walked towards the male protagonist. In the end, when Lin Changfeng became the emperor, he was mercilessly killed and became a victim on Lin Changfeng's path to becoming an emperor. But Su Ming was still a little strange. And just when Su Ming was thinking, seeing the calm and indifferent look on Su Ming's face, the old woman was afraid that he would not believe it. Then she sighed quietly and explained sincerely, "My granddaughter didn't have such a character before, but since she fell into a coma in the Wudong's secret realm, she woke up, she forgot a lot of things and became competitive. She often told us that a person in her dream told her that if she didn't want to die or be manipulated by others, she needed to become better than everyone else." There was one more thing the old woman didn't say. The old woman in red had a wrinkled face, and a faint purple mark appeared between her eyebrows. She stared at Su Ming with complex eyes, purple light surging in her eyes. "My granddaughter acted recklessly, but her nature is not like this. I apologize to you on her behalf. There is no enmity between our Feng clan and your excellency, so please show your respect." The little Zifeng in the previous 5 lives was not the competitive character she is now. In other words, because of the influence of heaven, she has become a different person. When the young man saw the purple-clothed girl with all her spiritual veins sealed, he hurriedly used his spiritual power to help the girl up, and said with a dark face, "I told you a long time ago that you should not be impulsive when doing things. If I weren't your brother, I almost want to leave you here." Therefore, the status of the Feng clan is now even equal to that of the Saint clan in Zhongzhou continent. The fact that the old woman in red was able to speak to Su Ming in such a low profile showed how much she valued Su Ming. The ancient Phoenix clan in Wudong Plain has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. They carry the blood of the 9 Nether Empress. It is said that in an era that was even more distant than the ancient times, the 9 Nether Empress once dominated the world and ruled cruelly. Looking at everyone in that world, it was the appearance of the immortal God Emperor that finally changed her and saved all living things. So from that day on, she became a completely different person. She was ruthless and ruthless, looking for those so-called favored people everywhere. She had to beat them up and rob them of their opportunities before she would stop. Alas, I was helpless. She shouldn't have been allowed to come out. Under the influence of Juyu's heart, she had no good impression of Su Ming, or the aura on Su Ming's body made people from the Phoenix clan have a natural feeling of rejection. She also knew that Su Ming was a difficult person to get along with. "Man, if you don't tell him the truth, I might not be able to take your granddaughter out of here today." Her granddaughter came out to find the destined person who could help her inherit the position of Empress Juyu. Ridiculous. So to say, heaven's protection for Lin Changfeng has never weakened. In other words, the group of transcendent beings in the God realm who think they have the power of life and death in all things pay special attention to Lin Changfeng's destiny. Su Ming had never been to Wudong Plain in this life, and he thought he would never have any more interactions with her. Unexpectedly, due to the influence of the plot, she transformed in advance and came out of Wudong Plain in this life. In front of the girl in purple, an old woman in red came tearing through the space, followed by a young man beside her. Chapter 212 Mirror of Judgment, Prophecy of Sainthood. While speaking, the old woman in red couldn't help but glance at Bai Junyi behind Su Ming. Seeing the woman's pale and weak cheeks, she suddenly frowned and looked at Bai Junyi with her heart. "I was surprised in my heart. The body of good and evil. This woman's luck has been lost, her destiny has been exhausted, and her good deeds have come to an end. She can still survive. If she goes against the will of nature, she will only fall into the devil's path in the end. But there is nothing wrong with her. What an end." From her thousands of years of experience, she could naturally tell that Su Ming kept Bai Junyi by his side just to get something from this woman. Once he got the thing, he would probably leave her to fend for herself. As for Bai Junyi's love and attachment for Su Ming, she could also see it at a glance. That kind of sincere feelings could not be faked. It was because of this that she wanted to remind Su Ming. But in the end, she sighed, looked at Su Ming with complicated eyes, moved her lips, but still didn't say the words in her heart. Seeing the old woman in red staring at Bai Junyi, Su Ming smiled slightly, grabbed Bai Junyi's soft and cold hands, and looked at the old woman. Since the Phoenix clan understands people's hearts, you should know that if you do something wrong, you need to pay the price. The old woman was silent. At this time, the purple-clothed girl rubbed her arm that fell to the ground. She gritted her silver teeth and glared at Su Ming with shame and anger, sealing my spiritual veins as nothing. You are not only a scoundrel, but you're a liar, you're cheating on the girl next to you. Boom. Before she could finish her words, a terrifying spiritual pressure compressed the space directly, causing her last words to be swallowed alive. The purple-clothed girl's face turned red at a glance, her pretty face was full of anger and unwillingness, and her eyes seemed to burst out of fire. This bastard, she knew from just now. Even though this guy was affectionate with the woman next to him, in fact, he didn't have any love or pity for that woman in his heart. Otherwise, how could he let a person have his heart broken, to come into contact with the extremely cold air like Zhan Bingyu? Do you think this woman didn't die quickly enough? Bai Junyi was slightly surprised by what the girl in purple said. She glanced at the former, and then couldn't help but look up at Su Ming. Su Ming's face was indifferent, and he put his arms around her slender waist, and then gently stroked her silky hair with his palms. His hand movements were very gentle, protecting her by his side. Bai Junyi looked at him with some joy, her pretty face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes became soft. Anyway, at least at this moment, Su Ming's gentle care made her heart move and convinced her that this man also liked her in his heart. Su Ming raised his eyes, his dark eyes playfully glanced at the purple-clothed girl opposite him. With the girl's expression of shame and anger, he then moved his gaze away, looked at the old woman in red, and said with a smile, I heard that the Phoenix clan has ancient holy soldiers. The old woman suddenly frowned. After a long time, he sighed quietly. The mirror of judgment of our Phoenix clan cannot be activated by outsiders unless it is of Phoenix clan blood. The mirror of judgment can judge all things in the world, gain insight into the secrets of heaven, and know the future. It was a holy weapon passed down from ancient times by their Phoenix clan. It was originally the treasure of the immortal god Emperor, and was finally given to Empress Juyu by him. It also set up special taboos that non-Feng clan people could not activate. Su Ming shook his head, it doesn't matter, you can activate it and I'll use it. The old woman in red. Her impression of Su Ming became even worse. With this guy's cultivation, how could he not know the price of using the mirror of judgment? The Phoenix clan has only used it twice since ancient times, and obtained to just a prophecy. And every time it is used, it will cost the user 1,000 years of life and luck. If your luck and lifespan are insufficient, you will suffer a backlash in an instant and your body will be gone. She did not believe that Su Ming, a person despised by heaven and earth, would have 1,000 years of life and luck. Your Majesty, you are joking. If I activate the mirror of judgment, your lifespan and luck will be wasted. Our Phoenix clan will be tainted with great cause and effect. This violates the rules of our clan. She shook her head and refused. Su Ming didn't hesitate. With a squeeze of his hand, the purple-clothed girl covered her neck with a face full of pain. Several spiritual veins in her body burst in an instant, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The old woman in red's eyelids twitched. If she wasn't afraid of completely angering Su Ming, how could she bear to watch her most beloved granddaughter suffer like this? The young man next to the girl gritted his teeth and said, Grandma, Xiao is still young, and it is inevitable that she will make mistakes. Since this person wants to use the mirror of judgment, we agree to him. Anyway, when something happens, it will be his own problem. Finally, after half a minute of silence, the old woman said helplessly, when do you want to use the mirror of judgment? Su Ming released his palms and raised the corners of his mouth, now. The old woman nodded, then waved her hand, and the void in front of her was torn into a dark and deep space crack, and then she stepped into it. Follow me. Su Ming followed with a calm expression. After stepping into the space crack, the scene in front of him changed drastically. In the end, all the changing scenes shrank into one space. In this space, a huge ancient bronze mirror is suspended quietly, and the terrifying fluctuations from ancient times are quietly rippling on the surface of the bronze mirror. At this moment, the old woman in red in front handed Su Ming a cyan diamond-shaped stone seal. I activate the forbidden spell. If you hold this object, you can use the Mirror of Judgment. Remember, using the Mirror of Judgment to spy on the heavens will destroy your luck, and may even cause your future cultivation to be stagnant for the rest of your life. Are you sure you want me to activate it? Su Ming took the diamond-shaped stone seal. With disdain in his eyes, he did not speak, but quietly walked to the huge bronze mirror. The old woman in red shook her head and sighed, then slowly spit out ancient and complicated spells in her mouth, formed seals with her hands, and then the huge bronze mirror began to tremble violently. Buzz. Ripples appeared on the mirror surface. The originally gray mirror surface turned dark and deep at this time, just like the magical night sky above the sky, becoming particularly mysterious. After activating the Mirror of Judgment, the old woman moved, and her figure slowly disappeared from the space. Although she didn't know what Su Ming was going to do with the Mirror of Judgment, she knew that this guy probably wouldn't want her to stay. Watch to see his secrets. The old woman in red leaves. The whole space became extremely quiet. Su Ming held the diamond-shaped stone seal and slowly poured spiritual power into it. Time. A dazzling ray of light enveloped his entire body, and then a dazzling light burst out from his hand and shot into the huge bronze mirror. Buzz. The mirror surface fluctuated violently, and finally, in the center of the extremely dark mirror, wisps of light flowed, and the entire mirror surface trembled slightly. Then, a row of extremely ancient fonts slowly appeared in the dark mirror. Su Ming raised his eyes and looked. Seal holder, what do you want to know? Su Ming's eyes were calm, and the question he wanted to know quietly emerged in his mind. The huge bronze mirror seems to be sensitive. Then the row of ancient fonts disappeared, and then another row of ancient fonts reappeared after the mirror trembled violently. Your question cannot be answered. Can't answer. Su Ming frowned. This Mirror of Judgment must at least belong to the immortal god Emperor. I didn't expect it to be so useless. He changed the question. This time, rows of ancient fonts reappeared on the deep black mirror. Su Ming, a person abandoned by heaven, a lonely evil star. Tang Qingyan, the Tiankui witch, killed innocent people, committed serious crimes, and was not tolerated by the law of heaven. She died on the day Su Ming became a saint. Su Ming sacrificed his blood to the creatures of 9 continents, and the law of heaven was furious. On the day when he sacrificed his soul and became a saint, the messenger of the gods came and killed the witch with the help of the Son of Destiny. Boom. Chapter 213. When I die, can you also like me once? The dark space crack began to fluctuate little by little under the gaze of the young man and the girl in purple. Su Ming walked out of the space crack. The old woman in red was a little surprised, because Su Ming's eyes were too calm, so calm that she felt a little scared. Where is the seal of judgment? She asked aloud. Su Ming opened his palm, and the diamond-shaped stone seal lay quietly in his palm. The color had turned gray and was covered with cracks. The old woman in red. She took the stone seal with a dark face. This stone seal can almost be called the hardest thing in the world. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't break a crack. It was better now. Su Ming used it and it was pinched by him. Exploded. Fortunately, the clan still had a way to repair it, otherwise she would definitely ask Su Ming to compensate her today. Grandma, let's go, the young man said. The old woman in red took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and then waved her palm. Powerful space spiritual power directly enveloped the 3 of them, and their bodies slowly disappeared under the wrap of space spiritual power. Before finally disappearing, the purple-clothed girl's beautiful eyes stared deeply at Su Ming. She didn't know what came to her mind. She suddenly gritted her teeth and said loudly to Su Ming, "Remember, I, Feng Ziyao, have never been defeated like today. Sooner or later, I will come to you again." The breath of the 3 people completely disappeared. Su Ming glanced at the Hades sword that fell next to him. With a move of his palm, the Hades sword flew past his hand with a whoosh, without daring to resist at all. Clang! The next second, The sword broke into 2 pieces. As soon as Su Ming loosened his grip, the Hades sword, which the male protagonist would use to kill everyone in the future, now fell at his feet like scrap metal. It was obvious that Su Ming was a little unhappy. Bai Junyi subconsciously grabbed his hand. The soft moonlight shone in from outside the Mingjian pavilion, falling into this quiet and silent place, illuminating her cold and moving perfect silhouette. Looking at Su Ming's face, Bai Junyi's eyes were gentle, and then she gently adjusted the collar of his clothes. Her white cheeks were slightly blushed, and she came close to Su Ming, leaving her cold kiss on his face. Su Ming remained silent. He grabbed Bai Junyi's jade hand with his backhand. Let's go. Outside Mingjian Pavilion, countless strong men in the Ice City lowered their bodies with astonishment on their faces. When they saw through the layers of spiritual obstacles the miserable state of the ancestor of the Hades sword and the Hades sword that had broken into scrap metal on the side, at this moment, everyone not calm anymore. Chenshui rooftop. The night was extremely dark. Su Ming raised his eyes to look at the sky. The endless starry sky seemed to be reflected in his deep eyes. Beside him, Bai Junyi sat quietly with him. She hugged her knees and put her head on her knees. She tilted her head to look at Su Ming. She liked the feeling of being attached to this man very much, because it made her feel real and made her feel that he belonged to her at this moment. Su Ming said nothing. Bai Junyi looked at him quietly. She was very satisfied to be able to cling to him and look at him quietly like this. Sudden, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and stared at Bai Junyi. Bai Junyi was puzzled and asked in a low voice, "Are you worried? From just now, I feel that you are not in a good mood. Did I make you angry again?" Su Ming shook his head. He glanced at the distant sky and said faintly, "This place becomes more and more unpleasant to my eyes the more I look at it." Bai Junyi smiled softly, "If you don't like it here, then we can go somewhere else. Anyway, no matter where it is, I don't care." "You don't care?" Su Ming exhaled. "Then what else do you care about now?" Bai Junyi replied instantly, "I only care about you." Su Ming was silent. She continued, "Besides, now I only have you." If Su Ming doesn't want her, she thought that she might be in more pain than death. Only now do I really understand why the older generation of people in the clan often said that before one's Taoist heart is fully realized, having rash love is something more addictive and painful than poison. Addicted because I like it. The pain comes from being abandoned. Su Ming stood up slowly and patted his clothes. Bai Junyi suddenly felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. "Are you leaving?" Su Ming nodded lightly. "Sun Shuiyan will arrange the rest. You can just rest here and recuperate." "Recuperate?" Bai Junyi smiled bitterly. "Can my injury be healed?" "Wait until she comes to her senses." Su Ming's figure had long since disappeared, and only the breath lingering between her noses proved that this man had been by her side for a short time just now. Looking at the quiet night sky in the distance, Bai Junyi's eyes couldn't help but turn red, and 2 lines of clear tears suddenly ran down her cheeks. After Su Ming left, her suppressed and painful emotions finally broke out at this moment. "Although I have never been in love. Although it was also my first time to fall in love with a man. But she's not a fool. She knew many things, but she just didn't want to show them in front of Su Ming." Holding the white dress with one hand, she put the other hand on the position of her heart. Feeling the broken and painful heart, she had tears on her face and murmured to herself, "Su Ming, I will give you all my heart. After I die, can you also like me for once?" Lan Huang sat down next to Mu Wan, put her little head into his arms, and comforted. "You should have heard this afternoon. The person who can save the northern wilderness in the end is not your senior brother, but it's that Lin Changfeng. He knows the holy sun of Taichu Holy Land, and he can use the ancient spiritual formation to seal evil spirits. He also seals the heavenly demon that the corpse demon clan wants to release. Can your senior brother do this?" Mu Wan buried her head in Lan Huang's arms. Lan Huang was shocked. Inside the quiet room, seeing Mu Wan sitting alone by the window edge, Lan Huang put on a clean dress. She was seriously injured today, her spiritual veins were severely damaged, and she would not be able to recover in a short time. Although she was worried, for Mu Wan, she also extremely worried. "So, don't think about him, it will only hurt you more. Speaking of which, A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lan Huang exclaimed in pain, "Fox demon." Even though she still hated her elder brother for deceiving and hurting her, she also knew that her heart had died for her elder brother. Her eyes were red and she was silent. Shenyan sect, Yi Fang. Lan Huang exhaled. Just when she was about to say something else, she suddenly noticed that Mu Wan in her arms had a dull expression, and her eyes were staring at the ground in a daze. A purple fox tail strangely protruded from the space. The tail instantly wrapped around her neck, lifted her into the air, and then slammed her down onto the wall, causing all the bones in her body to crack. Laugh. Walking behind Mu Wan, he stretched out his hand to tie up her loose hair, and said with a wry smile, "Wan Wan, I know that your senior brother saved all of us today, but you have also seen that his temperament has not changed at all from before. Even if he saves you now, can he make up for the harm he caused you in the first place?" But the next second, chapter 214. Then after I help my senior brother make alchemy, will my senior brother still play with me? Buzz. Purple spiritual power contained a faint green light, and the protruding tail flew through the air with nobility and grace, wrapping Mu Wan's body under Lan Huang's incredible gaze. Lan Huang's pretty face panicked. In her ears, a particularly cold and proud voice came. "He can choose to save you, because he still has the last trace of kindness in his heart, but you are not worthy." Hearing this voice, Lan Huang was completely stunned. And while she was a little at a loss, Mu Wan, who was in a daze, felt that her head became extremely painful. The severe pain in her mind even caused her to have many hallucinations. She saw countless scenes change, and saw herself falling from the ground into darkness, of abyss. But the dark abyss is fleeting. A light reappeared in her eyes. Under the light, there was a man dressed in white with a heart-warming smile. He was the figure that she hated so much and was often buried deep in her heart. Elder brother. Mu Wan's eyes were red and she wanted to call him blankly. But when she came back to her senses, she realized that she had appeared out of thin air in the main hall of the 7 Peaks of Shenyan sect. In the main hall, disciples gathered, and the elders of Kaifeng were smiling. Even Bai Qingshan, who was sitting at the head of the table, was looking at her with a smile. This scene seemed particularly warm. She also saw herself in the middle of the hall, and saw her when she was young. As a young girl, she was kneeling obediently in front of Bai Qingshan, looking at Bai Qingshan curiously with her big moist eyes. Wan Wan pays homage to the master. Bai Qingshan reached out and rubbed her little head, and said warmly, "Since you have become a disciple of Kaifeng, you will be my disciple, Bai Qingshan. Although I have nothing to teach you on the way of alchemy, I am the alchemy elder of Kaifeng. They are outstanding people. If you follow them, you will definitely achieve something in the future. Also, when entering Kaifeng, you must have a good relationship with the senior brothers in Kaifeng. In addition to alchemy, if you don't understand anything about cultivation, you can ask me. If you can't find me, you can also ask your senior brother. Although he doesn't know how to make alchemy, he can still guide you in spiritual power cultivation." Eldest brother. Well, it's senior brother Kaifeng. His alchemy talent may not be as good as yours, but his cultivation is far above yours, so he can naturally teach you how to practice. Oh, Wan Wan remembers it. Seeing this scene, Mu Wan was a little surprised. Wasn't this the scene when she worshipped the Shenyan sect? If I remember correctly, the senior brother will appear next, and he will pretend to care about her and get close to her. Really? A young man dressed in white appeared and tried to help the young girl up, but she timidly avoided him. Su Ming, on the other hand, smiled nonchalantly and said, "If you are so timid, what will you do if you meet a bad person in the future?" His smile was warm, the aura emanating from his body was particularly approachable, his eyes were so clean and penetrating, and he acted like the big brother next door, as if he cared about her as his own sister. "See here." Mu Wan squeezed her little hands tightly, her eyes a little cold. In the past, it was because she was still young, ignorant, and could not understand people's hearts. She was deceived by the gentleness and closeness of her senior brother, and this senior brother was also deceived. Step by step to get closer to the depths of her heart, which caused her to be in such pain now. She thought that if she was given another chance, she would rather not know her senior brother. For a while, Mu Wan felt even more uncomfortable in her heart. She believed in her senior brother so much and trusted him so much. But the result, Su Ming tricked her into refining the poison pill, which caused her spiritual veins to be backfired by the pill fire, causing her to almost be unable to practice for the rest of her life. She took a deep breath, because at this time, the scene in front of her began to slowly change again. The changing pictures were so clear. In every picture, without exception, she could see the senior brother in white. He gave her a gentle and endearing smile. That was after she became a member of the Shenyan sect, and she was not familiar with anyone yet. As a young girl, her body was very weak due to her spiritual veins. She often fell ill during her training and encountered many problems. She thought of her senior brother. His refreshing smile made him very fond of him, so no matter what problems he had in the future, he would find his senior brother as soon as possible. Su Ming indeed doted on her. He would take care of her tenderly when she was sick. No matter what difficulties she encountered in cultivation, he would teach her patiently and solve them for her. He would also drive away the bad people around her who wanted to bully her. Over time, she became more and more fond of this senior brother. She has become extremely trusting and dependent. In addition to practicing, she will run to him at other times. She will also stick to him, staring at him with a pair of big and smart eyes, and let him tell her stories. Scenes of warm scenes flashed through my mind. Mu Wan bit her lip tightly. Now that she knew the true face of her senior brother, she could not suppress the discomfort and hatred towards him. 2 lines of tears streaked down her cheeks, and Mu Wan reached out to wipe them away. Such a senior brother was not worth her tears at all. Su Ming stopped, stretched out his hand to rub her head, then smiled and said, "Wan, your health is not good, and you get sick easily. If senior brother is no longer by your side, you must learn to be mature, and even more important, protect yourself." At that time, she was young and didn't know the consequences of refining the magic pill. She only knew that her favorite senior brother would not lie to her, let alone harm her, so she nodded with a smile. "Those guys after senior brother refines the elixir, will senior brother still play with me? I have encountered some problems in my practice. I need you to help me refine a 9-flame demonic pill. However, the 9-flame demonic pill is an evil cultivator, so I cannot let others know about it, especially Master. You have to promise me not to use this magic pill. Tell the story." Suddenly, he turned around, touched the head of the little girl in front of him, and said with a warm smile, "Wan, you are so good at alchemy, senior brother wants you to do me a favor." In the blink of an eye, Mu Wan came to a forest path. Su Ming, dressed in white, was walking in front with his hands behind his back. In the dream, she was young and followed behind her senior brother. When she was tired from walking, she would pout and shout he. The young Mu Wan agreed without thinking, okay. No one knew how painful and desperate she felt at that time after learning that her senior brother had deceived her. "Elder brother, Master said I can't come here yet." Of course she knew that the senior brother was nice to her because he was interested in her alchemy talent and wanted to trick her into refining poisonous elixirs. The price of refining poisonous elixirs was to destroy her spiritual veins. She thought she must have been dreaming about her elder brother's kindness to her again, but she knew that these kindnesses to her were all fake. Of course, Su Ming looked at her deeply. She looked at the alchemy pavilion at the end of the road ahead, and kept in mind what Master Bai Qingshan had said, saying that she was not allowed to come to the alchemy pavilion until she reached adulthood. The dream in front of me seems to be not over yet. It seemed as if the kindness that the eldest brother had been to her was just a ridiculous deception, tricking her into refining the poisonous elixir. When she was backfired by the elixir and was in pain and helpless and needed him the most, he never came to see her even once. The young Mu Wan reached out and grabbed the senior brother's arm, and said loudly, "I don't want to be separated from the senior brother. I want to be with the senior brother forever, so that even if I get sick, the senior brother will love me, and Wan will not be afraid." Su Ming smiled helplessly. He turned around and looked at the alchemy pavilion in front of him, his eyes full of bitterness. Finally he murmured to himself, "I really hope you can stay so innocent forever, and I also hope that if I do this, I can save you." Chapter 215. Tell me this is not true. Sure enough, even if it was a dream, the senior brother in the dream was exactly the same as now. Mu Wan always remembered these things, and it was impossible to forget. Looking at the picture, she held Su Ming's hand innocently and romantically, and followed Su Ming toward the alchemy pavilion with a face full of trust. Mu Wan felt a pain in her heart. If she had not been so naive at that time, if she could have noticed Su Ming's character earlier, and known earlier that Su Ming's kindness to her was all fake, she wouldn't have been deceived by him for so long. The next picture. Mu Wan was heartbroken. The scene was exactly the same as in her memory. The 9-flame demonic pill was simply not something that a little girl like her could refine. In addition, she was already frail and sick, and her spiritual power was weak. During the process of refining the pill, it was backfired by the pill fire, and most of the spiritual veins in her body were burned. She was unconscious in the pill. In the fire, her hand was still holding the magic pill for Su Ming. In the picture, she was young, her face was pale, and her clothes were stained with traces of blood. Although her tender cheeks were full of pain, she still forced herself to smile at her senior brother at the last moment when she passed out. "Senior brother, Wan Wan did not disappoint you." She passed out, but Su Ming just walked up to her, took away the magic pill in her hand, and then said softly to her, "Thank you Wan Wan." "See here." Mu Wan bit her lip tightly, and her delicate body was trembling. She never thought that she would be so stupid at that time. Now she just wanted to ask Su Ming, couldn't he see the scars all over her body and the pain she looked like when she was burned by the elixir fire? Or was it that from the beginning to the end, he only had that magic elixir in his eyes? I cared about her life and death. How could it not be seen? He was just deceiving her from beginning to end. Mu Wan smiled sadly. She closed her eyes, trying to seal this painful memory in her mind, but next, Su Ming did not leave the picture. Mu Wan had already passed out at that time. She just woke up and listened to what others said. Su Ming took it away. The magic pill left her alone in the alchemy pavilion, and was finally discovered by the elder of the alchemy pavilion, who rescued her. However, Su Ming in the picture did not leave. Mu Wan opened her eyes in astonishment and stared blankly at the senior brother in the picture. Su Ming crouched down and trembled slightly. He hugged her young body tightly. His spiritual energy poured into her body like a desperate rush, treating her injuries that were burned by the pill fire. He looked at her with extremely distressed eyes. She stroked her face with trembling hands. "Wan Wan, I'm sorry." He hugged her tightly, feeling so distressed that he kept blaming himself. "I heard the conversation between Master and your father. If senior brother doesn't do this, you won't survive next month. Don't worry, senior brother won't let you die. Senior brother wants you to live innocently forever." Boom. At this moment, Mu Wan was struck by lightning. At that time, due to her weak spiritual veins, she was indeed frail and sick, and a serious illness could take away her life at any time. She looked at Su Ming in the picture with a dull look on her face. She couldn't pretend to feel that kind of distress and remorse for her. "But, why do you feel so sorry for her and have the heart to abandon her alone in the alchemy pavilion?" Next, she finally knew the answer. The elders of the alchemy pavilion discovered what was going on here. They rushed in and saw the alchemy furnace for refining the magic elixir and the elixir fire seeping out. All the elders were furious. One of the elders slapped the unsuspecting person without asking the reason. Su Ming was slapped hard and flew away. Su Ming vomited blood, but he didn't care about his injuries. His face was full of concern for Mu Wan. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, wanted to put Mu Wan in his arms again and treat her injuries. As a result, the elder of the alchemy pavilion did not give him a chance, or even if he explained, he would not believe him at all. Another elder with a gloomy face, when Su Ming was seriously injured, knocked him out of the alchemy pavilion with one palm. "Su Ming, you relied on your status as the senior brother of Kaifeng to trick your junior sister from the same peak to refine the magic elixir for you, thus destroying your spiritual veins. What crime do you deserve?" Su Ming explained with red eyes. "I didn't harm Wan Wan, her spiritual veins can only be restored in this way." "Enough." The elder of the alchemy pavilion sneered. "These words of yours should be explained to the sect master and your master by Qingshan. Next, there is no doubt that who will listen to the explanation of a disciple who deceived his junior sister into refining a magic elixir, causing her spiritual veins to be destroyed. Coupled with the testimony of the elder of the alchemy pavilion, Su Ming was directly convicted. None of the disciples of the Shenyang sect believed him. Even his master Bai Qingshan was full of disappointment. As a last resort, he used capital punishment and punished him with 100 thunder whips. In the end, he was beaten to a bloody pulp and was covered with blood. The white clothes were dyed a dazzling bright red. The day before Su Ming was punished, that is, the day after Mu Wan fell into a coma, late at night, he secretly ran into Mu Wan's room without telling everyone, holding in one hand the spiritual cannon. One hand kept pointing in the air, following the method in the book, and transplanted a spiritual vein in his body to her. From then on, his cultivation level plummeted, he became seriously ill, and was punished by Bai Qingshan with a thunder whip. During those 7 days, he was seriously injured and fell into coma, and no one even took a look at him. When he woke up, Mu Wan had already been taken home by her father, and he didn't even get to see her for the last time before they parted. From that day on, the young Mu Wan only thought that her senior brother had deceived her. At that time, she did not blame Su Ming for deceiving her into refining the magic pill. She hated Su Ming for why he never came to see him when she was injured. But she had no idea that while she was unconscious, Su Ming was punished by Bai Qingshan with 100 thunder whips for transplanting her spiritual veins. The injuries on his body were even worse than hers, and he was unconscious for longer than hers. Long. After returning home, Mu Wan's body miraculously recovered, and her spiritual veins that had been burned were condensed again due to her renewed practice. She thought this was God's blessing on her, but she didn't know that this was her great strength. The senior brother was scorned by everyone, suffered physical torture, and was given a new life. This moment, the air seemed to become silent, and the scene in front of him continued. However, Mu Wan's hands that were still holding the clothes tightly just now slowly loosened their grip. She trembled, her body was no longer able to support her, and she fell down and knelt on the ground, with a pale smile on her face. She smiled, but there was always a trace of bitterness in the corner of her mouth. Tears fell one by one. She looked at the empty scene in front of her in the rain of tears, finally couldn't control it and burst into tears. She cried silently. Tell me this is not true. I'm just dreaming, all this is false. Elder brother, where are you? Wan feels so uncomfortable. Wan misses you so much. She had never thought that it was her senior brother who gave her spiritual veins and that it was her senior brother who gave her a new life. However, she used all the things his senior brother gave her to hate him and loathe him. When he went to the family to find her, he drove him away coldly and ruthlessly. Seeing Su Ming's face pale in the picture, lying alone and painfully in a coma on the bed, but she was full of hatred and misunderstanding for such a senior brother. This scene seemed to hurt her eyes deeply. But it's far from over. Chapter 216 Tang Qingyan. You must tell me in your next life, okay? Because he instigated his junior sisters to refine the magic elixir, Su Ming's reputation in the sect plummeted. He, the senior brother of Kaifeng, became the object of avoidance in the eyes of his junior brothers and sisters. Even his master Bai Qingshan was even more disappointed with him. She was even particularly cold and harsh towards him in those few years. No matter what he did, it seemed to be wrong in her eyes and he would be criticized coldly and mercilessly by her. Faced with his feeble explanation, no one believed him. He was driven to a small wooden house at the top of the 7 peaks. When all the disciples of the Shenyang sect saw him, almost all of them detoured and left in disgust. And whenever it's quiet at night, he would lie alone on the wooden house, looking up at the stars with lonely eyes. He was obviously such a cheerful and gentle senior brother, but it made people feel extremely distressed to see him. Mu Wan reminded herself more than once. Everything in front of her was not real, she was dreaming, but the real feeling, the pain that touched the depths of her soul, seemed to remind her that this was not a dream. She doesn't understand. I don't understand why senior brother is misunderstood by others no matter what he does, why those people can't give senior brother a chance to explain, and why everyone thinks he is a bad person. After losing one of his spiritual veins, Su Ming's cultivation progress after a few years could no longer keep up with those of his talented junior brothers and sisters. Among them was a new junior sister who had joined the sect. Her name was Mu Qingyan. She has the appearance of an empress, and she is Bai Qingshan's favorite disciple. Su Ming has been trying his best to play the role of senior brother Kaifeng. Even though he is misunderstood by everyone, he still remembers Bai Qingshan's teachings. He must shoulder the responsibility of senior brother Kaifeng. He treats these junior sisters as his own sisters. However, Mu Qingyan thought that he had some intentions for her and turned a blind eye to all his good deeds. She even coldly and ruthlessly mocked him for his low cultivation level. Mu Wanyu squeezed her hands tightly. She hates that woman named Mu Qingyan. If it was because of her that the senior brother was misunderstood by everyone, then the appearance of Mu Qingyan deeply deepened this misunderstanding, and the last woman named Zhou Yaoyao also caused the senior brother to be abolished, the culprit who was expelled from the sect. She didn't know why the scene in front of her hadn't ended yet. But everything that was played on the screen made her feel so distressed that she wanted to cry. Su Ming was misunderstood by everyone, was defeated without dignity by the destined son named Lin Changfeng in the sect competition, and was framed for stealing Mu Qing Yan's personal clothes, was falsely accused of killing Zhou Yaoyao to seize her bloodline, was personally destroyed by his most trusted master Bai Qingshan, and was driven out of the sect ruthlessly. He stumbled all the way, and finally passed out with scars all over his body at the gate of the sect, but no one sympathized with him, and everyone only had deep disgust for him. He woke up in the rainy night, under Lin Changfeng's teasing and mocking eyes, under Mu Qingyan's cold and hateful expression, and behind Bai Qingshan's indifferent back, a person left the sect in bitter despair. Elder brother, I don't want you to leave. Finally, Mu Wan could no longer look directly at all this, let alone face Su Ming's bitter and lonely figure in despair. She cried loudly, but Su Ming's outline in front of her became increasingly blurry and further away from her, distant. She followed regardless. She tried to catch him, but every time, her hands came up empty. With tears in her eyes, Mu Wan couldn't help crying. Elder brother, it's all my fault and Wanwan's fault. It was me who caused you to be misunderstood by those people. How about you come back? I will explain to Master, I will explain to all of them. No one answered her. She cried and said to herself, in the past time, I lived in pain and despair every day, because I was afraid that my senior brother would never care about me. But only now do I realize that senior brother cares about me more than anyone else, cares about me and loves me more than anyone else. It was me who was stupid, because I didn't see how good senior brother was to me. She smiled miserably. In the end, he followed Su Ming's footsteps and left Shenyan sect resolutely. Su Ming's cultivation was crippled by Bai Qingshan, and his master cruelly and mercilessly shattered all his spiritual veins. He was in pain and despair, and was bullied by those outside. Those people beat him, scolded him, and took away his body. The only remaining spiritual stone left him on the street covered in bruises. Don't know when it started. Mu Wan discovered that her senior brother had changed. He originally disdained evil cultivators, but after what he experienced, he began to look around for evil cultivators to find ways to repair their spiritual veins. She followed Su Ming to a mountain range filled with evil spirits. In the mountain range, Su Ming did not find a way to repair his spiritual veins, but he picked up a seriously injured purple-tailed phoenix under a certain tree. Her senior brother was still so kind. The phoenix refused to eat or drink, so he fed it with his own blood. In the end, the phoenix's injury healed, and it would cling to her senior brother every day, and at night it would even get into his arms. Only in this way can I sleep. Su Ming treated the phoenix very well, and even showed a smile on his face that he hadn't seen for many years because of its company. However, what made Mu Wan angry was that after the phoenix's injury was completely healed, it actually said it wants to find its destined person, and the elder brother is not its destined person. Although it likes the elder brother very much, it cannot go against its destiny. Phoenix finally left, and her senior brother met a woman at this time. She was a stunningly beautiful woman who was both charming and cool. She was not like others who would feel disgusted with Su Ming. On the contrary, she boldly invited Su Ming when they first met. Go back to the demon realm with her. She is the leader of the Tiankui sect in the demon realm. She is the Tiankui witch who makes everyone in the surrounding areas fearful. She has killed countless people and her hands are stained with blood. But towards Su Ming, He only showed a tenderness that was not seen in front of everyone. Mu Wan stared at the back of the witch leaving with her senior brother as if facing a formidable enemy. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but follow her. The senior brother is indeed very talented in evil cultivation. He transplanted the devil's veins and in less than half a year, he stood out from all the younger generations of Tiankui sect. And the witch made no secret of her love for him and started to treat him in a morbid way. Pursuit. The witch didn't care about Su Ming's identity or his past at all. She even wanted to kill everyone in the Shenyan sect for Su Ming. In the end, she was willing to give up her identity as a witch and follow Su Ming to live in seclusion in the world, just to be a happy couple. Young couple. Although Mu Wan was jealous. But she also knows. This is the only person that eldest brother has met in his life who is truly kind to him and truly likes him. Just when she thought her senior brother could live with that witch forever. It didn't take long for her to find out. This is just the beginning of a nightmare. Under the leadership of Lin Changfeng, the son of destiny, the good and the evil started a war. He was determined to kill all the demon sects, and soon the Tiankui sect was slaughtered. Su Ming was also severely injured by Lin Changfeng. He joined the demon sect, committed an unforgivable crime, and was hunted down by all righteous people. The witch regarded Su Ming as more important than her own life, so she hid Su Ming when he was seriously injured and passed out. Before leaving, Mu Wan seemed to hear her voice mumbling in her sleep. She looked at Su Ming with a smile, tears in her eyes, and reached out to touch Su Ming's face with a smile like a flower. Su Ming, I have never heard you say a word in my ear that you like me. Promise me that you will tell me in your next life, okay? Chapter 217 Life and Death. In this way, in order to protect Su Ming, the witch chose to face those righteous people alone. She told everyone that Su Ming was forced by her to join the demon sect and that he had never done anything to harm others. When Lin Changfeng saw that such a beautiful woman had gone so far to protect Su Ming, he became jealous and seriously injured the witch with a sword. The tragic ending seems to have been doomed long ago. The bright red blood soaked the witch's body, and the spiritual swords controlled by countless monks left shocking scars on her body, but there was no fear of death in her eyes. She was just afraid that after she died, Su Ming would be left alone in this world. None of his junior sisters or his master would care about him, let alone love him. She was really good. I really want to be by his side. That night, blood soaked the ruins of Tiankuimen. The witch was killed. Countless sects put up lights and colors to celebrate the massacre of the demon sect. Lin Changfeng personally severely wounded the witch, killed countless disciples of the Tiankui sect, and was regarded as the leader of the righteous path, respected by countless strong men. And Su Ming, on this night, he lost the only woman who loved him deeply. This moment, Mu Wan seemed to be able to personally feel the sadness in his senior brother's heart. He was hated and despised by everyone. Even the master and junior sisters he cared about most, no one cared about him, but that witch, she gave him all her tenderness, and was even willing to die for him in the end. How could she not be envious or jealous of such love? Elder brother, have you ever experienced these? When she saw the familiar figure drinking alone in front of the witch's tombstone, but it made her feel extremely distressed, Mu Wan wanted to rush over, throw herself into his arms, comfort him, and tell him that he was not alone, that he was still there. Wan Wan accompanies him. But she didn't dare. She was afraid that if she went there, her senior brother would coldly and mercilessly drive her away. At this time, she saw her senior brother smiling, but his smile was so vicissitudes of life, and his eyes were dull. He stretched out his hand to touch the cold tombstone in front of him, and gently wiped the rainwater on the tombstone in the continuous drizzle. Finally, the picture is frozen at this moment. All the pictures in Mu Wan's eyes began to turn gray and white, and finally disappeared, and then a new picture seemed to appear in her eyes. The content in the picture was so familiar. It was actually the scene when she worshipped the Shenyan sect. She was stunned, and looked up at the sky in a daze. I saw a few big words slowly popping up there. The second reincarnation. Under the dark night, Lin Changfeng sat by the bonfire on the top of Tianfeng Mountain with his sword in his hand. He thought about the words that Su Ming conveyed to him today. The four ancient powerful god emperors said that there is only one person who can save the world. That is not true. Is it him? Besides him, Who else in this place can fight against the zombie demon clan and seal the ancient heavenly demon? He raised his head and glanced at the deep and terrifying fallen demon abyss in the sky, raised a confident smile on his lips, and muttered. Su Ming used the purple emperor war mark to show off today. He should be suffering from the backlash of the war mark now. I'm afraid he is hiding in some shady place in Kaifeng to recuperate. Speaking of this, he continued to guess. In this case, Su Ming will definitely be separated from his master Bai Qingshan. The seal of Tianfeng still needs Bai Qingshan's help to break, but I don't know that the woman's cold poison has taken effect. No. Bai Qingshan's luck is quite extraordinary. Even a teacher can't see through her current cultivation level. Even if the cold poison attacks briefly, nothing will happen for the time being. Sword Master continued. Master, you don't understand this. No matter how strong Bai Qingshan's cultivation is, she is still a woman. Once the cold poison attacks, deep down she wants to be protected. Lin Changfeng curled his lips with disdain in his eyes. He knew that Bai Qingshan's cold and aloof temperament would definitely be difficult to get in touch with her at ordinary times, but now that the cold poison in her body is breaking out, it is the time when she needs others to care. If he goes out to suppress the cold poison for her at this time, a hero will save the beauty. Maybe we can win Bai Qingshan. Think of this. Lin Changfeng couldn't sit still. Originally, he wanted to find Zhou Yaoyao first and get the Chaos Green Lotus, but the Sword Master said that Zhou Yaoyao went to another dimension. If he went there rashly, it would be very risky. Plus the 4 ancient god emperors made Su. After hearing the news Ming passed to him, he turned his attention to Tianfeng. This is the most secret place of Shenyan sect. Now he was being guarded by that charming woman named Hongyu. When he thought of Hongyu's charming and beautiful figure and her long, charming snow-white legs, he had endless reveries in his heart. Heart of beauty in everyone. Lin Changfeng is naturally no exception. You brat, that woman is an evil cultivator. Sword Master couldn't help but curse. Lin Changfeng smiled, rather disapproving. Master, if she is really an evil cultivator, my disciples will naturally not show mercy. Besides, I am born with a tough life and specialize in evil cultivators. If she is willing to follow me, maybe it can make her change her ways. The Sword Master was speechless. Evil cultivators are cruel and ruthless. That woman concealed her identity as an evil cultivator and hid in the Shenyan sect. She must have some agenda. They say women are the most poisonous people. Even though she looks good, she might be thinking about what to do in her heart. I'm going to kill you. Master, your thoughts are too complicated. I have never seen any kind of woman along the way. The worst I can do is expose her identity in the end and let these righteous strong men in the northern wilderness kill her. Lin Changfeng said with an indifferent expression. I hope so. Sword Master replied to him expressionlessly. Lin Changfeng took the long sword and stood up decisively. He wants to go to Kaifeng first to investigate. Now that the Shenyan sect was in chaos, it was a good time for him to show off his skills and turn the tide. He had to let the disciples of Kaifeng see his methods, and he couldn't let that Su Ming compare with him. Chapter 218. Do you want everyone in the world to scold you, master and disciple? 7 Peaks, the top. In the attic, just after suppressing the cold poison, Bai Qingshan opened her eyes with some pain. There was still a lot of cold air on her body, and her proud chest rose and fell slightly. When she finally recovered, she hurriedly turned back to look at the room on the right. Don't look anymore, your apprentice has already left. A rather cold voice came from beside him. Bai Qingshan frowned and looked at the silver-haired woman. She could see that the silver-haired woman's pretty, veiled face was extremely pale. He saw Bai Qingshan staring at him. The silver-haired woman gritted her teeth and said, "Look at me, it's useless. It's not because you sealed my spiritual power that I ended up like this. Also, don't say I didn't remind you. You were so cold that you almost died. But what about your apprentice? You raised him from childhood to adulthood, but he turned around and left without caring about your life or death." The silver-haired woman handed Bai Qingshan a piece of green clothing and asked her to cover up the snow-white scenery exposed on her shoulders. Bai Qingshan looked at the door with blank eyes. She put on her green clothes and stood up quietly. At this time, the silver-haired woman said solemnly, "You know, I just felt someone was spying here." That person's cultivation and strength are particularly terrifying. He might even be one of those mysterious strong men from the forbidden area. I suspect that this place in the northern wasteland is not only targeted by us, but also by other forces in the forbidden area. It may be difficult for the two of us to grab that ancient imperial weapon. Bai Qingshan remained silent. She walked to the window sill and reached out to open the window. She could see the dark night sky outside. Finally, she slowly raised her eyes and stared blankly into the air. She saw the deep and terrifying falling demon abyss appearing in front of her very clearly. Inside the eyes, falling into the demonic abyss, the corpse demon clan. She muttered to herself. The silver-haired woman came up angrily. Are you listening to me? Originally, according to our plan, we could easily obtain the imperial armament, but now the northern wasteland is in such chaos. If the ancient imperial armament is born, I don't know how many people will come to snatch it. Bai Qingshan ignored her. The ring on her right hand flashed, and a bottle of spiritual wine appeared in her hand. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She took a big sip of the wine, panted slightly, and stared blankly at the dark night sky. She knew that no matter when the ancient imperial soldiers were born, it was an opportunity arranged by God for the destined son. No matter how others snatched them, the ancient imperial soldiers would eventually fall into Lin Changfeng's hands. This also meant that even if others spent the money, even though he tried 10 million times, he still couldn't match Lin Changfeng's so-called destiny. How ridiculous, God! This moment, she suddenly became murderous. The silver-haired woman was startled. Who do you want to kill again? Don't forget our mission. If the mission cannot be completed, all the people in your lineage will be implicated. Bai Qingshan glanced at her coldly. Do you think I still care about this now? She only cares about one person now. That was the only person she cared about in her heart. Don't scare me. Haven't we been fighting for the ancient imperial weapons for so many years? If you give up the ancient imperial weapons for Su Ming now, the Bai people will not let you go, let alone Su Ming. Silver-haired the woman gritted her teeth and reminded. Bai Qingshuanyu squeezed her hands tightly. Boom. The wine bottle in his hand shattered. She had an expressionless face and said coldly, I said, if I hear another word of dissatisfaction with Su Ming from your mouth, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. The silver-haired woman was completely stunned. Finally, she smiled bitterly. You are really crazy. Is it worth it for a disciple? Does it worth? Bai Qingshan smiled sadly. As long as Ming could forgive her, forgive the sins she had committed, and forgive the hurt she had caused to him, everything she did would be worth it. Then what are you going to do now? The silver-haired woman did not dare to anger Bai Qingshan anymore, so she had to change the subject, looked up at the dark sky, and said helplessly, the space in the northern wilderness has been blocked by the strong corpse demon clan. The messages to the clan cannot be sent out at all. What on earth does this zombie demon clan want to do? Thinking of the scene where Su Ming used the Purple Emperor war pattern to fight against the third-level corpse demon emperor today, her eyes were filled with shock. Although Su Ming's body might suffer severe backlash after using the Purple Emperor war pattern, he today did save everyone in the northern wasteland, and also saved her. She never thought that the guy who was cynical and had done all kinds of bad things in her eyes would save all of them in the end. If Su Ming hadn't defeated the Corpse Demon King, I'm afraid the northern wasteland would have been devoured by the Corpse Demon clan today. Think of this. The silver-haired woman actually had some changes in her feelings towards Su Ming. But it's just a change. After all, Su Ming's evil character has long been ingrained in her heart. She doesn't think that a person with Su Ming's temper can change for the better in a short time. Bai Qingshan silently looked at the house with a ray of light in the maple forest under the peak. From her point of view, she could only see a small point. She stretched out her hand and shook it in front of her, as if she wanted to. After grabbing something from it, the palm finally let go, and there was nothing but air in the palm of the hand. Su Ming also said that with the help of the spiritual power of the four ancient god emperors, he could barely seal the falling demon abyss in the sky, but it could only be sealed for a few days. Once the time was up, the Corpse Demon clan, when they make a comeback, no one knows how many Corpse Demon emperors will come at that time. There will be no second Su Ming here in the northern wasteland. The silver-haired woman stared at Bai Qingshan's back and said in a solemn voice. Bai Qingshan said indifferently, "So, what do you want to do?" After observing Bai Qingshan's face, the silver-haired woman thought about it for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "I know you care about Su Ming very much now, but you must first ensure that he can survive. There are 9 corpse demon emperors in the corpse demon clan. Do you still want Su Ming to face it alone?" In fact, the silver-haired woman thought of a way, that is, let Lin Changfeng obtain the ancient inheritance in Tianfeng. Doesn't he have destiny in destiny? He has unlimited potential. As long as he can obtain the ancient inheritance in Tianfeng, he will definitely be able to succeed in the world. He rose up in a very short time and worked with Su Ming to help them fight against the corpse demon clan. Only, before she could say anything, she was stared back by Bai Qingshan's cold gaze. Su Ming, he never owes anyone. Therefore, there is no need for Herming to deal with the corpse demon emperor again for these people. Silver-haired woman. At this time, she suddenly sensed that Bai Qingshan's spiritual power had become extremely unstable from just now. Although her cultivation had improved a lot and had even surpassed the realm of spiritual master, such a forced improvement would have serious consequences for her practice in the future. The sequelae, unless she doesn't care at all. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman seemed to have discovered something. Her pretty face was startled, and she said with some uncertainty, "You don't want to. You are crazy. Su Ming is your disciple. Do you still have any ethics in your heart? You brought him into the bathroom just now. I thought you were joking. Do you know how precious the Ice Phoenix Yuan Yin of our Bai tribe is? If you give him your Ice Phoenix Yuan Yin, you will want everyone in the world to come. Are you scolding your master and disciple?" Chapter 219 Madman. They are all crazy. On the dense forest path, Lin Changfeng held a long sword and sneaked through the dark jungle. Finally, he approached the top of the 7 peaks, and his vision suddenly opened up. "Why do you feel like you are a thief?" Sword Master couldn't help but muttered. "Have you ever seen such a handsome thief like me?" Lin Changfeng curled his lips in disdain and glanced towards the attic in front of him. He vaguely caught sight of a mature and attractive body leaning against the window sill, his phoenix eyes vacant, looking at the dark night sky. This moment, even he couldn't help but stare at it. Bai Qingshan's beauty is the kind of beauty that can be deeply engraved in people's minds just by looking at it. Her long, jet black hair is draped over her shoulders. Her proud figure is full of ultimate temptation. Between her exquisite eyebrows and eyes, a pair of jet black his cold eyes were like morning stars, sometimes revealing a cold and arrogant murderous aura, and sometimes becoming deep, gentle and sultry. Lin Changfeng couldn't even imagine that if Bai Qingshan's cold phoenix eyes could reveal such a gentle, charming and shy look when she looked at him, then even a man might not be able to stand it. This kind of cold and mature woman is the one who can best inspire men's desire to conquer. How many men want to see her charming and beautiful appearance after she takes off her cold disguise? The spiritual power aura on her body is indeed very unstable. The Sword Master said doubtfully, "This is the result of forcibly suppressing the cold poison. It is strange that if she suppresses the cold poison like this, all the spiritual power will turn into a hidden bomb. If you can't find a way to stabilize your spiritual power, it will only be counterattacked." Lin Changfeng tidied his clothes, then reached out to smooth out his somewhat scattered hair, and finally smiled confidently, interrupting the Sword Master, "So now is when she needs me the most. This young master likes to spend time like this, little girl." The Sword Master's face darkened. "Don't forget that you are a pure young body." Lin Changfeng snorted coldly. "So what, even if I can't kiss fangs, it would be nice to be able to watch them worry about me." Sword Master. Lin Changfeng had a faint smile on his lips. He slowly lifted the leaves of the grass in front of him, staring at Bai Qingshan affectionately with his eyes. He leaned forward and said with a smile, "Peak Master Bai is probably worried about your disciple Su Ming. He forcibly used the war pattern today. Although it can increase physical strength in a short time, the backlash of the war pattern cannot be ignored. I have a way to solve these troubles for him." Knowing that Bai Qingshan is a very responsible master and also cares about her disciples, Lin Changfeng chose to do what she wanted. Didn't Su Ming look down on him? He often ridiculed and insulted him. When he got his master, how could he still do it? How can you jump in front of yourself? His words echoed through the night sky. Bai Qingshan's slightly absent-minded eyes suddenly came back to attention, and then she narrowed her eyes and glanced at Lin Changfeng, who appeared outside the attic. At this moment, the spiritual power and temperature in the air began to drop suddenly. She said nothing. Lin Changfeng sensed the cold air around him and thought that the cold poison in Bai Qingshan's body was about to break out again. He hurriedly expressed concern. I know that Peak Master Bai is troubled by the cold poison. I just happen to be able to refine the 5th grade pure yang pill to suppress it. Cold poison, if Peak Master Bai doesn't dislike it, I will come in and make an elixir for you right now. With that said, he planned to walk directly into the attic. Whoosh! But at this time, an ice sword condensed by spiritual power was thrust directly in front of him alive. The cold air emanating from the sword made him shiver. Who asked you to come to Kaifeng? Bai Qingshan's emotionless voice came. Lin Changfeng smiled and touched his nose. Now that I am considered a disciple of the Shenyan sect, I can naturally come to Kaifeng. The words were not finished. The Sword Lord's voice suddenly came to my mind. Run. Dangerous. Lin Changfeng was stunned. What? He looked around hurriedly, but did not sense any danger. Could it be the zombie demon clan? Lin Changfeng suddenly raised his head. The next second, he seemed to notice something and turned back suddenly. A somewhat green face came into view, and he saw that it was a girl in a black dress with a smile on her face. She was holding a stone hammer in her hand and walking slowly towards this side. Lin Changfeng's eyes widened. Mu Qingyan, when did this crazy woman come? He would never forget the look of this crazy woman who wanted to kill him. Now he was watching Mu Qingyan approach him step by step. Although she had an extremely moving smile on her face, that smile made him shudder. Immediately afterwards, Lin Changfeng was about to make a move, but found that his legs were frozen. He turned around in disbelief and looked at Bai Qingshan. At this glance, he could only see Bai Qingshan's expressive and cold look. Damn it! Lin Changfeng's scalp suddenly went numb. He only felt that he had encountered a lunatic again. Mu Junior Sister Mu, what do you want to do? He turned back and looked at Mu Qingyan with some trembling. What do you think? Mu Qingyan raised her eyebrows and smiled. Lin Changfeng was stunned on the spot. The next second, terrifying and violent spiritual power surged out of Mu Qingyan's body, and then enveloped her hands from top to bottom. In the void, only a blue spiritual light could be seen passing through her hands, and then the stone hammer struck fiercely. It hit Lin Changfeng in the face. Boom! This blow showed no mercy. Lin Changfeng's body was smashed out like a kite with its string broken, and the blood spit out from his mouth even pulled out a parabola in midair. As his body fell to the ground, there was a sound of bones shattering all over his body, and even his nose was dented by the hammer. His originally handsome face was now filled with dripping blood. Crazy! You crazy! Lin Changfeng covered his face in pain and roared. At this time, many disciples of Kaifeng heard the noise and rushed over from the main peak hall. When they saw Lin Changfeng lying on the ground in a very miserable state with blood on his face, their faces were full of astonishment and slightly frightened. His eyes couldn't help but glance towards Mu Qingyan. Junior Sister Mu. All the disciples looked shocked. Mu Qingyan smiled brightly. She raised her head and glanced at Bai Qingshan, who had beautiful and complex eyes in the attic. She said crisply, Master, this person sneaked into our Kaifeng while the senior brother was not around. Should we inject his spiritual veins? Just cut off the tendons of his hands and hamstrings and let him kneel in front of all of us for 3 days and 3 nights. Hear the words. Lin Changfeng's face was full of horror, and he roared in his heart, this vicious woman, how did the young master offend her? Many disciples. Junior Sister Mu is really crazy. In the sound of gasps from the audience. Their cold and beautiful master had already appeared beside Mu Qingyan. She looked coldly, and in front of all the disciples, she confiscated the stone hammer that Mu Qingyan had used to commit the crime. Everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. But the next second, their pupils suddenly widened. In the astonished eyes of all the disciples, they actually saw their master holding a stone hammer in one hand and walking slowly towards Lin Changfeng with her long, alluring snow-white legs. On her beautiful face that attracted all sentient beings, it was the first time he showed a bright smile in front of all the disciples. Not dead, right? She said softly, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Changfeng condescendingly. Lin Changfeng was stunned for a moment, and was once again confused by Bai Qingshan's beauty. He reached out and wiped the blood, and shook his head instinctively. "No, it's okay." "Oh." Bai Qingshan tilted her head slightly. "Then you can die." Lin Changfeng. What a weird conversation this is. "Master, hurry, save me. The cold air on Bai Qingshan's body has suppressed my spiritual power," he yelled in his heart. "Hey, I told you a long time ago. The word sex is like a knife. Why don't you just tell Bai Qingshan your purpose, suppress the cold poison for her, and ask her to help you open the seal of Tianfang? You have to seduce others." The sword master hated that iron could not become steel. "Don't resist, give your body to me." Boom. The moment the stone hammer hit, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and Lin Changfeng's body disappeared from the place like a ghost. Bai Qingshan didn't feel strange, she just looked up at the sky. She knew from the beginning that Lin Changfeng could not die, or in other words, no one could kill this destined son, because from the moment he was born, he with the protection of God. And his own Ming seemed to have been destined for his fate by God from the very beginning. When the thunder in the sky dispersed, Lin Changfeng has long been missing. Bai Qingshan let out a breath, but when she turned to look at Mu Qingyan, her beautiful eyes were slightly startled. Ming not far behind Mu Qingyan, next to an ancient maple tree, the lazy young man was leaning on the trunk, looking at her curiously with his deep eyes. Bai Qingshan's eyes softened, and the coldness in her eyes turned into intoxicating tenderness in an instant. She was about to speak, but she saw Su Ming smile indifferently at her, turned around and left here. He stared blankly at Su Ming's back. This moment, Bai Qingshan's eyes became dim and resentful, her heart was full of mixed emotions, and she finally gritted her teeth. Originally, she wanted to let Ming slowly accept her and forgive her in the future, but now she can't wait any longer. If this continues, Ming will not only not forgive her, but will even get farther and farther away from her. Then how could she take him away? What propriety, justice and shame, what ethics? She didn't care anymore, she only wants her Ming. I remember when she first came to the northern wasteland, among all the spiritual wines she brought from the Bai tribe, there was a bottle of Yuanyang acacia wine. Think of this. Bai Qingshan bit her lower lip. A faint blush appeared on her flawless face, and her heart became extremely ashamed. However, staring at Su Ming's cold back, all her shame was thrown away. Those soft phoenix eyes also became a bit blurry, as if they were intoxicated by the shadow in their eyes. Master Mu Qingyan called her weakly, her pretty face had already returned to that weak and bullying look. Bai Qingshan came to her senses. Throwing away the stone hammer in his hand, he glanced coldly at the Kaifeng disciples around him and said indifferently, "All disciples, listen to the order. Lin Changfeng sneaked into our Kaifeng. Such a dirty person, whenever anyone sees him in the future, he will interrupt. Bury your limbs on the spot, and I will be responsible for all consequences." Chapter 220. Junior Sister Mu doesn't have to be afraid of him. Returning to Tianfeng in embarrassment, Lin Changfeng hurried back to his residence. Most of the bones on his face were broken. He was now wrapped in a hemostatic cloth and was paralyzed on the wooden bed. Those eyes full of anger and unwillingness had already turned scarlet, staring at the ceiling. When he finally learned that Kaifeng actually wanted the entire sect to arrest him, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Bai Qingshan, this lunatic, is simply a poisonous woman. Why did I offend her? She actually dares to harm me like this. She'd better be poisoned to death by cold poison. Let's see if I can help her. And that Mu Qingyan, at a young age, is more cruel than her master. She dares to smash my face. Wait until I rise and see how I kill her. There's nothing good about this bullshit Kaifeng. Cough 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 cough. Before he finished speaking, Lin Changfeng finally couldn't hold on anymore and coughed violently. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Sure enough, he coughed up a lot of blood, and even his clothes were stained red again. Buzz. The long sword placed aside buzzed, and the illusory figure of the sword master emerged. He sat in midair, staring at the young man on the bed with complicated eyes. Alas, after seeing Lin Changfeng's miserable state, after a long time, he let out a long sigh. It shouldn't be. This Shenyang sect was supposed to be your place of opportunity. Who knew something like this would happen? You are now in a critical period of promotion, so you can't let anything happen again. Lin Changfeng had a dark face. Master, it was you who asked me to go to Shenyang sect in the first place. You said that opportunities are everywhere here, and any beautiful woman I meet will fall in love with me. But the women I meet now, let alone fall in love with me. Oh, you put a fucking hammer on my face. Ouch, it hurts me so much. Lin Changfeng vented his anger, his expression distorted, he punched the wooden bed hard, making the bed rattle. Those vicious women, I can't spare them. And by Qingshan, I have never seen such a cruel and vicious woman. She actually wants to kill me. She is indeed the master of Su Ming. 2 masters and apprentices are not good in a nest of snakes and rats. 30 years to Hedong, 30 years to Hexi, until I rise. Boom, boom, boom. Before the exclusive motto was uttered, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the room. Lin Changfeng stood up suddenly, gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and looked at the door of the room with great vigilance. Who? Senior brother Lin, it's me. There was a soft and waxy voice outside the door. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Changfeng felt that his heart suddenly softened. He wondered, isn't this Mu Wan's voice? Today I heard those disciples say that she was deceived by Su Ming before, and then left God. Yan Zong, why did she come to me? The figure of the petite, pure but tender girl appeared in his mind unconsciously. To be honest, he was a little surprised when Mu Wan appeared today. Later, when he heard that she had been deceived by Su Ming, Lin Changfeng felt like he had met a confidant. At least this girl wouldn't be like Su Ming's junior sister Mu Qingyan, who always wanted to harm him, right? Since he was deceived by his senior brother Su Ming, he would definitely hate Su Ming in his heart. Wouldn't this mean he is on the same side as him? Lin Changfeng thought secretly in his heart and was about to go over and open the door. The sword master's face was heavy. Xiao Feng, I have a bad feeling. Master, don't be afraid, I know it well. Lin Changfeng grinned, his smile hurt the injury, and it made him cover his mouth in pain, but he didn't care at all. At this moment, a beautiful woman took the initiative to come to his door, which showed that he had good luck. Still there. Moreover, this person still had a grudge against Su Ming, so he could use his charm to draw her over and ask her to help him deal with that guy named Su. The sword master was speechless. Lin Changfeng took the initiative to go over and open the door. With a click, outside the room, a gentle and beautiful girl was standing at the door, staring at him with a pair of bright and moist eyes. Looking at the girl's exquisite body that was particularly attractive under the moonlight, Lin Changfeng secretly admired it. He touched the medicine band wrapped around his nose, pretending to be enigmatic, and said warmly, Miss Mu has something to do with me. See this. Mu Wan tried her best to hide the cold murderous intent in her eyes. She pretended not to dare to look at Lin Changfeng, turned her head to the side, and said shyly, Lin's senior brother Lin, Aunt Lan asked me to come here. When she saw you were injured, she asked me to deliver the elixir to you. Lan Wang. Lin Changfeng was slightly startled. Lan Huang's proud figure appeared in his head, and he felt happy. It turns out that this young master is still somewhat charming. That Lan Huang had just met him today, and he actually asked Mu Wan to give him the pill. Haha, thank you so much junior sister Mu. Junior sister, please come in quickly. It's windy outside, let's go inside and talk slowly. Lin Changfeng wanted to introduce Mu Wan into the house, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, a flash of murderous intent flashed across Mu Wan's eyes. She took a step back in disgust, her pretty face wary. This. Lin Changfeng still put one in the air, and he said awkwardly, Junior sister, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Suddenly thinking that Mu Wan had been deceived and hurt by that bastard Su Ming, and worried that she would be sensitive to other men, Lin Changfeng hurriedly said softly, I have heard other disciples say it, Junior sister Mu, I should have stayed in the Shenyang sect to practice, but it was all because of that bastard Su Ming. To tell you the truth, I have long been unhappy with that Su Ming. If you have any grievances, junior sister, you can tell me and I will definitely help you. Justice. Lin Changfeng finished speaking. Suddenly he saw Mu Wan's delicate body trembling slightly, and her eyes were glowing with red. He was overjoyed. As a destined protagonist who loves beautiful women, how could he not know that Mu Wan was touched by his words, was attracted to him? Sudden, Mu Wan threw over a pill. Lin Changfeng hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it, feeling cool in his hand. This is the 5th grade spiritual elixir refined by Aunt Lan. It is a holy medicine for healing, Mu Wan said expressionlessly. However, before she could finish her explanation, Lin Changfeng smiled mischievously. Junior sister Mu, you don't need to say anything to him. This guy just doesn't like other people's good things. He wants to grab whatever good things others have. Since my senior brother is here, don't be afraid of him. Mu Wan shook her head hastily. Elder brother, that's not the case. Su Ming. Lin Changfeng stared at the elixir in his hand, energy pill. No, this bastard wants to steal his elixir. She was afraid that Su Ming would misunderstand the relationship between her and Lin Changfeng, and then the senior brother would never forgive her for the rest of his life. Su Ming. He glanced at Mu Wan. Just as he said this, he suddenly sensed a hint of coldness in the elixir. Although the elixir was indeed a 5th grade spiritual elixir, he was also an alchemist and was extremely sensitive to elixirs. He immediately swallowed the elixir in one gulp and looked at Su Ming with gloating. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Junior sister Mu gave this to me. Let me see how you snatch it. As soon as he raised his head, he was shocked to see a man in lavender clothes walking slowly behind Mu Wan. Lin Changfeng's face darkened. Mu Wan was also stunned. She looked back blankly, but she met the deep and indifferent dark eyes of her senior brother. Her mind suddenly went blank, and then she hurriedly tried to explain. Senior brother, I. The next second, Gulu. Su Ming's face was calm, and his eyes passed directly over her without even looking at her. His eyes stayed on Lin Changfeng, and then he lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the elixir in Lin Changfeng's hand. This bastard has been fighting for opportunities with him to steal women from the beginning, and now he even wants to steal the pill Mu Wan gave him. He is simply not a human being. Lin Changfeng's expression changed. Chapter 221 Senior brother, you are not allowed to resist. Senior brother is here, don't be afraid of him. Lin Changfeng had a righteous look on his face. He glanced at Su Ming and secretly sighed in his heart. Ever since he met Su Ming, he felt that he was failing all the time. Now he finally regained some ground with Mu Wan, a junior sister. But, why does this bastard Su Ming still look at him with such disgusting eyes? Does he, Lin, look like an idiot? Think of this. Lin Changfeng snorted coldly. The elixir is gone. If you want to bully junior sister Mu Wan, first ask me, Mr. Lin, if I will agree. As a man, especially a man with strong self-esteem, the last thing he cannot lose in front of a beautiful woman is his face. He stood upright and looked directly at Su Ming. He also stretched out his hand to pull Mu Wan behind him. But what he didn't expect was, Mu Wan, who had been gentle and pleasant just now, took a step back with a look of disgust on her face. A cold and vicious look appeared on her sweet and cute face. She quietly put her hands behind her, and then took out a handful. The axe glowing with cold blood. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Lin Changfeng's face suddenly changed. He suddenly covered his chest and suddenly felt a cold air rushing through his body. A large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. The spiritual veins in his body were tightly twisted together in an instant, and then every inch was broken, and even his soul began to throb. The severe pain made his face suddenly turn pale. No, that pill just now was a poisonous pill. Lin Changfeng reacted suddenly. His eyes were splitting, and then he glared at Mu Wan with a pair of red eyes, becoming angry with embarrassment. You are hurting me. He was trembling all over and pointed at Mu Wan, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger. This was once again that he was deceived by a woman. This woman had betrayed his deep trust in Lin. But the next second, a flash of cold light flashed, blood flew out, and his finger was chopped off alive by Mu Wan. The spiritual veins in his body collapsed, and he could not use even 1/10 of his spiritual power. Looking at Mu Wan at this moment, her pretty face was stained with a few drops of blood, and her eyes were filled with hatred and coldness. Cruel, as if he was going to be cut into pieces, skinned and cramped. Lin Changfeng's mouth trembled. He really couldn't figure out what kind of hatred could turn a gentle and well-behaved girl like an angel into the devil she is now. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Ignoring the pain of having his fingers chopped off, he hurriedly started using pure yang kung fu, trying to suppress the yin and poisonous spiritual power that was surging in his body. However, as the pure yang technique was running, a scream came from his body. Master. Lin Changfeng was confused. Asshole. Are you a fucking idiot? My soul is parasitic in your body. You just take the soul-breaking pill, and you still run your skills to stimulate your spiritual power. You think I can't die fast enough, right? Sword Master said directly. Breaking his guard, he cursed loudly inside him. Well, Lin Changfeng froze on the spot with a dull look on his face. After reacting, he hurriedly shouted, Master, save me. The Sword Master was so angry that his mouth was filled with smoke. The soul suddenly escaped from Lin Changfeng's body, slapped him unconscious, and then poured a large amount of soul power into his body to regain control of his body. His originally clear eyes became extremely cloudy. He controlled the spirit with his body and controlled Lin Changfeng's body to retreat into the house. He rose with his sword and glanced at Su Ming and Mu Wan with his cold eyes. I didn't expect that your excellency would be such an insidious person. Su Ming, who was watching the whole process, was still looking at Mu Wan in surprise. After hearing the Sword Master's words, he raised his head and looked at Lin Changfeng, who was covered in blood and miserable. Then he shrugged and said, I wanted to remind him just now. The elixir is poisonous, and it turns out that your apprentice's mind seems not to be very good. Sword Master. When he reacted, he was shocked. Su Ming actually knew of his existence. How is this possible? He has always been in Lin Changfeng's body in a spirit state. Unless his cultivation is extremely powerful, Lin Changfeng should be the only one who can see him. He didn't believe that Su Ming could have that kind of cultivation. In other words, since Su Ming knew of his existence, there must be experts behind him to help him. No wonder. The Sword Master figured it all out at once. No wonder Lin Changfeng hit a wall at every turn when he met Su Ming. It turned out that there was a mysterious master behind this kid, otherwise he would never be Lin Changfeng's opponent, and he would have suppressed Lin Changfeng, a son of luck, like this. Call the man behind you. If you have any conditions, you can talk to me. Maybe I will get to know him. The Sword Master said in a solemn voice. He was able to make him so embarrassed. The man behind Su Ming. He must be a transcendent strong man at the same time as him, and even more so, a strong man from an era earlier than him. Hear the words. Su Ming glanced at the Sword Master, then he pretended to look back behind him, then spread his hands and said, Is there anyone behind me? Don't scare me, I'm timid. The Sword Master twitched his face. Mu Wan on the side was amused, and then when she saw her senior brother's glance, she hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. Her pretty face was red, and she didn't dare to laugh. Sword Master gritted his teeth. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Su Ming nodded. I'm kidding you. Sword Master. Such a decisive admission made him feel a little confused. After a while, he quietly said, My apprentice has no enmity with you, why do you always want to kill him? Su Ming smiled slightly. What do you think? The Sword Master was silent. Only a kid can guess. He already understood that Su Ming was teasing Lin Changfeng from the beginning to the end. This guy had no intention of sitting down and talking with Lin Changfeng calmly. In other words, for some unknown reasons, he and Lin Changfeng can almost only be mortal enemies. After thinking about this, he stopped talking nonsense and poured all his soul power into Lin Changfeng's body, activating the mysterious golden token in his body. This was something left by the mysterious strong man who showed up to protect Lin Changfeng after he was pulled into the illusion of the Sky Fox by the nine-tailed Sky Fox. The Sword Master has carefully investigated it to find out what exactly it was that connected him with it. I don't know, I just know that this golden token can save Lin Changfeng's life. Buzz. With the token urging, all the bones in Lin Changfeng's body were rattling, and the golden spiritual power in the token rushed into his body, fighting against the sinister spiritual power for him. However, the activation of the token consumed a lot of the Sword Master's soul power. The originally somewhat illusory soul became paler and weaker at this time, and his cloudy eyes seemed to have lost their aura. This time the poison pill dealt a huge blow to his soul. However, Lin Changfeng was his own chosen successor, and he had to swallow it even if his teeth were broken. Moreover, it is not that they have no chance. The corpse demon tribulation is an opportunity for Lin Changfeng to rise again. Su Ming is not a destined person. He cannot bear the cause and effect of such a disaster. On the contrary, Lin Changfeng is pregnant with destiny and luck have their own responsibility to save the creatures of the world. As long as he survives it, when the corpse demon tribulation begins, he will surely soar into the sky. While the golden spiritual power was fighting against the sinister spiritual power, the sword master activated his natal spiritual sword, the long sword buzzed, and finally flew away directly with Lin Changfeng with a whoosh. "Elder brother, he is running away," Mu Wan said hurriedly. Su Ming raised his head and glanced at the sky. She threw away the axe and stared at her senior brother with soft and confused eyes, as if she wanted to take possession of the senior brother she cherished. Hear the words. She no longer suppressed her feelings and allowed the turbulent emotions to impact her reason. She could die for her senior brother in this life. She just wanted to stay by his side and be with him for the rest of her life. The other side. Elder brother, you are not allowed to resist. Once women become paranoid, their raging possessiveness will instantly defeat their reason. At this time, the witch, Tang Qingyan, and Mu Wan are all forgotten. She only wants her senior brother. No longer paying attention to Lin Changfeng, who was running away in embarrassment, Su Ming turned to look at Mu Wan. Seeing a few drops of blood on her pretty face, he couldn't help but frown. "Who taught you these things tonight?" Like a pure and innocent little white rabbit, Mu Wan raised her head slightly, staring straight at him with her moist and blurred eyes. The few drops of blood on her pretty face actually brought a lot of trouble to her at this moment. The beauty of distinction. Snapped Su Ming. This little girl actually learned how to feed people poison pills and how to kill them. Something suddenly occurred to her mind. Mu Wan's eyes lit up. She suddenly raised her head. Her big, watery eyes looked straight at her senior brother. When her eyes collided with Su Ming's, her eyes seemed to be burning. There was a scorching flame, a strong possessiveness, and a morbid obsession and paranoia flashed in his eyes. "No, Aunt Lan said that senior brother can't use any spiritual power now because he used that war pattern. He must be trying to scare people. He can't beat me now." He stretched out his hand to hold down the restless little head in front of him. Before Su Ming could react, he found Mu Wan slamming into his arms like a kitten. Her little hands were tightly wrapped around his neck and hung directly on her body. Her fragrant cherry lips were bold and bold. She came closer, not only biting the corner of his lips, but also tentatively sticking out her tongue, entering green and strong, and the fragrance overflowed between her lips and teeth. Mu Wan blushed and hurriedly hid the axe behind her back, then stared down at the ground and said softly, I learned it myself." Of course he knew that if Lin Changfeng was to be killed now, the group of people in the God realm would come to the northern spiritual realm in advance to protect Lin Changfeng, and his current cultivation was stuck by the way of heaven. If he did not break through this restriction, why talk about going against heaven? Chapter 222. We are all like this. The girl on her body had rosy cheeks, like a flower in bud. There was an indescribable greenness and tenderness on her face. Her soft and plump cherry lips were gently pressed against Su Ming's lips, and her breath was like a orchid, long eyelashes flashing, although shy, but more bold and hot. Su Ming reached out and pinched her chin. Seeing that she was about to kiss him again, he fixed her little head with force and scolded her angrily. "How many years have you been home and you have learned this?" Mu Wan's sultry big eyes flickered, her cat-like pupils stared straight at Su Ming, her face was red, and she said seriously, "Elder brother, I don't know that so many things have happened to you after I left. Master doesn't like you and often punishes you. Then Wan likes you, okay. If you knew earlier how much Master treats you, if that's not good, even if you kill me, I won't go home. I said at the beginning that Wan would always be with senior brother and never be separated again in this life." At the end of the sentence, Mu Wan clenched her pink fists tightly, and tears flashed faintly in her eyes. The blood of her senior brother was flowing in her body. Her life was originally given by his senior brother, so everything she had belonged to him. Su Ming pulled Mu Wan off his body. What do you already know? I know everything. Mu Wan glared at him. I know that Master doesn't like senior brother, and I also know that those people in Kaifeng hate senior brother. They are not good people, so Wan Wan hates them too. Who told you? Su Ming reached out and held her head. Don't ask about my affairs. If you don't study after a good day, go home as soon as possible. Don't come to Kaifeng again. Mu Wan shook her head stubbornly. I won't leave. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Don't you dare not listen to what I say. I will obey senior brother in everything. Mu Wan's eyes were firm, but senior brother cannot drive me away. Having said this, she stared at Su Ming with a pretty face, and then gritted her teeth and said, in the future, Wan Wan will marry the eldest brother, stay with the eldest brother all her life, and only treat the eldest brother well. That way, the senior brother will belong to her. How could she be willing to give up such a good and warm senior brother to others? Su Ming. He was now certain that Mu Wan must have learned about his events over the years from a Kaifeng disciple or a disciple from the Shenyan sect, as well as the fact that he was punished by Bai Qingshan. In the original plot, Mu Wan would eventually inherit all the inheritance of the Northern Alchemy ancestor and become the second alchemist in the Northern Realm after the Alchemy ancestor who could refine a divine elixir beyond the 9th level. The relationship between her and Lin Changfeng was neither hostility nor friendship, because the power of Dan Zhu had already surpassed that of the Northern Spirit Realm, and Mu Wan at that time had become the second Supreme Dan Zhu. She could leave Bailing Realm at any time, but she didn't know why she chose to stay in the end. Before Lin Changfeng became an emperor, he went to Mu Wan, hoping to conquer her with the charm of the protagonist of Destiny and let her help him refine the imperial elixir that could stabilize his cultivation in the imperial realm. However, in the end, Mu Wan gave her the refused. From then on, Lin Changfeng completely fell out with Danzu's forces. The author of the original book, Dog, must have wanted to wait until Lin Changfeng killed the woman and became an enlightened man, so that when he went to the God realm, there would still be a woman he could conquer. As for whether he would cause trouble for Danzu and Mu Wan after he ascended to the God realm, Su Ming didn't know. But in Su Ming's eyes, Mu Wan has always been that lively and smart little girl. Because in the Northern Spirit Realm, there was not much entanglement between her fate and Lin Changfeng, so he protected her for 5 whole lives. Only now, there was something wrong with the girl in front of me. When Su Ming heard Mu Wan say that she wanted to marry him, Su Ming's face became a little excited. He glanced at Mu Wan's stubborn and fiery eyes, and then moved his eyes downwards. In his eyes was the fair and delicate skin and the childish, green and slightly delicate eyes. The swollen little breasts. Feeling the gaze of her senior brother, Mu Wan's pretty face suddenly turned red. She pinched her clothes nervously and lowered her head slightly. She was so bold just now, but now she didn't dare to look at Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was no expression on his face, but there was a rather evil smile on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out a finger and placed it on Mu Wan's delicate and trembling lips, and then touched it with his finger. Moving, he moved away from a piece of snow-white skin, and finally lifted up the girl's belt and entered the warm and tender snow peaks. Boom! Mu Wan, who had never had such an experience before, suddenly softened up and her face turned red. Not only did her heartbeat accelerate violently, but she also moaned like a kitten. Mu Wan's eyes suddenly turned red, and she gritted her teeth, but we are all like this. Seeing this, he couldn't even scare the girl in front of him. But she doesn't want to give up her senior brother to another woman. Mu Wan was really scared to tears. This was not what she wanted in her heart. What she wanted was for her senior brother to be gentle and doting on her, to love her like he did to the witch, instead of just thinking about her like he did now. When you're done playing with her, throw her away. You also said that was before. Su Ming smiled evilly. I didn't expect that there would be a little fool like you who came to my door. It might be a little painful at that time. Senior brother will be gentle and allow you to cry. No need. Bear with it. But when she thought that her senior brother just wanted to play with her and had no intention of loving her, let alone being with her, she felt a little uncomfortable. Hear these words. Su Ming scares her. Su Ming's fingers gently changed the position of the warm and tender place. If they were swimming in the snow ditch just now, they were now slowly moving along the snow slope. Mu Wan looked at him blankly. No, elder brother is not such a person. Eldest brother used to like Wanwan the most. She stared at Su Ming with red eyes and was extremely stubborn. No matter how her senior brother treated her, as long as she became his wife, she would stick to him for the rest of her life. Mu Wan's pretty face instantly turned red. Su Ming curled his lips. Your senior brother and I are this kind of person. Why? Do you regret it? Su Ming shook his head without thinking. No. He was an evil cultivator in this life and did not care about secular ethics. He treated Mu Wan as his own sister in the first 5 lives. As a result, he was hated by her in all 5 lives. Now he does this kind of thing without any psychological burden. Her delicate body trembled violently, then she raised her watery eyes and looked at Su Ming pitifully. Elder brother, will you like Wanwan in the future? Chapter 223. Your senior brother likes bad women. Su Ming exerted a little force on his fingertips and felt the soft and smooth snow skin between his fingers. The slightly bulging breasts were still quite young. He stared at the girl in front of him with deep eyes and interest. This was the first time that Mu Wan's young and tender body was touched by a man like this. She bit her delicate lips tightly, and a blush of shame suddenly appeared on her white neck, and her delicate body became even hotter. Just when she looked up at Su Ming tremblingly, she found that her lips were only a few centimeters away from her senior brother. As long as she pressed them gently, she could place her delicate lips and feel the touch of her senior brother's lips. Temperature. Her moist eyes became blurred. Mu Wan's small breasts rose and fell slightly with her breathing, and her 2 small hands tightly grasped her senior brother's clothes. Are you scared? Su Ming laughed. Being so aroused by him, Mu Wan stared at him with red eyes. As long as senior brother likes it, Wanwan is willing to do anything. Are you willing to do anything? Su Ming didn't believe it. He put his fingers on Mu Wan's soft little lips, and gently inserted his fingertips into the warm and slippery mouth. He put his other hand on her little head and pressed down gently. First squat down. A blush flashed across Mu Wan's pretty fair face. Although she didn't know what her senior brother was going to do, but looking at his evil eyes, she knew it was definitely not something serious. Her delicate body trembled, and her moist eyes looked pitifully at Su Ming, like a little white rabbit about to be bullied by a bad guy. But at this moment, Mu Wan suddenly felt the palm on her head being taken back by Su Ming. She raised her head and looked at Su Ming with cute eyes. Su Ming calmly retracted his hands, raised his eyes and glanced behind him. A charming figure in red clothes appeared in his eyes. He stared at that figure and said faintly, "Why, you haven't seen me teach my junior sister a lesson." Mu Wan turned back suddenly, her pretty face suddenly became wary. In her eyes, she saw a mature and attractive woman in red, walking step by step with her long and moist snow-white legs, holding a long whip in her hand. He lazily walked towards her and senior brother. The woman was particularly charming. Her eyes were covered with mist, and her eyes were full of charm. She was staring at Su Ming with squinted eyes. The corners of her small mouth were slightly raised, her red lips were slightly open, and even her bones were full of emotions. She exudes a seductive aura, as if people can be seduced by her just by looking at her. Mu Wan unconsciously reached out and grabbed her senior brother's clothes, trying to block him behind her. See this scene. Hongyu's gaze paused for a moment, then she looked at Su Ming with her eyes faintly. You're such a green little girl, don't you be afraid that she will bite you hard when she starts to cry in pain. She used to be jealous when she saw Su Ming and Feng Qingling together, but now when she saw this little man who didn't know what Mu Wan was, she wanted to rob her. How could she not feel jealous? Hear the words. Su Ming had a calm look on his face and was not at all panicked. He stretched out his hand to rub Mu Wan's little head and said with a smile, "As a senior brother, it is normal to impart semen to my younger junior sister. When you bit me, I didn't either. What did you say?" Hongyu's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Su Ming angrily. Is there anyone who can teach a junior sister like you? You are not afraid of teaching her bad. Besides, what kind of taste can such a young girl like you have? Su Ming smiled flatly. It's just for fun. He said it very easily, but Hongyu was filled with jealousy. Now in front of her, this guy had not concealed his relationship with other women at all. She hummed in her heart, and then her beautiful eyes glanced at Mu Wan coldly. Mu Wan raised her little head and stared at her with her big eyes, unwilling to be outdone. Hongyu curled her lips. You're a little girl who's still young, your body isn't even fully developed, and you want to steal a man from me. She looked at Su Ming resentfully. Didn't you tell me that you like older people? Isn't there anything about me that's not older than her? Mu Wan was anxious and couldn't help shouting. My senior brother will not like you, you are a bad woman. Hongyu sneered. Your senior brother likes bad women. Mu Wan. Her pretty face turned red, but because she was young and inexperienced, she didn't know how to fight back. But she saw her senior brother walking up to the bad woman, not only putting his arms around the bad woman's waist, but also playing frivolously with her soft hair. Snort. What do you think? Hongyu snorted. You let me watch from Tianfeng, but you ended up looking for another woman. I can't wait to bite you to death. Elder brother Mu Wan was stunned. Su Ming leaned over her delicate earlobe. Think clearly about the consequences. If you bite me to death, who will give it to you in the future? The seal on Tianfeng is a little loose, and something seems to have escaped from inside, but it was too fast, and I didn't see it clearly. I don't know what it was. Hongyu bit her red lips, and her pretty face became more serious. Su Ming did not comment. He raised his palm and waved it gently. With Mu Wan's stunned expression, he also took her petite body into his arms. Looking at the cute and shy girl in his arms, he hugged her from left to right. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered softly. He looked at Hongyu with his deep black eyes. Is there any movement over at Tianfeng? Although Hongyu was jealous, she also knew this man's character. Although this guy was gentle and doting when he coaxed her, it was fascinating, but once he got angry, he might do what he did to other women after playing with her. I don't want her anymore. However, Hongyu's pretty face turned red instantly, and she glared at him suddenly. I shouldn't believe you, you big liar. Under the intoxicating night, Hongyu's delicate red lips slightly pursed. Like a little girl, she gently came to Su Ming's lips and exhaled softly. Then do I still have to go there now? Every time when I saw that man named Lin coming to Tianfeng, I wanted to kill him with a knife. Su Ming nodded. She was full of extremely seductive allure. Su Ming approached her because of his dual cultivation. However, after he coaxed her into dual cultivation, he realized how ecstatic this woman was and how clingy she was, which was simply unbearable. After thinking for a while, he said, there are not only ancient treasures in Tianfeng, but also the Zan demon that was sealed in it together. It seems that the Zanming old demon has also noticed something. After it comes out, he should go there as soon as possible. Find someone with destiny and luck. Hongyu pursed her lips and stared at Su Ming with resentful eyes. This little bastard, having her as a woman is not enough. It's not like she can't satisfy him. Su Ming was amused. I like to be jealous so much. That's what she can't accept. Chapter 224. I'm a little tired and don't want to move. Under the moonlight, Su Ming could even see the lingering affection in Hongyu's charming eyes, while Mu Wan grabbed his clothes a little aggrieved and nervously, obviously a little scared, and shrank like a little white rabbit. In his arms. Su Ming thought for a while and exhaled softly. The Tianfeng seal is loose. Since the old devil has lived in the seal for thousands of years, he must know some news about the ancient imperial soldiers. Speaking of which, he raised his eyes and glanced at the sky. In the pitch-black falling demon abyss, as his gaze glanced across, wisps of demonic energy suddenly surged. And under the surging demonic energy, several figures dripping with blood were chained to the pillars of the corpse demon altar in a state of embarrassment. Each of them exuded powerful spiritual energy. They had obviously reached the level of a god emperor, but they were still locked in the pillars above, unable to move. If anyone from the outside world is here, they will definitely be shocked to find that 3 of these 4 people are actually the leaders of the top forces in several other large regions adjacent to the northern wilderness region. They are usually only heard of by name, and no one knows them at all. The powerful god emperor who can see his true appearance. The lord of the Pagoda Palace. The lord of Taiching Palace. The owner of Tianxiang Valley. As for the last one, he is Ji Yu Mu, the holy son of the holy land of Taichu, who is well known in Xuanbei continent. He is also a powerful god emperor who is at the peak of the 1st level. The 4 god emperors were chained to the corpse demon pillar like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If they were seen by the people below, they would be shocked. Hong Yu followed Su Ming's line of sight and looked over. The dark sky was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but feel worried on her pretty face. If the northern wilderness becomes like this, many people will definitely gather to the Shenyan sect. Maybe the powerful ones from outside will come too. Scared, Su Ming raised his right hand, slowly placed his palm on the soft white land that countless men long for, and rubbed it gently. A blush suddenly appeared on Hong Yu's cheeks. She glanced across Mu Wan, bit her delicate red lips, and glared at Su Ming angrily. You just touched her, don't touch me now. Su Ming pretended not to hear. When Mu Wan looked at him with her wet and resentful eyes, he patted her gently with his palm, and then the girl in his arms slowly passed out. Hong Yu. Mu Wan fell into a deep sleep. Su Ming held her with one hand. The next second, he appeared in Hong Yu's attic with the 2 girls. He put Mu Wan on the soft big bed and then said slowly, you take my place first. Watch her, and when she wakes up, let her stay with you for the time being. Seeing that Su Ming was about to leave, Hong Yu was immediately dissatisfied. She moved her delicate body and stood in front of Su Ming. Don't leave. This guy wanted to leave just after flirting with her. How could anything be so cheap? I still have something to do. Su Ming was thinking about the mirror of judgment. When he asked Tang Qingyan to go to the Tianyuan Sea, the main reason was to keep her away from Xuanbei continent, not to be involved in the affairs here, and to be protected by righteous forces like Sword Immortal Pavilion. In this way, doing this might help her eliminate the bad luck of being a villain bit by bit, but the prophecy of the mirror of judgment made him understand that what was destined by heaven could not be avoided by staying away from this place. But now, there are only 2 ways to save Tang Qingyan. First, draw a clear line with her and drive him away from her completely so that she will not be affected by her villainous fate and the fate of Lin Changfeng, the son of destiny. Then, she will most likely survive in the future, and if she does that, she may hate herself for the rest of her life, but at least she can live. Another way. Su Ming raised his head and exhaled gently. Then the only option is to go against the will of heaven and kill the gods. It's a pity that this is also risky, because when he breaks through the restrictions of heaven and advances to the Holy Realm, he has no way to protect Tang Qingyan. If a powerful person from the God realm comes at this time, the people around him will indeed be in danger. Su Ming's eyes flickered. He is thinking, what should we do to best protect Tang Qingyan? Hong Yu leaned closer and looked at Su Ming's thoughtful eyes. There was a hint of distress in her eyes. She stretched out her hand to gently touch Su Ming's face and said softly, every time I see you looking like this, the look in your eyes makes me feel very sad. Obviously you have endured so much silently. Why don't you tell me, at least, let me share a little bit with you, I want to share it for you. She was older than Su Ming, but this little man always failed her. She knew that there were many mysterious things about Su Ming, and it was precisely because of these mysterious things that attracted her and made her fall in love with him. He was completely infatuated with him in the end, and even more unconsciously attached to him and cared about him. Hong Yu's tender words echoed in Su Ming's ears, bringing him back to his senses and making him feel slightly moved. He knows. At first, he only wanted to take advantage of Hong Yu, but after the subsequent contact, he found that this woman had completely fallen in love with him. Perhaps he would have a special pleasure in conquering, after all, conquering such a charming and mature woman. It is the ardent desire that every man has, but after that, throw away this woman who has practiced double cultivation with him and fell deeply in love with him. This kind of thing, most men can't do it. Su Ming said quietly, I'm just going out to find a friend, don't think nonsense. You are still lying to me. Hong Yu stared into his eyes, then look into my eyes and tell me whether you have ever liked me in your heart. You don't have to worry about anything. As long as you say you don't like me, I will leave your side immediately, and I will not pester you in the future, nor will I stop you from finding other women. Su Ming, after being in contact with this woman in a simple and easy to understand manner for such a long time, he only believed that she was evil. If he says he doesn't like her now, he doesn't know what kind of trouble will happen. It's enough to have a yandere like Lu Hanyan and a little yandere like Feng Qingling around him, so don't create another one. Su Ming lowered his eyes and stared at Hong Yu's eyes. The next second, he gently moved closer to her. He slowly placed his palms on her snow-white slender thighs and held her up with slight force on his hands. Hong Yu's pretty face inevitably turned red, breathing in the familiar scent of Su Ming that fascinated her. She wrapped her hands around Su Ming's neck, her eyes were blurred, and she breathed out like a blue. You can go out if you want, unless. Don't wait for her to finish. Su Ming hugged her, turned and walked towards the bathroom. Immediately afterwards, a low, red-faced gasp came from it. Half an hour later, in the beautiful bathing pool, Su Ming leaned against the water. A fragrant and soft body leaned against him. The fragrance of a mature woman filled the air. The sweet female fragrance was still lingering between his nostrils. Hong Yu stretched out her hands to tie up her hair, her delicate and charming cheeks were flushed. She stared at Su Ming with a smile, her snow-white and proud body looming in the pool. If your master knew about our relationship, would she want to beat me to death? Hong Yu leaned against Su Ming, her cold fingertips gently teasing his chest. Su Ming nodded. It's possible. Hong Yu glared at him. Then I will give you a child and make her mad. Su Ming, what a weird brain circuit this is. He didn't wait to think too much. Hong Yu's strong and hot kiss came over. Wait a minute, I'm a little tired and don't want to move. I want it, I'll do it myself. Chapter 225 Hong Yu Sect, Xuantian Sword Sect. The charming scene in the attic continues, and the entire dark world seems to have ushered in the most peaceful moment at this time. And in that fallen devil's abyss, looking down from the dark sky, it is an endless, seemingly endless dark continent. This continent exudes a heart-stopping evil aura. This aura is indescribable, but it is faintly shocking. When the only ray of light condensed in it, countless ferocious and terrifying demonic abyss creatures rushed out from the dark ground. The light finally condensed into a strange and ancient palace. Above the palace, there was a blood moon suspended, shining with light. In the meantime, it enveloped the entire land. In the deepest part of the palace, in the inner hall with flickering lights, there is a special purple stone from the demon abyss. When burned, it will release an intoxicating fragrance, which is a must-have to seduce others and confuse the mind. However, this object is extremely precious, and ordinary people are not qualified to own it, which is enough to show the status of the owner of the hall. But at this moment, a beautiful woman in palace attire fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. She had a slender body and graceful and beautiful appearance, but her pretty face that could charm all living beings was extremely pale and weak. Directly opposite the beautiful woman in palace attire, there is an emperor's chair that symbolizes power and status. At this moment, on the emperor's chair, a slender figure is sitting on the emperor's chair with bare, snow-white feet. Superior. The girl has a plump and proud figure. Her long hair is loose, her fingertips gently tease the hair, a jade bracelet is exposed on her wrist, and her white fingers gently slide along the hair. The flickering firelight reflected the girl's fragile face. From time to time, some dark words emerged from the jade bracelet, and finally wrapped around her wrist. The girl's little face showed some thoughts from time to time, her thin sleeves slipped slightly from her wrists, and her other jade arm supported her cheek, slightly lost in thought. I don't know how long it took. The girl came back to her senses and looked at the beautiful woman in palace clothes lying on the ground. Those people outside said that when my brother Su Ming came to this space, you used the purple Ming stone to confuse you, and you brought him back to the palace to do such shameless things. Do you know that now I want to cut your face with a knife? Zhou Yaoyao's eyes were cold, and the aura on her body no longer had the slightest feeling of youthfulness. Instead, it was much more mature and glamorous. A slight sneer curled up at the corner of her mouth, and with a tap of her fingertips, a terrifying purple spiritual power appeared. It turned into a rainbow of light and directly nailed one of the beautiful woman's jade arms to the ground. The pretty face of the beautiful woman in palace attire became even paler. She looked at Zhou Yaoyao in pain, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "He defeated all the races in the demon abyss and made countless evil spirits in the demon abyss surrender to him. The emperor likes him. What does it have to do with you, a witch? Even if the emperor uses some methods, I am still his woman now. If you kill me, he will not let you go." Zhou Yaoyao smiled, but her smile was cold and cruel. She shook her head gently. "You are wrong. He is my brother Su Ming. He only belongs to me. Anyone who tries to steal him from me will to die. This is the killing space where Zhou Yaoyao was originally sent. Due to the rules of the flow of time and space, she has been here for more than a year. During this more than a year, she practiced hard and finally obtained the most mysterious zombie demon inheritance in the demonic abyss space. That was an ancient powerful person who called herself the corpse demon Empress. She passed on her lifelong cultivation and experience to Zhou Yaoyao, so Zhou Yaoyao is now the new corpse demon Empress in this space. The first thing she did after inheriting the throne of the corpse demon Empress was to dethrone the demon abyss queen in this dimension, especially since this demon abyss queen also seduced her brother Su Ming when he first came to this space. This is what makes Zhou Yaoyao angry. Her brother Su Ming, when will it be another woman's turn to get involved? Brother Su Ming, is your master still bullying you? When Yaoyao goes back, he will kill the women who have hurt you for you. From now on, Yaoyao will be with you. You will always be my Su Ming, elder brother. The childhood sweetheart of 5 generations, the love and attachment of 5 generations, Zhou Yaoyao only regretted why she was blind in that reincarnation. With her brother Su Ming who loved her so much, she would still believe in Lin Changfeng, to believe that shameless villain. Now that brother Su Ming doesn't trust her, he didn't even go to him when she was young. How could she not know that brother Su Ming was heartbroken by her? But now she just wants to do everything she can to make up for it, no matter what brother Su Ming asked her to do. As long as it could make brother Su Ming happy, she would not hesitate even if it cost her life. Soon, she will be able to go out. The Xuantian sword sect was the sect that Hongyu belonged to at the beginning. After she rebelled against the sect, when her cultivation was weak, she was hunted down by this sect. If I hadn't taken a fancy to her talent and wanted to train her more, I would have killed her in the sect long ago. How could I have let her escape? The group of people were all sword cultivators from the Xuantian sword sect. The leader of the sword sect waved his hand. Pass this order. After we join the Shenyang sect, we will make Hongyu's identity as an evil cultivator known to the public. At this time, I believe that all the strong men in our northern wasteland do not hate the evil cultivators. Now, she is no longer the weak little girl she was back then. She has the ability to protect her brother Su Ming, and she also has the ability to keep him by her side for the rest of her life, so that she can do everything she can to make up for it. He was silent for a moment and then said, "My disciple Zhanyang became crazy after returning from the Shenyang sect, and that traitor Hongyu stole the sect's evil and practiced forbidden arts, thinking that there would be someone to protect him when he came to the Shenyang sect. Is she? When the time comes, I want her to kneel down and beg me to see how I kill her." Several rays of sword light pierced the sky and appeared outside the boundary of Shenyang sect like a rainbow penetrating the sun. When the light dissipated, there were several practitioners wearing uniform clothes. Someone spoke from behind. The elders of the sword sect behind looked at each other in confusion, and finally fell silent. They knew that Hongyu's escape in the first place was a shame in the sect leader's heart. After all, that woman had an extremely charming physique and was the sect leader's internal choice. Who would have thought that the sect master would, before she even enjoyed it, she noticed it, betrayed the clan and ran away. The sword sect leader nodded slightly. She inherited the inheritance of the corpse demon Empress. Even though her hands were stained with blood, the soft place in her heart would always be reserved for her brother Su Ming. Outside the demon abyss space, outside the Shenyang sect. His beard and hair were gray, and his cloudy eyes were filled with a trace of weirdness and evil. He stared at the position of Shenyang sect's Tianfeng for a long time, with a demonic light shining in his eyes. The first person. At the same time, Sect Master, we have arrived at Shenyang sect. Chapter 226. You forgot, but I still remember. Just when the sword cultivators from the Xuantian sword sect entered the territory of the Shenyang sect, almost all the powerful spiritual masters from the other 4 major sects in the northern wasteland came outside the Shenyang sect. They looked at the sky above Shenyang sect that was swallowed up by darkness, and everyone took a breath of air. This fall into the demonic abyss has been recorded in our sect's oldest ancient book. The demonic abyss appears and everything is destroyed. I can't imagine that someone from the Shenyang sect can seal the demonic abyss in the sky. This person will be in the future, must be the leader of our northern wilderness territory. I have inquired about it clearly. It is said that this person's name is Su Ming. He is the senior brother of Kaifeng of Shenyan sect. He usually bullies junior sisters in the sect and does all kinds of evil. He is despised by all the disciples of Shenyan sect. Forehead. That also shows that this boy is extremely talented. Even if he has a bad temper, he can still be cultivated. Where's Du Kanghai? Isn't he the leader of the Shenyan sect? Such a big thing happened in the northern wasteland, why didn't he come out? Sect leader Du probably won't be able to come out. A beautiful woman in a white dress shook her head and sighed. It's just a pity that Elder Su from Feishui sect, Su Qingning, is not here. Otherwise, Elder Su's cultivation and her mysterious background might be able to solve today's disaster. When Su Qingning was mentioned, the eyes of many male elders of the sect lit up, and then they shook their heads. Thinking of that cold and holy peerless figure, they could only think in their hearts that that woman was from the north. Outside the wilderness, people like them cannot get involved. Let's go in first. If anything happens, let's discuss it together. The words fell. Countless figures were just about to turn into streams of light and rush into the Shenyan sect, but all of their faces suddenly changed. The spiritual power on their bodies lost control in an instant, and their bodies suddenly fell from 1,000 feet in the air. Bang! Accompanied by unbearable screams, large pits were smashed out of the foothills of several peaks outside the Shenyan sect at the same time. When the people in the pit climbed out, they looked up and saw several sword cultivators from the Xuandian sword sect, including the sect leader, tearing away the grass and staring at them. The leader of a sect glared at the Xuandian sword sect's group of people. Damjian Lao San, you guys came here first. You can't use spiritual power to fly here. You didn't remind me earlier. You want to see us make a fool of ourselves, right? The leader of the Xuandian sword sect sneered. We are all from the northern wilderness region. We share the same difficulties, so we can't just let a few of us fall down. I want to kill you. You can't use spiritual power anyway, and we don't know who will do it. The leader of the Feishui sect looked very unhappy. She glanced at the towering mountain peaks in front of her and said in a deep voice, you can't use spiritual power. If we want to enter the Shenyan sect, we have to walk in. Only then did everyone react, and they were extremely shocked. They didn't even know that the entire Shenyan sect could no longer use spiritual power to fly. Who could have such a terrifying method? At the same time, in the bedroom of Fengelin attic, Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, and he gently patted the delicate body. Hong Yu slowly raised her head, with a hint of blush still remaining on her charming and beautiful cheeks. She stretched out her tongue and licked her lips gently. Those beautiful eyes, as charming as silk, were looking at Su Ming in a charming way. Su Ming sighed inwardly. Hong Yu looked at him with a smile, stretched out her slender jade hands and touched his chest gently, then took the clean towel aside, wiped the corners of her lips first, and finally wiped them gently for Su Ming. I'll do it myself. Hong Yu snorted coldly. No. She then complained bitterly. You are no longer willing after only 2 times. You must have another woman outside. Su Ming. He looked at Hong Yu's stunning face so close at hand, especially when he saw a happy smile on her pretty face. He actually felt a little complicated in his heart. It was not that he couldn't tell Hong Yu's feelings for him. Only, Su Ming shook his head. Get up and put on your clothes. Hong Yu looked at him a little aggrievedly. Can't you just stay with me for a little longer? Su Ming turned his back to her, and while changing into white clothes, he said calmly, whenever I have time, I will take you to the Heavenly Demon sect in the 9 realms. The techniques you practice can be repaired in the Heavenly Demon sect, and you can also find the complete version. Hong Yu's pretty face was slightly startled. For some reason, seeing Su Ming like this, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Finally, she said with a cold face, then you can go find that Su Qingning and leave me alone. There, I won't be able to find you in the future, right? Su Ming looked back at her. Why do you think so? That's what you're thinking. Hong Yu grabbed the pillow on the side and threw it at Su Ming. Do you really think I'm a fool? You think I don't know anything. Anyway, you never tell me what's on your mind, you just do not believe me. Su Ming was silent. Hong Yu squeezed her hand gently. She had long been used to Su Ming being hot and cold, but she just couldn't figure out why she could give everything to this man, but Su Ming was still unwilling to open his heart to her, not even willing to believe her once. Every woman is sensitive, especially when it comes to feelings. Hong Yu is also a woman. She has been with Su Ming for so long. How could she not know that this man has hidden many things from her? Now she is beginning to doubt. When Su Ming approached her, was it because he liked her? It's just that she doesn't want to think like this, because that kind of result would be unacceptable to her. At last, she saw Su Ming getting dressed with his back to her. Hong Yu smiled bitterly in her heart. I still like you to wear black clothes, she said softly. Because when she first met Su Ming, he was wearing black clothes. At that time, she thought Su Ming liked black, but she didn't know when Su Ming's clothes began to change, became white. Su Ming was surprised. Hong Yu shook his head and smiled. You forgot, but I still remember. Su Ming nodded without thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, when Hong Yu looked up again, Su Ming's figure had turned into a point of light and disappeared. She looked out the window with a sense of loss, and her eyes became slightly dull. Although Su Ming would often come to accompany her, she knew very well, this kind of companionship does not last long. Sooner or later one day in the future, she will completely lose him. And she had a premonition. That day may not be far away. Thinking of the scenes with Su Ming, the corners of Hong Yu's mouth could not help but raise slightly, but under the cold moonlight, her eyes were extremely lonely and lost, as if she was hiding the fear deep in her heart. To touch the pain. She had been hiding it well. Even Su Ming couldn't notice it. Chapter 227 No matter what happens, I will never let you leave my side. The mountains are at the top of the sky. The morning light cuts through the darkness between heaven and earth. And on the top of the peak, there was a beautiful figure in a white dress, holding a scroll that belonged to her in her hand, a pair of phoenix eyes looking at the bottom of the peak with a little sadness in her eyes. Master. A female voice came from behind. Bai Qingshan's phoenix eyes flashed, and then she came back to her senses and looked sideways. She saw a girl in a black dress standing pretty behind her, but hesitated to speak. What's the matter? Bai Qingshan said calmly. Mu Qingyan stared at her master's peerless face. She seemed to have made a secret decision in her heart. Then she mustered up the courage and said firmly, Qingyan has thought it through. Since she came to Shenyan sect, I will worship you as my master. After master, a lot of things happened to Kaifeng during this period because of me, and master worked so hard for me. Qingyan felt very sorry, so I. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Bai Qingshan. So you want to leave here, leave Kaifeng, and leave Shenyan sect. Mu Qingyan was stunned for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth gently and nodded. Bai Qingshan sighed in her heart and her voice softened. Qingyan, when you first became a member of Shenyan sect and became a member of Kaifeng, Master was very happy because you were the most talented among all the disciples that Master accepted. Disciple, Master also has great expectations for you. Master, Qingyan has let you down. Mu Qingyan lowered her head. Bai Qingshan shook her head. She wasn't disappointed. She just felt guilty because she did not properly handle the relationship between Mu Qingyan and Su Ming, her senior brother, which made Mu Qingyan hate Su Ming so much, and in the end she became crazy because of her hatred of Su Ming. As a master, she has a responsibility. Thinking of this, she sighed quietly. Qingyan, do you still hate your senior brother now? I heard Bai Qingshan ask this. Mu Qingyan was a little stunned. In that reincarnation, she had deeply hurt her senior brother. What right did she have to hate his senior brother now? Bai Qingshan smiled bitterly. I know you still hate your senior brother because of that incident, but he did that. Master, you don't need to say anything. Mu Qingyan shook her head. In the past, I was too naive, but now, I have grown up. Seeing Mu Qingyan's pretty little face, Bai Qingshan smiled slightly. She thought that Mu Qingyan had downplayed all the harm Su Ming had caused to her, and then asked softly, do you want to go back to the family or go the holy land of Taichu? Now the northern wasteland has become like this. Even if Mu Qingyan stays, she will only end up in deep danger. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Qingyan said firmly, I want to go to the holy land first. Bai Qingshan looked at her deeply. Finally nodded, if you need anything, you can tell master. Mu Qingyan suddenly raised her little head, her eyes brightened, and she looked straight at her master. Master, Qingyan has no other request, as long as the master agrees to let senior brother go to the Holy Land with me. Bai Qingshan suddenly fell silent. She turned around again, facing the abyss below the pinnacle, and said quietly, "You also know your senior brother's temperament very well. If he goes to the Holy Land, he will definitely make you uneasy." No, Mu Qingyan was anxious. She originally thought that the master hated the senior brother so much. Now that she has taken the initiative to take the senior brother away, the master should be very happy. But why is the master so repulsive to her? Senior brother is leaving. Master, Qingyan has no other request. I only ask that I take my senior brother with me and let him go to the Holy Land to practice with me. Qingyan will protect my senior brother. Bai Qingshan, how could she let Ming whom she misses deeply, leave with another woman? She was still thinking that once the great catastrophe in the northern wilderness territory happened and no one could stop the corpse demon clan, she would take Ming with her and leave here, so that no one can find their master and apprentice. However, Mu Qingyan's attitude towards Su Ming also made Bai Qingshan a little surprised. Even if she was crazy, could she really let go of what Su Ming had done? At last, Mu Qingyan left Wadian in despair. When her figure completely disappeared, Bai Qingshan finally sighed. Although she was Mu Qingyan's master and Su Ming's master, she was also a woman, and Su Ming was the young man who brought her a ray of warmth and light in her gloomy world. Facing Su Ming's gentleness, she admitted that not only would her heart be moved by that smile, but she also wanted to take that smile as her own. At this moment, suddenly I felt another breath behind me. Bai Qingshan thought Mu Qingyan had left and returned, so she said without looking back, "I have told you, Su Ming is the senior brother of Kaifeng. As a teacher, it is impossible for him to go to the Holy Land with you." "Oh, when did Master say this?" The next second, a very familiar male voice came from behind. Bai Qingshan's phoenix eyes moved and she hurriedly looked back. In those slightly trembling eyes, he saw a young and handsome young man in white clothes like snow, with a calm aura like a god descending from the earth, slowly walking towards this side. If it's not Ming whom he misses day and night, then who is it? Ming Bai Qingshan was stunned for several seconds, as if she couldn't believe that Su Ming would actually come to her. Finally, she came to her senses, and then stared at the young man in front of her with some joy, and said in surprise, "Ming your junior sister, and did you hear what I just said?" Su Ming did not answer. He walked to Bai Qingshan and stared at his beautiful master with slightly lowered eyes. Now he was much taller than Bai Qingshan. He thought that he was still a young boy before and was beaten by Bai Qingshan. The way he was held in his arms may have changed roles now. His eyes suddenly caught sight of the scroll in Bai Qingshan's hand, and an unopened bottle of spiritual wine in her other hand. Su Ming naturally took the bottle from her hand, opened it with one hand, and poured out the aged spiritual wine inside. He drank it all in one gulp and looked at the painting again. Sensing Su Ming's gaze, Bai Qingshan hurriedly put away the painting in her hand, and then saw Su Ming drinking the wine in her hand. She suddenly thought of something and her cheeks suddenly turned red. She wanted to scold her as usual, but, looking at the boy she raised in front of her, she really didn't know what to do, tell him what was in her heart, and how to face him in the future. She felt very guilty towards him. She longed for Su Ming's forgiveness and hoped that Su Ming would not just regard her as his master. Bai Qingshan knew that the young man in front of her would become someone else's husband in the future and would go further and further away from her, but she was unwilling to do so. She wanted to make it up to him, and she wanted Su Ming to live happily for the rest of his life. Finally, under the gaze of Su Ming's deep eyes, Bai Qingshan turned her head aside with a blushing face, bit her lip and said, "No matter what, I will never let you leave my side." "Yeah," Su Ming smiled noncommittally. His eyes were dark, and his palms slowly reached out. Under Bai Qingshan's trembling eyes, he touched the holy white skirt of his master. Those pairs of clothes that countless men in the world could not reach. Snow white legs. Chapter 228. You can't go to that place. Su Ming's move directly made Bai Qingshan tremble. Her phoenix eyes looked at her apprentice with some confusion. Now that she had awakened her spiritual veins, even though her cultivation level was as strong as hers, when she faced Su Ming, she was unable to do anything in a row. Not even a shred of spiritual power can be used. The two masters and disciples looked at each other. Bai Qingshan suddenly thought of Su Ming's childhood. At that time, She liked to let Su Ming rest his head on her knees while she gently caressed Su Ming's face with her hands. She liked such a warm scene. But now, looking at the grown-up Su Ming, looking at his Ming who has grown into a handsome young man, and thinking that he has endured the misunderstanding and disgust of countless people to get to where he is today, his heart is full of self-blame and guilt. Guilt. Her eyes couldn't help turning red. Bai Qingshan reached out her hand and gently touched Su Ming's face. Ming Master has done many wrong things in his life, but the only thing that Master does not regret is that bring you, who was still an infant, back to Shenyan sect and Kaifeng. Su Ming's palm slowly stopped. He lowered his head to look at Bai Qingshan, but an unknown emotion flashed in his eyes. Finally, he sighed in his heart, glanced at the void, and said lightly, "Master, everyone will do a lot in this life." "Wrong thing. Then do you think what I am doing now is right or wrong?" Bai Qingshan was slightly startled. Su Ming smiled. "I once tried my best to be a good senior brother of Kaifeng according to Master's wishes, but in the end I realized that this was not what I wanted. What he wanted was just a pair of warm hands that could firmly pull him out of the quagmire when he was at his darkest, most helpless moment, misunderstood and hated by everyone. But in the end, he discovered that it turned out that those big warm hands not only failed to pull him out, but instead completely plunged him into the abyss." Bai Qingshan lowered her head, clasped her jade hands tightly, and her voice was a little harsh. "I just want to know now, do you still regard me as your master in your heart? Do you still listen to me?" "It depends on my mood." Su Ming shrugged. Bai Qingshan looked at him blankly and said bitterly, "So now that you have grown up, you don't even listen to Master's words." Su Ming curled his lips and said, "Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, I can consider it." Bai Qingshan's phoenix eyes were slightly glazed over. After she came to her senses, there was a hint of grievance in her eyes and she murmured, "In the past, you would never contradict my teacher." Su Ming remained silent. In short, Bai Qingshan looked like this. She was said to be crazy, but her words were very logical. She didn't seem to be in a crazy state. However, her personality suddenly changed drastically. Su Ming even doubted whether his beautiful master knew something already. But the secret of reincarnation. Except for himself, absolutely no other person would know, and who would believe this kind of thing if told. But then, Su Ming slowly raised his head and looked at the position of Tianfeng. In his mind, a figure of a fox gradually appeared. In the last life, before his death, he used his body to resist a natural disaster for the fox, and in this life, he always felt that something was wrong with the fox. Right, there was something wrong with the way the fox looked at him. The two people had no intersection in this life, and the relationship between the fox and him should be extremely strange, but from the beginning, the fox seemed to be very concerned about his affairs. Su Ming took a breath, suppressed some thoughts in his heart, and looked at Bai Qingshan again, but at this time, his body suddenly felt strange. Su Ming looked at the wine in his hand and was speechless. "When did my beautiful master like to drink this kind of wine?" Bai Qingshan seemed to have noticed something strange about Su Ming. She gritted her silver teeth, and the shame in her heart resurfaced at this moment. However, she ignored it and just blinked her eyes like autumn water looking straight at her. Go stared at Su Ming. Su Ming. Before he could react, a burst of ice spiritual power suddenly surged out of Bai Qingshan's body. The spiritual power enveloped his body, and then Bai Qingshan grabbed his hand forcefully and domineeringly. "Ming Master may do something wrong today, and may lose you forever in the future, and may even see you become someone else's husband, and you will be separated from Master from now on, but Master will never regret." As she spoke, Bai Qingshan's phoenix eyes couldn't help but turn red. She put Su Ming's hand on her cheek and held it tightly. Then she gently stretched out her other hand and stroked Su Ming's hand. His face said, "Master has been worthy of everyone in his life, but he has only been sorry to you. So, can you forgive Master once?" She doesn't ask for anything. She only hoped that Su Ming could feel less hatred and disappointment towards her. Although she was indeed not worthy of being a master, she had brought Su Ming up from a young age. She had watched her Ming grow from a little boy to a today's teenagers can never let go of that emotion. "It's almost dawn, Master." Su Ming smiled slightly. He could feel a little cold moisture in his palms, and then he took his hand out of Bai Qingshan's hand. With just a look, the ray of sunlight that broke through the morning light was right there. He was instantly enveloped by the boundless darkness above the sky. He came to Bai Qingshan just for this token. This is the clan token of the ancient Bai tribe. Only with it can he find the specific location of the life forbidden area and enter the life forbidden area. Looking at the token in Su Ming's hand. Yes, it's almost dawn. Is it because her Ming-er, who has been spurned by heaven and hated by everyone since she was a child, walked out of the darkness alone? She doesn't care about anything. Bai Qingshan was completely stunned. In a daze, she seemed to think of something and shook her head hastily. Ming-er, you can't go to that place. As long as Su Ming can forgive her. The next second, a ray of light cyan spiritual power appeared in Su Ming's hand. The spiritual power gradually condensed in his hand, and finally condensed into an extremely mysterious token. On the token, there was an extremely ancient word white. But why can't those sunshine dispel the darkness in Su Ming's heart? Then she would rather fall into darkness and follow him. What's more, as a master, she still has such thoughts about her apprentice. Sometimes she wonders if she has a mental problem, but now she knows that such emotions are irresistible to her, because she was a woman, and Su Ming was the one who brought her warmth and light in her dark world. Even if such emotions were shameful to others, she didn't care. Bai Qingshan looked up in confusion. Bai Qingshan's phoenix eyes changed, and her pretty face suddenly felt at a loss. Because Su Ming himself is the villain Chi Luck. Su Ming held the token in his hand and chuckled. Master, how long do you plan to keep it secret from me? Buzz. The forbidden area of life in this world is a place of heavenly opportunity set by Tiansheng for the protagonist. Any villain who enters it will be suppressed or even obliterated by heaven. His cultivation has not yet advanced to the holy realm, and many of his subordinates have been killed. I searched for the restricted area of life, but unfortunately I couldn't find it in the end. Chapter 229. In my eyes, this place is dirty. This moment. Bai Qingshan was panicking again. She knew how dangerous those ancient forbidden areas of life were because she came from that place. She no longer bothered about why Su Ming knew her secret. She just didn't want to put Su Ming in danger. But what she didn't know was, Su Ming also felt a little complicated. 5 reincarnations. It was only in this life that he learned that his beautiful master was actually someone sent from the ancient restricted area. The forbidden area of ancient life was originally a place of opportunity set by heaven for the protagonist of destiny, and Bai Qingshan came out of such a place and finally found the imperial soldiers for the stupid male protagonist. It seemed from the beginning. She is just a puppet set by heaven for the male protagonist. More than 10 years of getting along. How could Su Ming not know? This woman may seem cold and strong, but in fact she is just as fragile as other women in her heart. She has integrity, can't see the suffering in the world. And whenever she made a mistake, maybe she never thought about trusting her apprentice, but in the face of the ironclad evidence of evil deeds, and under the influence of heaven, no matter how strong she looked, when she was really cruel, she could destroy her apprentice. The apprentice's cultivation time. In her heart, she would be entangled, conflicted, and even miserable. She would secretly hide and cry alone, so that no one could find her, so that no one could see her fragile side. Does Su Ming hate Bai Qingshan? Hatred. I hate that as his master, she always turns to outsiders. He hated her for ruining his cultivation and causing the originally high-spirited young man to completely fall into the abyss of darkness. I hate that she has never stood in front of him and said firmly, I believe in him. But very quickly, Su Ming understood. In his 6 reincarnations, heaven had tortured him for hundreds of years. During this time, there would always be a time when Bai Qingshan would be happy because of some of his changes, and also sad because of his irrefutable, evil deeds. In this way, she, the puppet, was destined to live in painful entanglement and torture every day. She always thought she was strong. Little did I know. That was just a disguise she gave herself. Su Ming can still stand here. In fact, he just wanted to know a ridiculous answer. He wanted to know, in the previous 5 reincarnations, had his master ever truly regretted and blamed himself for driving him out of the sect? Putting aside the influence of heaven, Had she ever actively thought about giving up on herself from the beginning? From small to large, although Bai Qingshan was strict, she had truly occupied Su Ming's life for more than 10 years. In the first 5 lives, he not only regarded her as his master, but this woman was like a teacher and a mother in his heart. So this life, although he is an out-and-out villain, but when facing Bai Qingshan, he will always restrain himself. This is one reason. Su Ming looked at the token in his hand. He glanced at Bai Qingshan. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask. It's just master. After today, I think many things will become different. This should be the last chance he gives Bai Qingshan. Bai Qingshan's phoenix body trembled slightly. It was at this time that she noticed a complex and subtle look flashing across Su Ming's eyes, and his eyes were like the stars in the sky, both deep, distant and mysterious, making them unreachable. Bai Qingshan fell into that painful entanglement again. Her fingertips dug deep into her flesh. Finally, a pale smile appeared on that beautiful face. She didn't want Su Ming to take risks. Even though there were countless opportunities in the restricted area of life, those would kill Su Ming. Now, the most important thing in her eyes is that Su Ming can live peacefully. Ming Master doesn't understand what you are talking about. She chose to hide it. Su Ming shook his head. Disappointment finally flashed in his eyes. Raising his hand to pick up the token, Su Ming curled his lips and smiled. That's right. After all, this is an opportunity that belongs to others. Master will naturally keep it for others. There was a misunderstanding when I saw Su Ming. Bai Qingshan hurriedly grabbed his hand and wanted to explain again. Ming it's not like this. Su Ming chuckled lightly. Facing the woman who raised him since childhood, he was still too kind-hearted. Snapped. This time, Su Ming completely shook off Bai Qingshan. He took a breath and slowly turned around and left. Master, look up at the 7 peaks. In the eyes of the disciples, this place is very dirty. Su Ming's words, like a bolt from the blue, Bai Qingshan was stunned on the spot. At this moment, she felt that her head was blank, as if she was about to suffocate. And Su Ming's indifferent back was like the last thread that broke down her psychological defense. Straw. Is she going to completely lose her Ming today? At this moment, she realized that she couldn't accept such an ending at all. She just wanted Su Ming to live safely. Why did it end up like this? Leaving the top of Kaifeng, Su Ming no longer paid attention to Bai Qingshan. His figure appeared under the first peak hall. Now there was a sea of people outside the hall. This place has obviously become the most watched place in the entire northern wasteland. After all, the falling demon abyss is suspended in the sky above Shenyan sect. Qi Yuan frowned. Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked back at an elder behind him. When Hong Yu first joined the Shenyan sect, he didn't know that that woman had such an experience. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking towards the sky with some disbelief. Beside Qi Yuan, after all, this dark world is enough to make everyone blocked in the northern wilderness feel desperate. Hong Yu was recruited into the sect by Du Kanghai, and he didn't know that either. The Xuantian Sword sect, Fei Shui sect and other major powers in the northern wasteland have now arrived at the first peak hall. They are meeting Qi Yuan, Patriarch Bai Lei and others outside the hall. The elder who was stared at by Qi Yuan also looked confused. If you deceive your master and destroy your ancestors, and betray your sect, you can basically attribute it to an evil cultivator. How could their Shenyan sect recruit an evil cultivator as an elder? Seeing this, the leader of Xuantian Sword sect sneered. Such a huge Shenyan sect doesn't even know that it has recruited evil cultivators. How dare we entrust the important task of saving the northern wasteland to your disciples? The sect leader proposed that Su Ming take out all the opportunities he has and hand them over to us for distribution. It was pitch black there, and the original blue sky had long since disappeared. Between the dim sky and the earth, a huge crack divided the entire sky into black and white. At this moment Qi Yuan suddenly saw Su Ming. He hurriedly said, Su Ming, our sect has been targeted by evil cultivators, and now even Ancestor Bai Lei can't use his spiritual power to fly. Hong Yu. However, before he could say anything, the leader of the Xuantian Sword sect continued, Elder Qi, when my sect disciple Hong Yu deceived her master to destroy her ancestors and betrayed the sect, I heard that she finally joined your Shenyan sect. Is this possible? The leader of the Xuantian sword sect raised his head and glanced at Su Ming, then curled his lips and said, "Is this the notorious senior brother from the seventh peak of your Shenyan sect? Seeing as he is not yet 20 years old, he may be lucky. Some opportunities, but if we can share the opportunities we have with people like us, maybe we can save the northern wasteland." They are also afraid of the demonic abyss above the sky. The seal in the crack is getting darker and darker. Chapter 230 Junior Sister Mengxuan, do you like this gift? There are 5 major sects in the northern wasteland: Xuantian Sword Sect, Xinggu Sect, Zhanyi Sect, Feishui Sect, and Shenyan Sect. Each sect has at least 2 powerful spiritual masters in charge. Now, almost all the powerful spiritual masters from these sects have gathered in Shenyan Sect. After hearing the words of the Xuantian Sword Sect leader, Qi Yuan's face darkened, and the other sect leaders looked at Su Ming at the same time. Although they didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that they were also eager to take advantage of Su Ming's opportunity. Ancestor Bai Lei coughed slightly from behind. Having witnessed the shocking battle between Su Ming and the corpse demon emperor, and thinking that Su Ming protected the entire northern wilderness by himself, even he did not dare to think anything about the things on Su Ming's body. These guys are all idiots. Elder Qi, what this sect leader said makes sense. The sect leader of Xuantian Sword Sect directed the conversation to Qi Yuan again. Qi Yuan quietly glanced at Su Ming, and when he saw the latter's calm face, he felt relieved. He couldn't help but coldly scolded the master of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Jian Laosan, don't blame me for not warning you, there are some things you need to think about before you say them. The words fell. The face of the Xuantian Sword Sect leader suddenly turned gloomy. He glanced at Qi Yuan and said coldly, "This sect leader never needs to ask for anyone's consent when doing things. And you, Qi Yuan, hand Hongyu over to me. I want that woman to know the consequences of betraying my Xuantian Sword Sect. When Hongyu falls into his hands, he will definitely use the most brutal means to ravage that woman to death." But what he didn't know was, just when he said the 2 words Hongyu, Su Ming's slightly lowered eyes finally glanced forward. Their figures were reflected in those plain, watery eyes. It was a kind of condescending disregard. Being ignored by a young boy like this, even if he knew that he had many opportunities hidden in him, how could the leader of the Xuantian Sword Sect endure such contempt? He gathered spiritual power in his hand and pointed a long sword at Su Ming from a distance. Such an opportunity is not something you can take for yourself. If you share it, this sect leader guarantees that from now on, our Xuantian Sword Sect and your Shenyan Sect will be like brothers. You can also use my sect's hidden sword pavilion as you like. In and out. Qi Yuan was almost speechless. How did such an idiot become the leader of the clan? Can your bullshit sect stuff be compared to the inheritance Su Ming got from the immortal prison? Moreover, according to his understanding of Su Ming's character, if he gets angry, everyone in the Xuantian Sword Sect will probably be destroyed. It was exactly as Qi Yuan expected. The next second, he could feel that the spiritual power of this world began to surge at this moment. Then above the dark sky, a huge red light was like a meteor piercing the sky, coming directly from the sky. In just a moment, it activated the spiritual power of the world. The terrifying momentum was extremely frightening. And when the red light appeared above everyone's heads, shocking eyes were suddenly projected towards them. Buzz. Under the gaze of many shocked eyes, the red light cut across the sky at a rapid speed, and as the red light approached, everyone realized that it turned out to be a long sword that was completely red. The long sword slows down. Eventually it stayed in midair. That terrifying hostility can even repel the surrounding spiritual energy. Everyone was shocked. This is the God Emperor's sword that was refined with the souls of the 4 ancient God Emperors. The powerful Spirit Lord holds it, but the God Emperor can fight. What, do you want it? Su Ming smiled slightly. Yet his words, I don't know how much impact it brought to the powerful spiritual masters of various sects opposite. Even the ancestor Bai Lei looked at the blood-red sword in the sky with stunned expressions on his face, his eyes moved. Divine Emperor's sword, therefore, this is another opportunity left to Su Ming by the 4 ancient powerful God Emperors. The Spirit Master fights the God Emperor. How can this not make people jealous? Among the crowd, especially the leader of the Xuantian Sword Sect, his whole body was shaking with excitement. Their sect was a swordsman, and now this divine emperor's sword was tailor-made for him. Su Ming, how do you control it? Jian Shisen, the leader of the Xuantian sword sect, looked enthusiastic. He thought Su Ming was going to share this opportunity with him. For the first time, he felt that Su Ming looked so pleasing to the eye. His face was full of impatience. Su Ming shook his head. There's no rush. Jian Shisen's eyes widened. How could he not be anxious? He is more anxious than anyone else. Hurry, tell me how to control it. He couldn't help but urge Su Ming. Su Ming blinked slightly and raised a finger. Point your finger. Buzz. The divine emperor's sword trembled softly, and then slowly floated down. Jian Shisen looked along the spot where the divine emperor's sword fell. His eyes were wider than ever when he saw that the blood-red divine emperor's sword actually landed next to a girl wearing strong clothes at the bottom of the hall. The girl had a high ponytail and a pretty face that was quite heroic. However, when the god emperor's sword fell in front of her, she was stunned for a long time, and finally she raised her head in confusion and looked at Su Ming not far away. Senior brother Su, the girl murmured, and it seemed that only Su Ming's handsome figure was left in her eyes. See this scene. There was silence. After a brief silence, Jian Shisen broke out suddenly. His eyes were full of anger, as if fire was about to burst out from his eyes. Su Ming, what do you mean? That divine emperor's sword is mine, it can only be mine. Feeling Su Ming's gaze, Zhang Mengxuan felt that her mind suddenly went blank. When she realized it, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Her eyes were moving, and she was afraid to look at Su Ming. Qi Yuan was heartbroken. Su Ming, you bastard. She simply couldn't understand why Su Ming gave her something as valuable as the divine emperor's sword in front of everyone. She had only met this senior brother Su a few times. Could it be said that this senior brother Su was interested in her? Zhang Mengxuan is my fiancé, what do you want to do? Su Ming ignored him. The divine emperor's sword can be given to beauties at will. This senior brother of Kaifeng is indeed worthy of his reputation. And such a scene. Thinking of this, Zhang Mengxuan's pretty face turned even redder. Even with such a heroic temperament, she seemed a little at a loss when facing this kind of thing for the first time. He just slowly walked up to the girl. Looking at the girl's cute expression, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his hand to smooth the girl's ponytail. Junior sister Mengxuan, do you like this gift? At this moment, that bastard Su Ming flirted with his fiancée so much that he simply stomped Lin Chengfeng's face to the ground in front of everyone and humiliated her. What's more, even if Zhang Mengxuan proposed to break off the engagement, his real fiancée had not yet agreed. One person finally couldn't bear it anymore. A young man wearing black clothes and bandages all over his body pushed through the crowd and walked out with an angry face. His face turned green with anger. Seeing Zhang Mengxuan's shy and blushing look in front of Su Ming, Lin Chengfeng felt that his head was green and he almost vomited blood from anger. That woman had always looked cold and arrogant in front of him. When did she show up? Such a little woman-like expression. Prodigal son, this prodigal son. It also made countless people around him stunned. Chapter 231. Do I need to find your master to control you? Revise. Lin Chengfeng's face was full of hatred, and in his heart he hated Su Ming to the extreme. Zhang Mengxuan was his fiancée, that was his woman, but his woman was flirting with other men in front of him. What man can bear it? Hearing Lin Chengfeng's words, Zhang Mengxuan's pretty face suddenly turned cold. Lin, I have no relationship with you for a long time. If you are still pestering me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Chengfeng smiled cruelly. Who said you have nothing to do with me anymore? As long as I don't agree to break off the engagement, you will always be my fiancé, Lin Chengfeng. Now you are still hooking up with other men in front of me, just let others take a good look at you couple. He also scolded Su Ming. Zhang Mengxuan's pretty face was full of cold murderous intent. And the crowd around. Sure enough, everyone looked at her and Su Ming in surprise. Damn it, Kaifeng's senior brother Su Ming is secretly seducing his fiancée. No wonder he can give a treasure like the divine emperor's sword to that Zhang Mengxuan. Before I came to Shenyan sect, I had heard about this senior brother Kaifeng. I heard that he deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, and did all kinds of bad things. I didn't expect that he even cheated on his fiancée. That Lin Changfeng is very tolerant. His fiancée has been toyed with by others. How can he endure it till now? The whispers from all around reached Zhang Mengxuan's ears, and her pretty face changed instantly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Changfeng. You surnamed Lin, you are looking for death. See that your purpose has been achieved. Lin Changfeng curled his lips and sneered, if you dare to do it, you must dare to do it. If you steal a man behind my back, I will see how your Zhang family can gain a foothold in this northern wilderness. Zhang Mengxuan clenched her silver teeth, with substantial murderous intent in her eyes, as if she wanted to cut Lin Changfeng into pieces with 1,000 cuts. If there really was something between her and Su Ming, she wouldn't be so angry, but she and senior brother Su were innocent. How could they allow others to taint them like this? Su Ming looked at this scene calmly. Seeing Lin Changfeng staring at him, he slowly stepped forward. With Zhang Mengxuan's stunned expression, he reached out and held her jade hand, slowly raised her hand and placed it on the hilt of the blood-red sword. Buzz! The terrifying blood-red spiritual power was poured directly into Zhang Mengxuan's body along the long sword. Senior brother Su. Zhang Mengxuan panicked. Su Ming's gentle voice came. Do not be afraid. The next second, extremely bright blood-red spiritual power burst out from the long sword, covering Zhang Mengxuan's whole body in the gorgeous blood-colored light. Behind her, an illusory woman wearing a blood-colored dress emerged. The woman's blood-stained eyes cold and contemptuous of heaven and earth, the last bit of light turned into Zhang Mengxuan's body. The divine emperor's sword in Zhang Mengxuan's hand began to tremble slightly, and her pair of cold blooded eyes suddenly locked onto the master of the Xuandian sword sect from afar at this moment. Locked in such terrifying hostility, Jian Shi-san was stunned. The next moment, bloody light pierced the heaven and earth in an instant. Zhang Mengxuan's figure turned into a phantom and appeared behind Jian Shisan. The divine emperor's sword in her hand was still flowing with blood, and the blood was particularly bright red. Many people's expressions changed drastically, and their bodies couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lin Changfeng was even more confused. Then the leader of the Xuandian sword sect is also a powerful spiritual master, but Zhang Mengxuan's current cultivation level is not even as high as his, and he was killed with just one sword. Until this moment, Zhang Mengxuan lowered her head and looked blankly at her hands, which seemed to be stained with blood. However, the blood finally turned into strong spiritual power and poured into her body, causing her to instantly change from her original state. Her cultivation level directly broke through to a new level. In addition to being shocked, she felt a deep fear in her heart. Senior brother Su. Zhang Mengxuan looked at Su Ming in panic again. The look on that pretty face made me feel pity for him. Of course she could feel that the person who killed Jian Shisan just now was not herself, but an instinct in her body. But this has never happened before. How could there be something in her body? Another instinct controlling her? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He smiled lightly and said, if junior sister Zhang doesn't like these people, just kill them all. Ding! System task progress. Activate Zhang Mengxuan's evil body, completion rate 50%. Su Ming's words suddenly made everyone around him unconsciously tighten their weapons. Qi Yuan. His face was stunned. Ask yourself, these people are pretty good to Su Ming, but this guy doesn't care about his face at all, and instigates Zhang Mengxuan to kill them all. This bastard. Su Ming, do you need to find your master to control you and take back the divine emperor's sword? Such treasures, wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself? Even if you don't want it, it's not bad to give it to the Shenyang sect as a treasure. If it has to be given to a woman, or a woman with a fiancé, is it possible that Su Ming would like this? Suddenly he saw Su Ming's eyes scanning over him. Qi Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said after careful consideration, you also know the current situation. Our northern wilderness territory is suffering from this disaster and everyone is in danger. If the treasure is given to a woman, it is better to keep it for myself. It is really not possible, I don't mind either. Ancestor Bai Lei looked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's face turned red and he looked away without any trace. The following words were not spoken, but the meaning was self-evident. The people around looked at Qi Yuan in surprise. Many disciples were surprised. Is this still the calm and steady great elder? Why does the painting style feel a bit strange? Lin Changfeng quietly glanced at Zhang Mengxuan, who was holding the divine emperor's sword and looking like a god of death. He could feel the murderous aura slowly coming out of Zhang Mengxuan's body. It was an uncontrollable sinister spiritual power, and this spiritual power continued to become stronger, and the last traces invaded her body. In an instant, it made the world become freezing cold, and those spiritual powers were like bone-scraping knives, filled with coldness, passing over countless people, attracting pairs of frightened eyes. She actually wanted to kill someone. In other words, at this time, she could no longer suppress the murderous intention in her heart. Everyone was stunned. Is Zhang Mengxuan crazy? And that senior brother Kaifeng, he even played with his fiancée, and he really lived up to his reputation. She was afraid that Su Ming was just fighting with Bai Qingshan, so she gave her the divine emperor's sword in a fit of anger and asked her to kill the people in front of him for him. Zhang Mengxuan reached out and hugged her head. She felt that her head became very painful. Reason told her that if senior brother Su had really been misunderstood by these people before, and even had a deep hatred with Lin Changfeng, then senior brother Su would definitely want these people to death. Although Zhang Mengxuan has a stronger temper, she is still just a young girl, and her character naturally has a fragile side. Although she has yearned for the righteous path since she was a child, she has not killed anyone before. Now she killed the leader of the Xuantian sword sect with one sword. She wasn't very moved. Everyone seems to be afraid of him and hate him a little bit. With the cold and upright character of that peak master, senior brother Su will definitely be punished by his master again. But just now, by the time, she didn't know what Su Ming was thinking. She had been in the Shenyan sect for so long, how could she not know the attitude of the disciples of the Shenyan sect towards Su Ming? Everyone has deep opinions. But Su Ming's master Bai Qingshan is the peak master of Shenyan sect, so is it because he had a conflict with his master that senior brother Su wanted to kill these people to anger his master? Why did those people misunderstand him? Especially those female disciples. Wait until his master Bai Qingshan comes over. Zhang Mengxuan had always been dubious about Su Ming's previous rumors. It wasn't until she actually came into contact with Su Ming that she didn't believe that senior brother Su had done those things. Zhang Mengxuan was confused. When Su Ming asked her to kill these people, she hesitated. But senior brother Su is obviously a good person. Chapter 232 Ancient Emperor Clan, Ancient Juyin. Revise. Think of this. Zhang Mengxuan clenched her hands tightly. She suppressed the severe stinging pain in her mind. The vision in her eyes actually became blurry at this moment. She gradually could not see clearly what was in front of her, but vaguely, it seemed as if there was a figure slowly moving. Approach her slowly. Zhang Mengxuan was shocked. She thought it was Lin Changfeng. Without thinking, she used all her strength to lift the divine emperor's sword and thrust it out. Laugh. The tip of the sword penetrated the body. The figure also stopped. Zhang Mengxuan looked up blankly. In the end, he met a pair of deep eyes. She froze. Seeing the blood flowing from the tip of the divine emperor's sword, Zhang Mengxuanyu's hands trembled and she suddenly let go of the hilt. Junior sister Zhang, do you even want to kill me? Zhang Mengxuan covered her head with both hands, squatted down in pain. Her eyes were red and trembling. No, senior brother Su, I can't see my eyes. I didn't know it was senior brother Su. Su Ming looked at her calmly. Then he walked up to her step by step, put his hand on her head, and said warmly, I know that junior sister Zhang has followed the righteous path since she was a child and has always hated evil cultivators. So, what do you think is righteousness and what is evil? Zhang Mengxuan was stunned. She raised her head with difficulty. In her blurred eyes, she could see Su Ming's gentle gaze, and behind Su Ming, there were a group of guys with greedy eyes that made her feel sick and disgusted. The funny thing was that these people were what she called the right path person. So, is this the ridiculous right path? Senior brother Su. Zhang Mengxuan looked at Su Ming with red eyes. Su Ming smiled. Whether it's an evil practice or a righteous path, if you just want to do whatever you want, why should junior sister Zhang deliberately suppress it? Boom. This moment, something seemed to be shattered in Zhang Mengxuan's heart. The originally blurry vision in her eyes became clear again at this moment. Her slightly trembling jade hand once again grasped the hilt of the God Emperor's sword. Buzz. Behind him, the figure of the woman in the bloody dress condensed again, like a murderous god from hell, her blood-red eyes locked on Lin Changfeng and others opposite. Su Ming's eyes were calm. In mind. Ding. Yin evil body activation progress. 100%. Unlock the villain mission. Destined female killer. The out-of-control yin evil spiritual power around Zhang Mengxuan once again poured into her body. Her eyes suddenly opened, and she saw that the breath in her body began to surge wildly. Beginner level, middle level spiritual master, back steps. In just a few seconds, he has crossed several realms and is only one step away from the peak of the spirit master. At this time, Zhang Mengxuan suddenly raised her other hand. On her long and slender fingertips, wisps of black and red spiritual power quietly surged. She looked at the place where Su Ming was stabbed by her, and a deep look flashed across her eyes. Feeling self-blame, the spiritual energy from his fingertips swept out, covering the wounds on Su Ming's body. Zhang Mengxuan at this moment. It was as if she had changed as a person, or in other words, another instinct hidden in her subconscious gradually took over her body. Senior brother Su, are you okay? Zhang Mengxuan looked at Su Ming with concern. Su Ming shook his head. Zhang Mengxuan gritted his teeth. I was too naive before. When I learned that a disaster was going to happen in the northern wasteland, I went to see senior brother Su. They all said that senior brother Su had done all kinds of bad things and would definitely fall into evil ways in the future. These people, now let I feel sick. The words fell. Holding the divine emperor sword in one hand, she slowly walked up to Su Ming with her delicate body. The tip of the sword dripping with blood pointed at Lin Changfeng and others opposite. A bunch of sanctimonious guys. Senior brother Su protects you like this. You are just ungrateful. You still want the opportunity from him. You all deserve to die today. Lin Changfeng was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. He stared at Zhang Mengxuan. Are you crazy? These people are your seniors. Even your father here would not dare to be so presumptuous. Zhang Mengxuan's cold eyes instantly locked onto Lin Changfeng. The next second, a streak of blood-red light pierced the heaven and earth. Laugh. Zhang Mengxuan's figure appeared in front of Lin Changfeng in a strange way, and the God Emperor's sword carried a terrifying evil energy and slashed hard at Lin Changfeng's head. Boom. The God Emperor's sword slashed down hard. Lin Changfeng was shaken by the cold murderous intent that filled his body. Now that the sword master's soul power has been exhausted, he might be able to draw even with the current Zhang Mengxuan if he uses all his trump cards. But just when he wanted to use his spiritual power to resist, a mysterious green light suddenly appeared behind him. The green light fell from the sky and enveloped his whole body. Su Ming's eyes were indifferent and he raised his head to look at the sky. Lin Changfeng was shrouded in that mysterious green light. But then, the green light also enveloped Zhang Mengxuan, who was in the middle of the killing. A spatial crack suddenly tore open in front of the two of them. Then they were pulled into the space crack together. At this time, a terrifying sound that only Su Ming could hear came from the void, and then a layer of terrifying ripples rippled above the sky. The crack in the space enveloped even Su Ming. Soon, the spirit pattern flashes. Su Ming's figure appeared in the void, and he could immediately feel an extremely obscure fluctuation. It was a rather familiar scent. The smile on his face became intriguing, and Su Ming smiled and said, Lu Hanyan wanted to take action against Lin Changfeng. It seems that you were secretly protecting him. Oh, space fluctuations. In front of Su Ming, the figure of an old man in white robes full of Taoist charm slowly emerged. His cloudy eyes stared directly at Su Ming, and he smiled while stroking his beard. When that old gourd ghost traveled to the Northern Territory, he followed him back home. I revealed that people from the Shira Imperial clan have arrived in the Northern Wilderness Territory, so I came here to take a look. Regardless of whether it is true or not, I in the Northern Spirit Realm cannot lose the way of hospitality. Su Ming narrowed his eyes at him. When I was in Zhangxiang Tower, I did meet an old guy with a wine gourd on his body. What is your name? The old man asked with a smile. I am the ancient Emperor clan, the Supreme Elder, Ji Juyin. Su Ming shook his head. I don't know him. Ji Juyin's breath stagnated. The smile on his face faded slightly, and he stared at Su Ming with squinted eyes. Who in the entire Northern Spirit Realm dared to say that he did not know his name? Ji Juyin. In other words, As long as his name was mentioned, even those top gods, even the powerful emperor, would be shaken to the point of trembling. There is no other reason. Because he is the fifth strong man in the northern spirit realm to be promoted to semi-saint. It's just one step away from becoming a saint. In the ancient emperor clan, he didn't have such good patience. Young man, although you have extraordinary talents, you should not be too unruly. I have met many people with more talents than you, and I have also taught many so-called geniuses how to behave in front of me with their heads down. Gu Juin's voice gradually faded. Become calm. In his eyes, although Su Ming is extraordinary, but it's still far from being important to him. Then he turned his head and looked down. Haha, I don't know what life and death feud you have with Lin Changfeng, but he is the one that our ancient emperor clan likes. You can't touch him, and this little corpse demon clan, and dare to run wild on my territory in the northern spirit realm. I can kill them with a snap of my fingers. Chapter 233 Master, are you planning to kick me out of the sect? Gu Juin stood with his hands behind his back, calm and relaxed. In the eyes of a being like him, the so-called northern wilderness catastrophe can be solved with one hand. As for the corpse demon Empress, the strong man from hundreds of thousands of years ago, even if he is revived now, cannot reach the peak of cultivation. In the ancient emperor clan, there is a transcendent being above his head. If that person takes action, even he dare not imagine that he will. What's the situation? At least, under the holy realm, no one can resist. Su Ming flicked the dust off his clothes and asked with a smile, Old man, what do you think the ancient emperor clan would give in exchange for your life? Imperial soldiers, or a sacred object? Gu Juin narrowed his eyes. It's a good thing for young people to be unruly, but if they are too unruly, it's a bit ridiculous. The words fell. He stared at Su Ming expressionlessly. The spiritual energy around him seemed to be integrated into the heaven and earth. Even the space was torn apart during the roar. I'm just saying this for the last time, Lin Changfeng, you can't touch it. Above the sky, many spiritual clouds gathered. An earth-shattering spiritual pressure burst out from Gu Juin's body and swept towards Su Ming. Such power made even the heaven and earth tremble under the pressure. It could be said to destroy the heaven and the earth. The Shura Imperial clan is far outside my northern spirit realm. Maybe you are lucky enough to have some inheritance from the Shura Imperial clan at my northern spirit realm. Maybe you are lucky